Section 1 of The House of the White Shadows. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Roger Moline. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 1. Book 1, The Trial of Gautran. Chapter 1. Only a Flower Girl. The feverish state of excitement into which Geneva was thrown was not caused by a proclamation of war, a royal visit, a social revolution, a religious wave, or an avalanche. It was simply that a man was on his trial for murder. There is generally, in Geneva, a rational, if not a philosophical, foundation for a social upheaving. Unlike the people of most other countries, the population do not care to play a blind game of follow my leader. They prefer to think for themselves, and their leaders must be men of mark. Intellect is passionately welcomed. Pretenders find their proper level. What, then, in a simple trial for murder, had caused the excitement? Had the accused moved in a high station? Was he a poet, a renowned soldier, a philanthropist, a philosopher, or a priest loved for his charities and the purity of his life? None of these. He was Gautran, a woodman, and a vagabond of the lowest type. It would be natural, therefore, to seek for an explanation in the social standing of his victim. A princess, probably, or at least a lady of quality? On the contrary, a common flower girl, who had not two pair of shoes to her feet. Seldom had a trial taken place in which the interest manifested had been so absorbing. While it was proceeding, the questions which men and women asked freely of each other were, "What news from the courthouse? How many days longer is it likely to last? Has the monster confessed? What will the verdict be? Do you think it possible he can escape? Why did the famous advocate undertake the defense?" In fashionable assemblies, and in cafes where the people drank their lager and red wine, in clubs and workshops, on steamboats and diligences, in the fields and vineyards, on high roads and by roads, the trial of Gautran formed the principal topic of conversation and debate, to the almost utter exclusion of trade and science and politics, and of a new fashion in hats which was setting the women of adjacent countries crazy. So animated were the discussions that the girl lying in her grave might have been supposed to be closely related to half the inhabitants of Geneva, instead of having been, as she was, a comparative stranger in the town, with no claim upon any living Genevese on the score of kinship. The evidence against the prisoner was overwhelming, and it appeared as though a spirit of personal hatred had guided its preparation. With deadly patience and skill, the prosecution had blocked every loophole of escape. Gautran was fast in the meshes, and it was observed that his counsel, the advocate, in the line he adopted, elicited precisely the kind of evidence which, in the judgment of those who listened to him now for the first time, strengthened the case against the man he was defending. "Ah," said the observers, "this great advocate shares the horror of the murderer in his crime, and has undertaken the defense for the purpose of ensuring a conviction," a conclusion which could only occur to uninformed minds. There were others, among them the prosecuting counsel, the judge, and the members of the legal profession who thronged the court, who, with a better knowledge of the advocate's marvelous resources and the subtle quality of his intellect, were inspired with the gravest doubts as to the result of the trial. This remarkable man, who gazed before him with calm, thoughtful eyes, whose face was a mask upon which no trace of inward emotion could be detected, was to them at once a source of perplexity and admiration. Instances were cited of trials in which he had been engaged, in the course of which he had seemed to play so directly into the hands of his antagonists that defeat was not dreamt of until they were startled by the discovery that he had led them into an ambush where, at the supreme moment, victory was snatched from their grasp. And when it was too late to repair their error, they were galled by the reflection that the advocate had so blinded their judgment and so cloaked his designs that he had compelled them to contribute largely to their own discomfiture. It was in the acknowledgment of these extraordinary powers that the doubt arose whether Gautran would not slip through the hands of justice. Every feature of the case and the proceedings, whether picturesque or horrible, that afforded scope for illustration by pen and pencil, was pressed into the service of the public, whose appetite for such fare is regarded as immoderate and not over-nice by special correspondents and artists. Descriptions and sketches of the river and its banks, of the poor home of the unfortunate flower girl, of the room in which she had slept, of her habits and demeanor, of her dress, of her appearance alive and dead, and, as a contrast, of Gautran and his vile surroundings, not a detail was allowed to escape. It was impossible, without favor or influence, to obtain admission to the court in which the trial was held, and, could seats have been purchased, a higher price would willingly have been paid for them than the most celebrated actress or prima donna could have commanded. Murders are common enough, but this crime had feverishly stirred the heart of the community, and its strangest feature was that the excitement was caused not so much by the murder itself as by an accidental connection which imparted to it its unparalleled interest. The victim was a young girl, 17 years of age, who, until a few months before her cruel and untimely death, had been a stranger in the neighborhood. Nothing was known of the story of her life. When she first appeared in the suburbs of Geneva, she was accompanied by a woman much older than herself, and two facts made themselves immediately apparent: that a strong attachment existed between the newcomers, and that they were very poor. The last circumstance was regarded as a sufficient indication that they belonged to the lower classes. The name of the younger of the women was Madeline, the name of the elder, Pauline. That they became known simply by these names, Madeline and Pauline, was not considered singular by those with whom they consorted. As they presented themselves, so they were accepted. Some said they came from the mountains, some from the plains, but this was guesswork. Their dress did not proclaim their canton, and they brought nothing with them to betray them. To the question asked of them, "What are you?" Pauline replied, "Cannot you see? We are common working people." They hired a room in a small cottage for 3 francs a month, and paid the first month's rent in advance, and their landlady was correct in her surmise that these 3 francs constituted nearly the whole of their wealth. She was curious to know how they were going to live, for, though they called themselves working people, the younger of the two did not seem to be fitted for hard work, or to be accustomed to it. For a few days they did nothing, and then their choice of avocation was made. They sold flowers in the streets and cafes of Geneva, and gained no more than a scanty living thereby. The woman in whose cottage they lived said she was surprised they did not make a deal of money, as much because of Madeline's beauty as of their exquisite skill in arranging their posies. Had Pauline traded alone, it is likely that failure would have attended her, for notwithstanding that she was both comely and straight-made, there was always in her eyes the watchful look of one who mistrusts honeyed words from strangers and sees a snare in complimentary phrases. It was otherwise with Madeline, in whose young life nature's fairest season was opening, and it would have been strange indeed if her smiling face and winning manners had not attracted custom. This smiling face and these winning manners were not an intentional part of the trade she followed. They were natural gifts. Admiration pursued her, not only from those in her own station in life, but from some who occupied a higher, and many an insidious proposal was whispered in her ear, whose poisonous flattery would have beguiled her to her ruin. If she had not had in Pauline a staunch and devoted protector, it is hard to say whether she could have resisted temptation, for her nature was singularly gentle and confiding, but her faithful companion was ever on the alert, and no false wooer could cope to win his way to Madeline's heart while Pauline was near. One gave gold for flowers, and was about to depart with a smile at the success of his first move, when Pauline, with her hand on his sleeve, stopped his way. "You have made a mistake," she said, tendering the gold. "The flowers you have taken are worth but half a franc." "There is no mistake," he said airily. "The gold is yours for beauty's sake." "I prefer silver," she said, gazing steadily at him, "for fair dealing's sake." He took back his gold and gave her silver, with a taunting remark that she was a poor hand at her trade. She made no reply to this, but there was a world of meaning in her eyes as she turned to Madeline with a look of mingled anxiety and tenderness. And yet she desired money, yearningly desired it, for the sake of her young charge. But she would only earn it honestly, or receive it from those of whom she had a right to ask. She guarded Madeline as a mother guards her young, and their affection for each other grew into a proverb. Certainly no harm could befall the young flower girl while Pauline was by her side. Unhappily, a day arrived when the elder of the women was called away for a while. They parted with tears and kisses, never to meet again. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Advocate. Among those whom Madeline's beauty had attracted was a man in a common way of life, Gautran, a woodman, who followed her with dogged persistence. That his company was distasteful to this bright young creature could not be doubted, but he was not to be shaken off, and his ferocity of character deterred others from approaching the girl when he was present. Many times had he been heard to say, "Madeline belongs to me. Let me see who is bold enough to dispute it," and again that it would go hard with the man who stepped between him and the girl he loved. Even Pauline was loath to anger him, and seemed to stand in fear of him. This was singular enough, for when he and Madeline were seen together, people would say, "There go the wolf and the lamb." This wretch it was who stood accused of the murder of the pretty flower girl. Her body had been found in the river Rhone, with marks of violence upon it, and a handkerchief tightly twisted round its neck. The proofs of a cruel murder were incontestable, and suspicion fell immediately upon Gautran, who was the last person known to be in Madeline's company. Evidence of his guilt was soon forthcoming. He was madly, brutally in love with her, and madly, brutally jealous of her. On the night of the murder they had been seen walking together on the bank of the river. Gautran had been heard to speak in a high tone, and his exclamation, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" was sworn to by witnesses, and the handkerchief round her neck belonged to him. 1,000 damning details were swiftly accumulated, all pointing to the wretch's guilt. And it was well for him that he did not fall into the hands of the populace. So incensed were they against him that they would have torn him to pieces. Not in all Geneva could there be found a man or a woman who, by the holding up of a finger, would have besought mercy for him. Regret was openly expressed that the death punishment for murder was not lawful, some satisfaction, however, being derived from the reflection that in times gone by certain heinous crimes had brought upon the criminals a punishment more terrible than death. "They should chain the monster by the waist," said a man, "so that he cannot lie down, and can only move one step from the stake. Gautran deserves worse than that." But while he lay in prison, awaiting the day of trial, there arrived in Geneva an advocate of renown, who had traveled thither with his wife in search of much-needed repose from years of continuous mental toil. This man was famous in many countries. He was an indefatigable and earnest worker, and so important were his services deemed that phenomenal fees were frequently paid to secure them. But, notwithstanding the exceeding value of his time, he had been known to refuse large sums of money in cases offered to him, in order to devote himself to others which held out no prospect of pecuniary reward. Wealthy, and held in almost exaggerated esteem, both for his abilities and the cold purity of his life, it was confidently predicted that the highest honors of the state were in store for him, and it was ungrudgingly admitted, so far above his peers did he stand, that the loftiest office would be dignified by association with his name. The position he had attained was due as much to his intense enthusiasm in the cause he championed as to his wondrous capacity for guiding it to victory. As leader of a forlorn hope, he was unrivaled. He had an insatiable appetite for obstacles. Criminal cases of great moment, in which life and liberty were in imminent peril, and in which there was a dark mystery to be solved, possessed an irresistible fascination for him. Labor such as this was a labor of love, and afforded him the keenest pleasure. The more intricate the task, the closer his study of it. The deeper the mystery, the greater his patience in the unraveling of it. The more powerful the odds against him, the more determined his exertions to win the battle. His microscopic, penetrating mind detected the minutest flaw, seized the smallest detail likely to be of advantage to him, and frequently from the most trivial thread he spun a strand so strong as to drag the ship that was falling to pieces to a safe and secure haven. His satisfaction at these achievements was unbounded, but he rarely allowed an expression of exultation to escape him. His outward tranquillity, even in supreme crises, was little less than marvelous. His nerve was of iron, and to his most intimate associates his inner life was a sealed book. Accompanied by his wife, the advocate entered Geneva, and alighted at one of the principal hotels, 4 days before that on which the trial of Gautran was to commence. Chapter 3. The advocate's wife insists upon having her way. Their arrival was expected. The moment they were shown into a private room, the proprietor of the hotel waited upon them, and with obsequious bows welcomed them to Geneva. "A letter has been awaiting my lord," said this magnate, the whiteness of whose linen was dazzling. He had been considering all the morning whether he should address the great advocate as "your lordship," or "your eminence," or "your highness," and had decided upon the first since yesterday evening. The advocate, in silence, received the letter, in silence read it, then handed it to his wife, who also read it, with a careless and supercilious air which deeply impressed the landlord. "Will my lord and my lady," said this official, "honor us by remaining long in our town? The best rooms in the establishment are at their disposal." The advocate glanced at his wife, who answered for him. "We shall remain for a few hours only." Despair was expressed in the landlord's face as he left the room, overwhelmed with the desolation caused by this announcement. The letter which he had delivered to the advocate ran as follows: "Comrade, whom I have never seen but intimately know, welcome. Were it not that I am a cripple, and physically but half a man, represented fortunately by the upper moiety of my body, I should come in person to shake you by the hand. As it is, I must wait till you take up your quarters in Christian Almer's villa, in our quiet village, where I spend my days and nights, extracting what amusement I can from the foibles and weaknesses of my neighbors. My father was steward to Christian Almer's father, and I succeeded him, for the reason that the office, during the latter years and after the death of the elder Almer, was a sinecure. Otherwise, another steward would have had to be found, for my labors lay elsewhere. But since the day on which I became a mere bit of animated lumber, unable of my own will to move about, and confined within the narrow limits of this sleepy valley, I have regarded the sinecure as an important slice of good fortune, albeit there was nothing whatever to do except to cause myself to be wheeled past Christian Almer's villa on fine days, for the purpose of satisfying myself that no thief had run away with its rusty gates. Then came an urgent letter from young Almer, whom I have not beheld since he was a lad of 9 or 10, begging of me to put the house in order for you and your lady, to whom I, as an old gallant, am already in spirit devoted. And when I heard that it was for you the work was to be done, doubly did I deem myself fortunate in not having thrown up my stewardship in my years of active life. All, then, is ready in the old house, which will be the more interesting to you from the fact of its not having been inhabited for nearly a generation. Comedies and tragedies have been enacted within its walls, as you doubtless know. Does Christian Almer come with you, and has he grown into the likeness of his father? Your servant and brother, Pierre Lamont." "Who is this Pierre Lamont?" asked his wife. "Once a famous lawyer," replied the advocate, "compelled some years ago to relinquish the pursuit of his profession by reason of an accident which crippled him for life. You do not wish to stop in Geneva, then?" "No," said the beautiful woman who stood before him, his junior by 25 years. "There is nothing new to be seen here, and I am dying with impatience to take possession of Mr. Almer's villa. I have been thinking of nothing else for the last week." "Captivated by the name it bears?" "Perhaps. The House of White Shadows. Could anything be more enticing? Why was it so called?" "I cannot tell you. Until lately, indeed, when this holiday was decided upon," he sighed as he uttered the word holiday, an indication that he was not accepting it in a glad spirit, "I was not aware that Almer owned a villa hereabouts. Do not forget, Adelaide, that he cautioned you against accepting an offer made in a rash moment." "What more was needed to set me longing for?" "Here is a very beautiful book," said Mr. Almer, "full of wonderful pictures. It is yours, if you like, but beware, you must not open it. Think of saying that to a woman!" "You are a true daughter of Eve. Almer's offer was unwise. his caution still more unwise. The moment he warned me against the villa, I fell in love with it. I shall discover a romance there. I, too, would warn you against it. You are but whetting my curiosity, she interrupted playfully. Seriously, though, Master Lamont, in his letter, says that the house has not been inhabited for nearly a generation. There must be ghosts there, she said, again interrupting him. It will be delightful. And Master Lamont's remark, continued the advocate, that there have been comedies and tragedies enacted within its walls is not a recommendation. I have heard you say, Edward, that they are enacted within the walls of the commonest houses. But this particular house has been for so long a time deserted. I am in ignorance of the stories attached to it. That they are in some sense unpleasant is proved by Almer's avoidance of the place. What occurs to me is that, were it entirely desirable, Almer would not have made it a point to shun it. Christian Almer is different from other men. That is your own opinion of him. True, he is a man dominated by sentiment, yet there appears to be something deeper than mere sentiment in his consistent avoidance of the singularly named House of White Shadows. According to Master Lamont's letter, he has been to some trouble to make it agreeable to us. Indeed, Edward, you cannot argue me out of having my own way. If the house is gloomy, Adelaide, I will brighten it. Can I not? She asked in a tone so winning that it brought a light into his grave face. You can, for me, Adelaide, he replied, but I am not thinking of myself. I would not willingly sadden a heart as joyous as yours. You must promise, if you are not happy there, to seek with me a more cheerful retreat. You can dismiss your fears, Edward. I shall be happy there. All last night I was dreaming of white shadows. Did they sadden me? No. I woke up this morning in delightful spirits. Is that an answer to your forebodings? When did you not contrive to have your own way? I have some banking business to do in Geneva, and I must leave you for an hour. She nodded and smiled at him. Before he reached the door, he turned and said, Are you still resolved to send your maid away? She knows your wants so well, and you are so accustomed to her, that her absence might put you to inconvenience. Had you not better keep her with you till you see whether you are likely to be suited at Almer's house? Edward, she said gaily, have I not told you 100 times, and have you not found out for yourself 100 and 100 times again, that your wife is a very wilful woman? I shall love to be inconvenienced. It will set my wits to work. But, indeed, I happen to know that there is a pretty girl in the villa, the old housekeeper's granddaughter, who was born to do everything I wish done in just the way I wish it done. Child of impulse and fancy, he said, kissing her hand and then her lips in response to a pouting invitation. It is well for you that you have a husband as serious as myself to keep guard and watch over you. What is the thought that has suddenly entered your head? Can you read a woman's thoughts? She asked in her lightest manner. I can judge by signs. What was your thought, Adelaide? A foolish thought. To keep guard and watch over me, you said. The things are so different. The first is a proof of love, the second of suspicion. A logician, too, he said with a pleased smile. The air here agrees with you. So saying, he left her, and the moment he was beyond the reach of her personal influence, his native manner asserted itself, and his features assumed their usual grave expression. As he was descending the stairs of the hotel, he was accosted by a woman, the maid he had advised his wife to keep. "I beg your pardon, sir," she said, "but may I ask why I am discharged?" "Certainly not of me," he replied stiffly. "You are my wife's servant. She has her reasons." "She has not made me acquainted with them," said the woman discontentedly. "Will you?" He saw that she was in an ill temper, and although he was not a man to tolerate insolence, he was attentive to trifles. "I do not interfere with my wife's domestics. She engages whom she pleases, and discharges whom she pleases." "But to do right, sir, that is everyone's affair. I am discharged suddenly, without notice, and without having committed a fault. Until this morning I am perfection. No one can dress my lady like me. No one can arrange her hair so admirably. That is what she says to me continually. Why, then, am I discharged? I ask my lady why, and she says, for her convenience." "She has paid you, has she not?" "Oh, yes, and has given me money to return home. But it is not that. It is that it hurts me to be suddenly discharged. It is to my injury when I seek another situation. I shall be asked why I left my last. To speak the truth, I must say that I did not leave, that I was discharged. I shall be asked why, and I shall not be able to say." "Has she not given you a character?" "Yes, it is not that I complain of. It is being suddenly discharged." "I cannot interfere, mistress. You have no reasonable cause for complaint. You have a character, and you are well paid. That should content you." He turned from her, and she sent her parting words after him. "My lady has her reasons. I hope they will be found to be good ones, and that you will find them so. Do you hear? That you will find them so." He paid no further heed to her, and entering his carriage, drove to the Rue de la Coraterie, to the business house of Jacob Hartrich, and was at once admitted to the banker's private room. End of section 1. Section 2 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 2. Book 1, Chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 4. Jacob Hartrich, the banker, gives his reasons for believing Gautran the woodman guilty of the murder of Madeline. Jacob Hartrich, by birth a Jew, had reached his 60th year, and was as hale and strong as a man of 40. His face was bland and full-fleshed, his eyes bright, at times joyous, his voice mellow, his hands fat and finely shaped, and given to a caressing petting of each other, denoting satisfaction with themselves and the world in general. His manners were easy and self-possessed, a characteristic of his race. He was a gentleman and a man of education. He gazed at the advocate with admiration. He had an intense respect for men who had achieved fame by force of intellect. "Mr. Almer," he said, "prepared me for your arrival, and is anxious that I should forward your views in every possible way. I shall be happy to do so, and, if it is in my power, to contribute to the pleasure of your visit." "I thank you," said the advocate, with a courteous inclination of his head. "When did you last see Mr. Almer?" He called upon me this day 3 weeks, for a few minutes only, and only concerning your business. He is always thoughtful and considerate. I suppose he was on his road to Paris when he called upon you?" "No, he had no intention of going to Paris. I believe he had been for some time in the neighborhood of Geneva before he favored me with a visit. He is still here." "Here!" exclaimed the advocate, in a tone of pleasure and surprise. "At least in Switzerland." "In what part?" "I cannot inform you, but from the remarks he let fall, I should say in the mountains, where tourists are not likely to penetrate." He paused a moment before he continued. "Mr. Almer spoke of you in terms it was pleasant to hear, as his closest, dearest friend. We are friends in the truest sense of the word." "Then I may speak freely to you. During the time he was with me, I was impressed by an unusual strangeness in him. He was restless and ill at ease. His manner denoted that he was either dissatisfied with himself or was under some evil influence. I expressed my surprise to him that he had been for some time in this neighborhood without calling upon me, but he did not offer any explanation of this neglect. He told me, however, that he was tired of the light, the gaiety, and the bustle of cities, and that it was his intention to seek some solitude, to endeavor to rid himself of a terror which had taken possession of him. No sooner had he made this strange declaration than he strove, in hurried words, to make light of it, evidently anxious that it should leave no impression upon my mind. I need scarcely say he did not succeed. I have frequently thought of that declaration and of Christian Almer in connection with it." The advocate smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Almer is given to fantastic expression. If you knew him as well as I do, you would be aware that he is prone to magnify trifles, and likely to raise ghosts of the conscience for the mere pleasure of laying them. His nature is of that order which suffers keenly, but I am not disposed on that account to pity him. There are men who would be most unhappy unless they suffered." "My dear sir," said Jacob Hartrich, "I have known Christian Almer since he was a child. I knew his father, a gentleman of great attainments, and his mother, a refined and exquisitely beautiful woman. His child life probably made a sad impression upon him, but he has mixed with the world, and there is a bridge of 20 years between then and now. A great change has taken place in him, and not for the better. There is certainly something on his mind." "There is something on most men's minds. I have remarked no change in Mr. Almer to cause me uneasiness. He is the same high-spirited gentleman I have ever known him to be. He is exquisitely sensitive, responsive to the lightest touch. Those who are imbued with such qualities suffer keenly and enjoy keenly. The thought occurred to me that he might have sustained a monetary loss, but I dismissed it." "A monetary loss would rather exalt than depress him. He is rich. It would have been a great happiness for him if he had been poor. What are termed misfortunes are sometimes real blessings. Many fine natures are made to halt on their way by worldly prosperity. Had Christian Almer been born in the lower classes, he would have found a worthy occupation. He would have made a name for himself, and in all probability would have won a wife, who would have idolized him. He is a man whom a woman might worship." "You have given me a clue," said Jacob Hartrich. "He has met with a disappointment in love." "I think not. Had he met with such a disappointment, I should most surely have heard of it from his own lips." Interesting as this conversation was to both the speakers, it had now come to a natural break, and Jacob Hartrich, diverging from it, inquired whether the advocate's visit was likely to be a long one. "I have pledged myself," said the advocate, somewhat wearily, "to remain here for at least 3 months. Rest is a necessary medicine." The advocate nodded absently. "Pray excuse me while I attend to your affairs. Here are the local and other papers." He left the room, and returning soon afterwards, found the advocate engaged in the perusal of a newspaper in which he appeared to be deeply interested. "Your business," said Jacob Hartrich, "will occupy about 20 minutes. There are some trifling formalities to be gone through with respect to signatures and stamps. If you are pressed for time, I will send to you at your hotel." "With your permission, I will wait," said the advocate, laying aside the paper with a thoughtful air. Jacob Hartrich glanced at the paper, and saw the heading of the column which the advocate had perused: "The Murder of Madeline, the Flower Girl." "You have been reading the particulars of this shocking deed?" "I have read what is there written." "But you are familiar with the particulars. Everybody has read them." "I am the exception, then. I have seen very few newspapers lately." "It was a foul and wicked murder." "It appears so, from this bare recital." "The foulest and most horrible within my remembrance. Ah, where will not the passion of men lead them?" "A wide contemplation. Were men to measure the consequences of their acts before they committed them, certain channels of human events, which are now exceedingly wide and turbulent, would become narrow and peaceful. It was a girl who was murdered?" "Yes." "Young?" "Barely 17." "Pretty?" "Very pretty." "Had she no father to protect her?" "No." "Nor mother?" "No, as far as is known." "A flower girl, I gather from the account." "Yes, I have occasionally bought a posy of her, poor child." "Did she trade alone?" "She had a companion, an elderly woman, who, unhappily, left her a few days before the murder." "Deserted her?" "No, it was an amicable parting, intended to last but a short time, I believe. It is not known what called her away." "This young flower girl, was she virtuous?" "Undoubtedly, in my belief. She was most modest and childlike." "But susceptible to flattery. You hesitate. Why? Do you not judge human passions by human standards? She was young, pretty, in humble circumstances. Her very opposite would be susceptible to flattery. Therefore, she." "Why, yes, of course. I hesitated because it would pain me to say anything concerning her which might be construed into a reproach." "In such matters there is but one goal to steer for, the truth. I perceive that a man, Gautran, is in prison, charged with the murder." "A man!" exclaimed Jacob Hartrich, with indignant warmth. "A monster, rather. Some refined punishment should be devised to punish him for his crime." "His crime! I have, then, been reading an old paper." The advocate referred to the date. "No, it is this morning's." "I see your point, but the proofs of the monster's guilt are irrefragable." "What proofs? The statements of newspaper reporters? The idle and mischievous tattle of persons who cannot be put into the witness box? It is well that you express yourself to me privately on this matter. In public it would not be credited that you were in earnest." "Then the facts are lost sight of that the man has to be tried, that his guilt or innocence has yet to be established." "The law cannot destroy facts." "The law establishes facts. which are often in danger of being perverted by man's sympathies and prejudices. Are you acquainted with this Gautran?" "I have no knowledge of him except from report." "And having no knowledge of him except from report, you form an opinion upon hearsay and condemn him offhand. It is justice itself, therefore, that is on its trial, not a man accused of a frightful deed. He is already judged. It is stated in the newspaper that the man's appearance is repulsive." "He is hideous." "Then you have seen him?" "No." "Calmly consider what value can be placed upon your judgment under the circumstances. You say the girl was pretty. Her engaging manners have tempted you to buy posies of her, not always when you needed them. In making this statement of a fact which, trivial as it appears to be, is of importance, I judge a human action by a human standard. Thus beauty on one side, and a forbidding countenance on the other, may be the means of contributing, nay, of leading, to a direct miscarriage of justice. This should be prevented. Justice may have a clear course, which must not be blocked and choked up by passion and prejudice. The opinion you express of Gautran's guilt may be entertained by others to whom he is also a stranger." "My opinion is universal." "The man, therefore, is universally condemned before he is called upon to answer the charge brought against him. Amidst this storm, in the wild fury of which reason has lost its proper functions, where shall a jury be found to calmly weigh the evidence on either side, and to judge, with ordinary fairness, a miserable wretch accused of a foul crime?" "Gautran is a vagabond," said Jacob Hartrich feebly, feeling as though the ground were giving way under his feet, "of the lowest type." "He is poor." "Necessarily." "And cannot afford to pay for independent legal aid." "It is fortunate. He will meet with his deserts more surely and swiftly." "You can doubtless call to mind instances of innocent persons being accused of crimes they did not commit, and being made to suffer." "There is no fear in the case of Gautran." "Let us hope not," said the advocate, whose voice during the conversation had been perfectly passionless. "And in the meantime do not lose sight of this principle. Were Gautran the meanest creature that breathes, were he the most repulsive being on earth, he is an innocent man until he is declared guilty by the law. Equally so, were he a man gifted with exceeding beauty of person, and bearing an honored name. And of those two extremes, supposing both were found guilty of equal crimes, it is worthy of consideration whether he who walks the gutters be not better entitled to a merciful sentence than he who lives on the heights." At this moment a clerk brought some papers into the room. Jacob Hartrich looked them over and handed them, with a roll of notes, to the advocate, who rose and prepared to go. "Have you a permanent address?" asked the banker. "We take up our quarters at once," replied the advocate, "at the House of White Shadows." Jacob Hartrich gazed at him in consternation. "Christian Almer's villa? He made no mention of it to me." "It was an arrangement entered into some time since. I have a letter from Master Pierre Lamont informing me that the villa is ready for us." "It has been uninhabited for years, except by servants who have been kept there to preserve it from falling into decay. There are strange stories connected with that house." "I have heard as much, but have not inquired into them. The probability is that they arise from credulity or ignorance, the foundation of all superstition." With that remark the advocate took his leave. Chapter 5. Fritz the Fool. As the little wooden clock in the parlor of the Inn of the Seven Liars struck the hour of 5, Fritz the Fool ran through the open door, from which an array of bottles and glasses could be seen, and cried, "They are coming! They are coming! The great advocate and his lady, and will arrive before the cook can toss me up an omelet." And having thus delivered himself, Fritz ran out of the inn to the House of the White Shadows, and swinging open the gates, cried still more loudly, "Mother, Denise, Dionetta, my pearl of pearls! Haste, haste! They are on the road, and will be here a lifetime before old Martin can straighten his crooked back." Within 5 minutes of this summons, there stood at the door of the Inn of the Seven Liars the customers who had been tippling therein, the host and hostess and their 3 children, and 10 yards off, at the gates of the villa, Mother Denise, her pretty granddaughter, Dionetta, and old Martin, whose breathing came short and quick at the haste he had made to be in time to welcome the advocate and his lady. The refrain of the breaking-up song sung in the little village school was dying away, and the children trooped out and waited to witness the arrival. The schoolmaster was alone there, with a look of relief on his face, and stood with his hand on the head of his favorite pupil. The news had spread quickly, and when the carriage made its appearance at the end of the lane, which shelved downward to the House of White Shadows, a number of villagers had assembled, curious to see the great lord and lady who intended to reside in the haunted house. As the carriage drove up at the gates, the courier jumped down from his seat next to the driver and opened the carriage door. The villagers pressed forward and gazed in admiration at the beautiful lady, and in awe at the stern-faced gentleman who had selected the House of White Shadows for a holiday residence. There were those among them who, poor as they were, would not have undertaken to sleep in any one of the rooms in the villa for the value of all the watches in Geneva. There were, however, 3 persons in the small concourse of people who had no fears of the house. These were Mother Denise, the old housekeeper, her husband Martin, and Fritz the Fool. Mother Denise, the oldest servant of the house, had been born there, and was ghost and shadow-proof. So was her husband, now in his 85th year, whose body was like a bent bow stretched for the flight of the arrow, his soul. Not for a single night in 68 years had Mother Denise slept outside the walls of the House of White Shadows. Nothing did she know of the great world beyond, and nothing did she care. A staunch, faithful servant of the Almer family, conversant with its secret history, her duty was sufficient for her, and she had no desire to travel beyond the space which encompassed it. For 43 years her husband had kept her company, and to neither, as they had frequently declared, had a supernatural visitant ever appeared. They had no belief whatever in the ghostly gossip. Fool Fritz, on the contrary, averred that there was no mistake about the spiritual visitants. They appeared to him frequently, but he had no fear of them. Indeed, he appeared to rather enjoy them. "They may come and welcome," he said. "They don't strike, they don't bite, they don't burn. They reveal secrets which you would like nobody to find out. If it had not been for them, how should I have known about Karl and Mina kissing and courting at the back of the schoolhouse when everybody was asleep? Or about Dame Walther and her sly bottle? Or about Wolf Constans coming home at 3 in the morning with a dead lamb on his back? Ah, and about many things you try and keep to yourselves. I don't mind the shadows, not I." There was little in the village that Fritz did not know. All the scandal, all the love-making, all the family quarrels, all the secret doings, it was hard to keep anything from him, and the mystery was how he came to the knowledge of these matters. "He is in affinity with the spirits," said the village schoolmaster. "He is himself a ghost with a fleshly embodiment. That is why the fool is not afraid." Truly, Fritz the Fool was ghost-like in appearance, for his skin was singularly white, and his head was covered with shaggy white hair, which hung low down upon his shoulders. From a distance he looked like an old man, but he had not reached his 30th year, and so clear were his eyes and complexion that on a closer observance he might have passed for a lad of half the years he bore. A shrewd knave, despite his title of fool. Pretty Dionetta did not share his defiance of ghostly visitors. The House of White Shadows was her home, and many a night had she awoke in terror, and listened with a beating heart to soft footsteps in the passage outside her room, and buried her head in the sheets to shut out the light of the moon which shone in at her window. Fritz alone sympathized with her. "2 hours before midnight," he would say to her, "then it was you heard them creeping past your door. You were afraid, of course, when one is all alone. I can prescribe a remedy for that. Not yet, Dionetta, by and by. Till then, keep all men at a distance. Avoid them. There is danger in them. If they look at you, frown and lower your eyes. And tonight, when you go to bed, lock your door tight and listen. If the spirits come again, I will charm them away. Shortly after you hear their footsteps, I will sing a stave outside to trick them from your door. Then sleep in peace, and rely on Fritz the Fool." Very timid and fearful of the supernatural was this country beauty, whom all the louts in the neighborhood wanted to marry, and she alone, of those who lived in the House of White Shadows, welcomed the Advocate and his wife with genuine delight. Fool Fritz thought of secretly enjoyed pleasures which might now be disturbed. Martin was too old not to dislike change, and Mother Denise was by no means prepared to rejoice at the arrival of strangers. She would have been better pleased had they never shown their faces at the gates. The Advocate and his wife stood looking around them, he with observant eyes and in silence, she with undisguised pleasure and admiration. She began to speak the moment she alighted. "Charming! Beautiful! I am positively in love with it. This morning it was but a fancy picture, now it is real. Could anything be more perfect? So peaceful and quaint and sweet. Look at those children peeping from behind their mother's gown. She can be no other than their mother. Dirty, but how picturesque! And the woman herself, how original! It is worth while being a woman like that, to stand as she does, with her children clinging to her. Why does Mr. Almer not like to live here? It is inexplicable, quite inexplicable. I could be happy here forever. Yes, forever. Do you catch the perfume of the limes? It is delicious, delicious. It comes from the grounds. There must be a lime-tree walk there. And you," she said to the pretty girl at the gates, "you are Dionetta." "Yes, my lady," said Dionetta, and marveled how her name could have become known to the beautiful woman, whose face was more lovely than the face of the Madonna over the altar of the tiny chapel in which she daily prayed. It was not difficult to divine her thought, for Dionetta was nature's child. "You wonder who told me your name," said the Advocate's wife, smiling, and patting the girl's cheek with her gloved hand. "Yes, my lady." It was a little bird, Dionetta." "A little bird, my lady!" exclaimed Dionetta, her wonderment and admiration growing fast into worship. The lady's graceful figure, her pink and white face, her pearly teeth, her lovely laughing mouth, her eyes, blue as the most beautiful summer's cloud, Dionetta had never seen the like before. "You," said the advocate's wife, turning to the grandmother, "are Mother Denise." "Yes, my lady," said the old woman. "This is my husband, Martin. Come forward, Martin, come forward. He is not as young as he was, my lady." I know. My little bird was very communicative. You are Fritz." "The fool," said the white-haired young man, approaching closer to the lady, and consequently closer to Dionetta. "Fritz the fool. But that needn't tell against me, unless you please. I can be useful, if I care to be, and faithful, too, if I care to be." "It depends upon yourself, then," said the lady, accepting the independent speech in good part, "not upon others." "Mainly upon myself. But I have springs that can be set in motion, if one can only find out how to play upon them. I was told you were coming." "Indeed," with an air of pleasant surprise. "By whom, and when?" "By whom? The white shadows. When? In my dreams." "The white shadows? They exist, then? Edward, do you hear?" "It is not so, my lady," interposed Mother Denise, in ill humor at the turn the conversation was taking. "The shadows do not exist, despite what people say. Fritz is over fond of fooling." "It is my trade," retorted Fritz. "I know what I know, grandmother." "Is Fritz your grandson, then?" asked the advocate's wife of Mother Denise. "Heaven forbid!" exclaimed Mother Denise. "What is not," remarked Fritz sententiously, "may be. Bear that in mind, grandmother. I may remind you of it one day." The advocate, upon whom not a word that had passed had been lost, fixed his eyes upon Fritz, and said, "A delusion can be turned to profit. You make use of these shadows." "The saints forbid! They would burn me in brimstone. Yet," with a look both sly and vacant, "it would be a pity to waste them." "You like to be called a fool. It pleases you." "Why not?" "Why, rather?" "I might answer in your own words, that it can be turned to profit, but I am too great a fool to see in what way." "You answer wisely. Why do you close your eyes?" "I can see in the dark what I choose to see. When my eyes are open, I am their slave. When they are closed, they are mine, unless I dream." The advocate gazed for a moment or two in silence upon the white face with its closed eyes raised to his, and then said to his wife, "Come, Adelaide, we will look at the house." They passed into the grounds, accompanied by Mother Denise, Martin, and Dionetta. Fritz remained outside the gate, with his eyes still closed, and a smile upon his lips. "Fritz," said the host of the Inn of the Seven Liars, "do you know anything of the great man?" Fritz rubbed his brows softly and opened his eyes. "Take the advice of a fool, Peter Schelt. Speak low when you speak of him." "You think he can hear us? Why, he is 100 yards off by this time." Fritz pointed with a waving finger to the air above him. "There are magnetic lines, neighbors, connecting him with everything he once set his eyes on. He can see without seeing, and hear without hearing. You speak in riddles, Fritz. Put it down to your own dullness, Peter Schelt, that you cannot understand me. Master Lamont, now, what would you say about him? That he lacks brains? A long way from it. Master Lamont is the cleverest man in the valley. Not now, said Fritz, pointing with his thumb over his shoulder in the direction taken by the advocate. His master has come. Master Lamont is a great lawyer, but we have now a greater, one who is a more skilful cobbler with his tongue than Hans here is with his awl. He can so patch an old boot as to make it better than a new one, and look as close as you may, you will not see the seams. Listen, Master Schelt. When I stood there with my eyes shut, I had a dream of a stranger who was found murdered in your house. An awful dream, Peter. Gather round, neighbors, gather round. There lay the stranger dead on his bed, and over him stood you, Peter Schelt, with a bloody knife in your hand. People say you murdered him for his money, and it really seemed so, for a purse stuffed with gold and notes was found in your possession. You had the stranger's silver watch, too. Suspicious, was it not? It was looking so black against you that you begged the great man who has come among us to plead for you at your trial. You were safe enough then. He told a rare tale. 40 years ago the stranger robbed your father. Suddenly he was struck with remorse, and seeing you out, gave you back the money, and his silver watch in the bargain. He proved to everybody's satisfaction that, though you committed the murder, it was impossible you could be guilty. Don't be alarmed, Madame Schelt. It was only a dream. But are you sure I did it? Asked Peter Schelt, in no way disturbed by the bad light in which he was placed by Fritz's fancies. What matters? The great man got you off, and that is all you cared for. Look here, neighbors. If any of you have black goats that you wish changed into white, go to him. He can do it for you. Or an old hen that cackles and won't lay, go to him. She will cackle less and lay you 6 eggs a day. He is, of all, the greatest. Ah, said a neighbor, and what do you know of his lady wife? What all of you should know, but cannot see, though it stares you in the face. Let us have it, Fritz. She is too fair. Christine, to a stout young woman close to him, give thanks to the Virgin tonight that you were sent into the world with a cast in your eye, and that your legs grow thicker and crookeder every day. You will never drive a man out of his senses with your beauty. Fritz was compelled to beat a swift retreat, for Christine's arms were as thick as her legs, and they were raised to smite. Up the lane flew the fool, and Christine after him, amid the laughter of the villagers. End of section 2. Section 3 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 3. Book 1, Chapters 6 and 7. Chapter 6. Mistress and Maid. In the meantime, the advocate and his wife strolled through the grounds. Although it was evident that much labor had been bestowed upon them, there were signs of decay here and there, which showed the need of a master mind. But as these traces were only to be met with at some distance from the villa itself, it was clear that they would not interfere with the comfort of the new arrivals. The house lay low, and the immediate grounds surrounding it were in good condition. There were orchards stocked with fruit trees, and gardens bright with flowers. At a short distance from the house was an old chalet which had been built with great taste. It was newly painted, and much care had been bestowed upon a covered pathway which led to it from a side entrance to the House of White Shadows. The principal room in this chalet was a large studio, the walls of which were black. On the left wall, in letters which once were white, but which had grown yellow with age, was inscribed the legend, "The Grave of Honor." "How singular!" exclaimed the advocate's wife. "The Grave of Honor! What can be the meaning of it?" But Mother Denise did not volunteer an explanation. Near the end of the studio was an alcove, the space beyond being screened by a dead crimson curtain. Holding back the curtain, a large number of pictures were seen piled against the walls. "Family pictures?" asked the advocate's wife of Mother Denise. "No, my lady," was the reply. "They were painted by an artist who resided and worked here for a year or so in the lifetime of the old master." By the desire of the lady, the housekeeper brought a few of the pictures into the light. One represented a pleasure party of ladies and gentlemen dallying in summer woods. Another, a lady lying in a hammock and reaching out her arm to pluck some roses. Two were companion pictures, the first subject being two persons who might have been lovers, standing among strewn flowers in the sunshine. The second subject, showing the same figures in a different aspect. A cold gray sea divided them, on the near shore of which the man stood in an attitude of despair, gazing across the waters to the opposite shore, on which stood the woman with a pale, grief-stricken face. "The sentiment is strained," observed the advocate, "but the artist had talent." "A story could be woven out of them," said his wife. "I feel as if they were connected with the house." Upon leaving the chalet, they continued their tour through the grounds. Already the advocate felt the beneficial effects of a healthy change. His eyes were clearer, his back straighter. He moved with a brisker step. Mother Denise walked in front, pointing out this and that. Martin hobbled behind, and Dionetta, encouraged thereto, walked by her new mistress's side. "Dionetta," said the advocate's wife, "do you know that you have the prettiest name in the world?" "Have I, my lady? I have never thought of it, but it is, if you say so." "But perhaps," said the advocate's wife, with a glance at the girl's bright face, "a man would not think of your name when he looked at you." "I am sure I cannot say, my lady. He would not think of me at all." "You little simpleton! I wish I had such a name. They ought to wait till we grow up so that we might choose our own names. I should not have chosen Adelaide for myself." "Is that your name, my lady?" "Yes, they could not have given me an uglier." "Nay," said Dionetta, raising her eyes in mute appeal for forgiveness for the contradiction, "it is very sweet." "Repeat it, then. Adelaide." "May I, my lady?" "Of course you may, if you wish to. Let me hear you speak it." "Adelaide, Adelaide," murmured Dionetta softly. The permission was as precious as the gift of a silver chain would have been. "My lady, it is pretty." "Shall we change?" asked the advocate's wife gaily. "Can we?" inquired Dionetta in a solemn tone. "I would not mind if you wish it, and if it is right. I will ask the priest." "No, do not trouble. Would you really like to change?" It would be so strange, and it might be a sin. If we cannot, it is of no use thinking of it. There is no sin in thinking of things. If there were, the world would be full of sin, and dear me, how much I should have to answer for. I should not like everyone to know my thoughts. What a quiet life you must live here, Dionetta. Yes, my lady, it is quiet. Would you not prefer to live in a city? I should be frightened, my lady. I have been only twice to Geneva, and there was no room in the streets to move about. I was glad to get back. No room to move about! Simplicity! That is the delight of it. There are theatres, and music, and light, and life. You would not be frightened if you were with me? Oh, no, my lady, that would be happiness. Are you not happy here? Oh, yes, very happy. But you wish for something? No, my lady, I have everything I want. Everything? Positively everything? Yes, my lady. There is one thing you must want, Dionetta, if you have it not already. May I know what it is? Yes, child, love. Dionetta blushed crimson from forehead to throat, and the advocate's wife laughed and tapped her cheek. You are very pretty, Dionetta. It is right you should have a pretty name. Do you mean to tell me you have not a lover? I have been asked, my lady, said the girl, in a tone so low that it could only just be heard. And you said yes? Little one, I have caught you. My lady, I did not say yes. And the men were contented? They must be dolts. Really and truly you have not a lover? What can I say, my lady? Murmured Dionetta, her head bent down. There are some who say they love me. But you do not love them? No, my lady. You would like to have one you could love? One day, my lady, if I am so fortunate. I promise you, said the advocate's wife with a blithe laugh, that one day you will be so fortunate. Women were made for love, and men too, or where would be the use? It is the only thing in life worth living for. Blushing again! I would give my jewel case to be able to blush like you. I cannot help it, my lady. My face often grows red when I am quite alone. And thinking of love, added the advocate's wife, for what else should make it red? So you do think of things. I can see, Dionetta, that you and I are going to be great friends. You are very good, my lady, but I am only a poor peasant. I will serve you as well as I can. You knew before I came that you were going to be my maid? Yes, my lady. Master Lamont said it was likely. Grandmother did not seem to care that it should be so, but I wished for it. And now that she has seen you, she must be glad for me to serve you. Why should she be glad, Dionetta? My lady, it could not be otherwise, said Dionetta very earnestly. You are so good and beautiful. Flatterer! Master Lamont, is he an old man? Yes, my lady. There are some old men who are very handsome. He is not. He is small and thin and shriveled up. Those are not the men for us, are they, little one? But he has a voice like honey. I have heard many say so. That is something in his favor, or would be, if women were blind. So, from this day, you are my maid. You will be faithful, I am sure, and will keep my secrets. Mind that, Dionetta. You must keep my secrets." "Have you any?" said Dionetta. "And shall you tell them to me?" "Every woman in the world has secrets, and every woman in the world must have someone to whom she can whisper them. You will find that out for yourself in time. Yes, child, I have secrets. One, a very precious one. If ever you guess it without my telling you, keep it buried in your heart, and do not speak of it to a living soul." "I would not dare, my lady." They walked a little apart from the others during this dialogue. The concluding words brought them to the steps of the House of the White Shadows. "Edward," said the advocate's wife to him as they entered the house, "I have found a treasure. My new maid is charming." "I am pleased to hear it. She has an ingenuous face, but you will be able to judge better when you know more of her." "You do not trust many persons, Edward." "Not many, Adelaide." "Me?" she asked archly. "Implicitly." "And another, I think." "Certainly, one other." "I should not be far out if I were to name Christian Almer." "It is to him I refer." "I have sometimes wondered," she said with an artless look, "why you should be so partial to him. He is so unlike you." "We are frequently drawn to our unlikes, but Almer and I have one quality in common with each other." "What quality, Edward?" "The quality of the dog, faithfulness. Almer's friendship is precious to me, and mine to him, because we are each to the other faithful." "The quality of the dog! How odd that sounds! Though, when one thinks of it, there is really something noble in it, and friendship, it is almost as if you placed it higher than love." "It is far higher. Love too frequently changes, as the seasons change. Friendship is, of the two, the more likely to endure, being less liable to storms. But even a faithful friendship is rare." "And faithful love much rarer, according to your ideas. Yet Mr. Almer, having this quality of the dog, would be certain, you believe, to be faithful both in love and friendship?" "To the death." "You are thorough in your opinions, Edward." "I do not believe in half-heartedness, Adelaide." The arrangements within the house were complete and admirable. For the advocate's wife, a boudoir and reception rooms, into which new fashions had been introduced with judgment so good as not to jar with the old furnishings which had adorned them for many generations. For the advocate, a study, with a library which won from him cordial approval, a spacious and commodious apartment, neither overloaded with furniture nor oppressive with bare spaces, with an outlook from one window to the snow regions of Mont Blanc, from another to the city of Geneva, which was now bathed in a soft, mellow light. This tender evidence of departing day was creeping slowly downwards into the valleys from mount and city, a moving picture of infinite beauty. They visited the study last. Adelaide had been loud in her praises of the house and its arrangement, commending this and that, and declaring that everything was perfect. While she was examining the furniture in the study, the advocate turned to the principal writing-table, upon which lay a pile of newspapers. He took up the first of these, and instinctively searched for the subject, which had not left his mind since his visit to the banker, Jacob Hatridge. The murder of Madeline, the flower girl. He was deep in the perusal of fresh details, confirmatory of Gautran's guilt, when he was aroused by a stifled cry of alarm from Adelaide. With the newspaper still in his hand, he looked up and asked what had alarmed her. She laughed nervously and pointed to an old sideboard, upon which a number of hideous faces were carved. To some of the faces bodies were attached, and the whole of this ancient work of art was extravagant enough to have had for its inspiration the imaginings of a madman's brain. "I thought I saw them moving," said Adelaide. The advocate smiled and said, "It is the play of light over the figures that created the delusion. They are harmless, Adelaide." The glow of sunset shone through a painted window upon the faces, which to a nervous mind might have seemed to be animated with living color. "Look at that frightful head," said Adelaide. "It is really stained with blood." "And now," observed the advocate, "the blood stain fades away, and in the darker light the expression grows sad and solemn." "I should be frightened of this room at night," said Adelaide, with a slight shiver. "I should fancy those hideous beings were only waiting an opportunity to steal out upon me for an evil purpose." A noise in the passage outside diverted their attention. "Gently, Fritz, gently," cried a voice, "unless you wish to make holes in the sound part of me." The advocate moved to the door and opened it. A strange sight came into view. Chapter 7. A Visit from Pierre Lamont. Dreams of Love. At the door stood Fritz the Fool, carrying in his arms what in the gathering dusk looked like a bundle. This bundle was human, a man who was but half a man. Embracing Fritz, with one arm tightly clutching the fool's neck, the figure commenced to speak the moment the door was opened. "I only am to blame. Learning that you were in the study, I insisted upon being brought here immediately. Carry me in gently, fool, and set me in that chair." The chair indicated was close to the writing-table, by which the advocate was standing. "Fritz made me acquainted with your arrival," continued the intruder, "and I hastened here without delay. When I tell you that I live 2 miles off, 800 feet above the level of this valley, you will realize the jolting I have had in my wheeled chair. Fritz, you can leave us, but be within call, as you must help to get me home again. Is there any need for me to introduce myself?" he asked. "Master Lamont," said the advocate. "As much as is left of me, but I manage to exist. I have proved that a man can live without legs. You received my letter?" "Yes, and I thank you for your attention. My wife," said the advocate, introducing Adelaide. Attracted by the dulcet voice of Pierre Lamont, she had come out of the deeper shadows of the room. Dionetta had spoken truly. This thin, shriveled wreck of mortality had a voice as sweet as honey. "I cannot rise to pay my respects to you," said Pierre Lamont, his lynx eyes resting with profound admiration upon the beautiful woman, "but I beg you to believe that I am your devoted slave." Adelaide bent her head gracefully, and smiled upon the old lawyer. "One of my great anxieties is to know whether I have arranged the villa to your satisfaction. Christian Almer was most desirous that the place should be made pleasant and attractive, and I have endeavored to carry out his instructions." "We owe you a debt of gratitude," said Adelaide. "Everything has been charmingly done." "I am repaid for my labor," said Pierre Lamont gallantly. You must be fatigued after your journey. Do not let me detain you. I shall remain with the advocate but a very few minutes, and I trust you will allow me to make another and longer visit." "We shall always be happy to see you," said Adelaide, as she bowed and left the room. "You are fortunate, comrade," said Pierre Lamont, "both in love and war. Your lady is the most beautiful I have ever beheld. I am selfishly in hopes that you will make a long stay with us. It will put some life into this sleepy valley. Is Christian Almer with you?" "No, but I may induce him to come. It is to you," said the advocate, pointing to the pile of newspapers, "that I am indebted for these." "I thought you would find something in them to interest you. I see you have one of the papers in your hand, and that you were reading it before I intruded upon you. May I look at it? Ah, you have caught up the scent. It was the murder of the flower girl I meant. Have you formed an opinion upon the case?" "Scarcely yet. It is so surrounded with mystery. In my enforced retirement, I amuse myself by taking up any important criminal case that occurs, and trying it in my solitude, acting at once the parts of judge and counsel for the prosecution and defense. A poor substitute for the reality, but I make it serve. Not to my satisfaction, I confess, although I may show ingenuity in some of my conclusions. But I miss the cream, which lies in the personality of the persons concerned. This case of Gautran interests and perplexes me. Were I able to take an active part, it is not unlikely I should move in it. I envy you, brother. I should feel proud if I could break a lance with you. But we do not live in an age of miracles, so I must be content, perforce, with my hermit's life. What I read does not always please me. Points are missed, almost wilfully missed, as it seems to me. Strong links allowed to fall, disused false inferences drawn, and in the end, a verdict and sentence which half make me believe that justice limps on crutches. Fools, 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 I cry. If I were among you, this should not be. But what can an old cripple do? Grumble? Yes, and extract a morsel of satisfaction from his discontent, which tickles his vanity. That men's deserts are not meted out to them troubles me more now than it used to do. The times are too lenient of folly and crime. I would have the old law revived. To the doer as he hath done, thus saith the thrice ancient word, so runs the Agamemnon. If my neighbor kill my ass, I would knock his on the head. And this Gautran, if he be guilty, deserves the death. If he be innocent, deserves to live and be set free. But to allow a poor wretch to be judged by public passions, heaven send us a beneficent change. The voice of the speaker was so sweet, and the argument so palatable to the advocate, and so much in accordance with his own views, that he listened with pleasure to this outburst. He recognized in the cripple huddled up in the chair one whose preeminence in his craft had been worthily attained. "I am pleased we have met," he said, and the eyes of Pierre Lamont glistened. He soon brought his visit to a close, and while Fritz the Fool was being summoned, he said that in the morning he would send the advocate all the papers he could gather which might help to throw a light on the case of Gautran. "You have spoken with Fritz, he tells me." "I have. He appears to me worth studying." "There is salt in the knave. He has occasionally managed to overreach me. Fool as he has a head with brains in it. Farewell." Now, although the old lawyer, while he was with the advocate, seemed to think of nothing but his more celebrated legal brother, it was far different as he was carried in his wheeled chair to his home on the heights. He had his own servant to propel him. Fritz walked by his side. "You were right, Fritz, you were right," said Pierre Lamont, and he smacked his lips, and his eyes kindled with the fire of youth. "She is a rare piece of flesh and blood, as fair as a lily, as ripe as a peach ready to drop from the wall. With passions of her own, Fritz. Her veins are warm. To live in the heart of such a woman would be to live in perpetual summer. What say you, Fritz?" "Nothing." "That is a fool's answer." "Then the fools are the real wise men, for there is wisdom in silence. But I say nothing because I am thinking." "A mouse in labor. Beware of bringing forth a mountain. It will rend you to pieces." Fritz softly hummed a tune as they climbed the hills. Only once did he speak till they arrived at Pierre Lamont's house. It was in reply to the old lawyer, who said, "It is easier going up the hills than coming down." "That depends," said Fritz, "upon whether it is the mule or the man on his back." Pierre Lamont laughed quietly. He had a full enjoyment of Fritz's humor. "I have been thinking," said Fritz, when the journey was completed. "Ah, ah," interrupted Pierre Lamont, "now for the mountain. Upon the reason that made so fair a lady, young and warm and ripe, marry an icicle. There is hidden fire, Fritz. You may get it from a stone." "I forgot," said Fritz, with a sly chuckle, "that I was speaking to an old man." "Rogue!" cried Pierre Lamont, raising his stick. "Never stretch out your hand," said Fritz, darting away, "for what you cannot reach. Fritz, Fritz, come here." "You will not strike?" "No." "I will trust you. There are lawyers I would not, though every word they uttered was framed in gold. So you have been thinking of the reason that made so fair a lady marry an icicle?" "Yes." "The icicle is celebrated." "That is of no account." "He is rich." "That is good." "He is much older than she. He may die and leave her a young widow." "That is better." "Then she may marry again, a younger man." "That is best, Master Lamont. You have a head." "And your own love affair, Fritz, is that flourishing, eh? Have the pretty red lips kissed a yes yet?" "The pretty red lips have not been asked. I bide my time. My peach is not as ripe as the icicles. I'll go and look after it, Master Lamont. It needs careful watching. There are poachers about." Fritz departed to look after his peach, and Pierre Lamont was carried into his study, where he sat until late in the night, surrounded by books and papers. The advocate was also in his study until 2 hours past midnight, searching newspaper after newspaper for particulars and details of the murder of the unfortunate girl whose body had been found in the wildly rushing Rhone. And while he pondered and amused, and ofttimes paced the room with thoughtful face, his wife lay sleeping in her holiday home, with smiles on her lips and joy in her heart, for she was dreaming of one far away, and her dream was of love. and Dionetta, the pretty maid, also slept, with her hands clasped at the back of her head, and her lady was saying to her, "Really and truly, Dionetta, you have not a lover? Women are made for love. It is the only thing in life worth living for." And a blush even in her sleep stole over her fair face and bosom, for her dream was of love. And Pierre Lamont lived over again the days of his youth, and smirked and languished, and made fine speeches, and moved amidst a paradise of fair faces, all of which bore the likeness of one whom he had but just seen for the first time. And, old as he was, his dream was of love. And Fritz the fool tossed in his bed and muttered, "Too fair, too fair. If I were rich, she might tempt me to be false to one, and make me vow I would lay down my life for her. It is a good thing for me that I am a fool." And Gautran in his prison cell writhed upon his hard bed in the midst of the darkness, for by his side lay the phantom of the murdered girl, and his despair was deep and awful. And in the mountains, 200 miles distant from the House of White Shadows, roamed Christian Almer in the moonlight, struggling with all his mental might with a terror which possessed him. The spot he had flown to was 10,000 feet above the level of the sea, and his sleeping room was in the hut of a peasant, mountain-born and mountain-reared, who lived a life of dull contentment with his goats and wife and children. Far away in the heights, immense forests of fir trees were grouped in dark, solemn masses. Not a branch stirred. A profound repose reigned within their depths, while the sleepless waterfalls in the lower heights, leaping and creeping and dashing over chasm and precipice, proclaimed the eternal wakefulness of nature. The solitary man gazed upon these majestic signs in awe and despair. "There is no such thing as oblivion," he muttered. "There is no such thing as forgetfulness. These solitudes, upon which no living creature but myself is to be seen, are full of accusing voices. My God! To die and be blotted out forever and ever were better than this agony. I strive and cannot rid myself of the sin. I will conquer it. I will! I will! I will!" But even as he spoke, there gleamed upon him from a laughing cascade the vision of a face so beautiful as to force a groan from his lips. He turned from the vision, and it shone upon him with a tender wooing in every waterfall that met his sight. Trembling with the force of a passion he found it impossible to resist, he walked to his mountain home and threw himself upon his couch. He was exhausted with sleepless nights, and in a short time he fell into a deep slumber, and a calm stole over his troubled soul, for his dreams were of love. End of section 3. Section 4 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 4. Book 1, Chapters 8 and 9. Chapter 8. The Interview in the Prison. "Arise, Gautran!" At this command, Gautran rose slowly from the floor of his prison cell, upon which he had been lying at full length, and shaking himself like a dog, stood before the jailer. "Can't you let me alone?" he asked in a coarse, savage voice. Scum of the gutter, replied the jailer. Speak civilly while you have the power, and be thankful your tongue is not dragged out by the roots. You would do it if you dared. Aye, and 1,000 honest men would rejoice to help me. It is to tell me this you disturbed me? No, murderer. What do you want of me? The jailer laughed at him in mockery. You look more like beast than man. That's how I've been treated, growled Gautran. Better than you deserve. So, you have influential friends, it seems. Have I? With a venomous flash at the taunt. One will be here to see you directly. Let him keep from me. I care to see no one. That may be, but the choice is not yours. This gentleman is not to be denied. A gentleman, eh? Exclaimed Gautran, with some slight show of interest. Yes, a gentleman. Who is he, and what is his business with me? He is a great lawyer who has sent murderers to their doom. Ah! And Gautran drew a long, vindictive breath through closed teeth. And has set some free, I've heard. Is he going to do that for me? Asked Gautran, and a light of fierce hope shone in his eyes. He will earn heaven's curse if he does, and man's as well. Here he is. Silence. The door was opened, and the advocate entered the cell. This is Gautran? He asked of the jailer. This he is, replied the jailer. Leave me alone with him. It is against my orders, sir. Here is your authority. He handed to the jailer a paper, which gave him permission to hold free and uninterrupted converse with Gautran, accused of the murder of Madeline, the flower girl, the interview not to last longer than an hour. The jailer prepared to depart, but before he left the cell, he said in an undertone, Be careful of the man. He is a savage and not to be trusted. There is nothing to fear, said the advocate. The jailer lingered a moment and then retired. The cell was but dimly lighted, and the advocate, coming into it from the full sunlight of a bright day, could not see clearly for a little while. On the other hand, Gautran, whose eyes were accustomed to the gloom, had a distinct view of the advocate, and in a furtive hang-dog fashion he closely inspected the features of his visitor. The man who stood before him could obtain his condemnation or his acquittal. Dull-witted as he was, this conviction was as much an intuition as an impression gained from the jailer's remarks. You are a woodman? Asked the advocate. Aye, a woodman. It is well known. Have you parents? They are dead. Any brothers or sisters? None. I was the only one. Friends? No. Have you wife or children? Neither. How much money have you? Not a sou. What about this murder? Asked the advocate abruptly. What about it, then? Demanded Gautran. The questions asked by the advocate were more judicial than friendly, and he assumed an air of defiance. Speak in a different tone. I am here to assist you, if I see my way. You have no lawyer to defend you? How should I get one? What lawyer works without pay, and where should I find the money to pay him? Heed what I say. I do not ask you if you are innocent or guilty of the crime of which you stand charged, for that is a formula, and, guilty or not guilty, you would return but one answer. Have you anything to tell me? I can't think of anything. You have led an evil life. Not my fault. Can a man choose his own parents and his country? The life I have led I was born into, and that is to stand against me. Are there any witnesses who would come forward and speak in your favor? None that I know of. Is it true that you were walking with the girl on the night she was murdered? No man has heard me deny it, said Gautran, shuddering. Why do you shudder? Master, you asked me just now whether I had a wife, and I told you I had none. This girl was to have been my wife. I loved her, and we were to have been married. That is disputed. Everything is disputed that would tell in my favor. The truth is of no use to a poor devil caught in a trap, as I am. Have you heard any good of me, master? Not any. All that I have heard is against you. That is the way of it. Well, then, judge for yourself. Can you indicate anyone who would be likely to murder the girl? You shudder again. I cannot help it. Master, put yourself in this cell, as I am put, without light, without hope, without money, without a friend. You would need a strong nerve to stand it. You want to know if I can point out anyone who could have done the deed but me? Well, if I were free and came face to face with him, I might. Not that I could say anything, or swear to anything for certain, for I did not see it done. No, master, I will not lie to you. Where would be the use? You are clever enough to find me out. But I had good reason to suspect, aye, to know, that the girl had other lovers, who pressed her hard, I dare say. Some who were rich, while I was poor. Some who were almost mad for her. She was followed by a dozen and more. She told me so herself, and used to laugh about it. But she never mentioned a name to me. You know something of women, master. They like the men to follow them. The best of them do, ladies as well as peasants. They were sent into the world to drive us to perdition. I was jealous of her, yes, I was jealous. Am I guilty because of that? How could I help being jealous when I loved her? It is in a man's blood. Well, then, what more can I say? In his intent observance of Gautran's manner, the advocate seemed to weigh every word that fell from the man's lips. At what time did you leave the girl on the last night you saw her alive? At 10 o'clock. She was alone at that hour? Yes. Did you see her again after that? No. Did you have reason to suspect that she was to meet any other man on that night? If I had thought it, I should have stopped with her. For what purpose? To see the man she had appointed to meet. And having seen him, he would have had to answer to me. I am hot-blooded, master, and can stand up for my rights. Would you have harmed the girl? No, unless she had driven me out of my senses. Were you in that state on the night of her death? No, I knew what I was about. You were heard to quarrel with her? I don't deny it. You were heard to say you would kill her? True enough. I told her if I ever found out that she was false to me, I would kill her. Had she bound herself to marry you? She had sworn to marry me. The handkerchief around her neck, when her body was discovered in the river, is proved to have been yours. It was mine. I gave it to her. I had not much to give." "When you were arrested, you were searched?" "Yes." "Was anything taken from you?" "My knife." "Had you and the girl's secret lover, supposing she had one, met on that night, you might have used your knife." "That is speaking beforehand. I can't say what might have happened." "Come here into the light. Let me look at your hands." "What trick are you going to play on me, master?" asked Gautran in a suspicious tone. "No trick," replied the advocate sternly. "Obey me, or I leave you." Gautran debated with himself in silence for a full minute. Then, with an impatient movement, as though it could not matter one way or another, he moved into the light and held out his hands. The advocate, taking a powerful glass from his pocket, examined the prisoner's fingers and nails and wrists with the utmost minuteness. Gautran, the while, wrapped in wonder at the strange proceeding. "Now," said the advocate, "hold your head back, so that the light may shine on your face." Gautran obeyed, warily holding himself in readiness to spring upon the advocate in case of an attack. By the aid of his glass, the advocate examined Gautran's face and neck with as much care as he had bestowed upon the hands, and then said, "That will do." "What is it all for, master?" asked Gautran. "I am here to ask questions, not to answer them. Since your arrest, have you been examined as I have examined you?" "No, master." "Has any examination whatever been made of you by doctors, or jailers, or lawyers?" "None at all." "How long had you known the girl?" "Ever since she came into the neighborhood." "Were you not acquainted with her before?" "No." "From what part of the country did she come?" "I can't say." "Not knowing?" "Not knowing." "But being intimate with her, you could scarcely avoid asking her the question." "I did ask her, and I was curious to find out. She would not satisfy me, and when I pressed her, she said the other one, Pauline, had made her promise not to tell." "You don't know, then, where she was born?" "No." "Her refusal to tell you, was it lightly or seriously uttered?" "Seriously." "As though there was a secret in her life she wished to conceal?" "I never thought of it that way, but I can see now it must have been so." "Something discreditable, then?" "Most likely. Master, you go deeper than I do." "What relationship existed between Pauline and Madeline?" "Some said they were sisters, but there was a big difference in their ages. Others said that Pauline was her mother, but I don't believe it, for they never spoke together in that way. Master, I don't know what to say about it. It used to puzzle me, but it was no business of mine." "Did you never hear Pauline address Madeline as her child?" "Never." "They addressed each other by their Christian names?" "Yes." "Did they resemble each other in feature?" "There was something of a likeness between them." "Why did Pauline leave the girl?" "No one knew." "That is all you can tell me?" "That is all." Then, after a slight pause, the advocate asked, "Do you value your liberty?" "Yes, master," replied Gautran, excitedly. "Let no person know what has passed between us, and do not repeat one word I have said to you." "I understand. you may depend upon me. But, master, will you not tell me something more? Am I to be set free or not?" "You are to be tried. What is brought against you at your trial will establish either your innocence or your guilt." He knocked at the door of the prison cell, and the jailer opened it for him and let him out. "Well, Gautran," said the jailer, but Gautran, wrapped in contemplation of the door through which the advocate had taken his departure, paid no attention to him. "Do you hear me?" cried the jailer, shaking his prisoner with no gentle hand. "What now? Is the great lawyer going to defend you?" "You want to know too much," said Gautran, and refused to speak another word on the subject. During the whole of the day there were but two figures in his mind, those of the advocate and the murdered girl. The latter presented itself in various accusing aspects, and he vainly strove to rid himself of the spectre. Its hair hung in wild disorder over neck and bosom, its white lips moved, its mournful eyes struck terror to his soul. The figure of the advocate presented itself in far different aspects. It was always terrible, satanic, and damning in its suggestions. "What matter," muttered Gautran, "if he gets me off? I can do as I please then." In the evening, when the small window in his cell was dark, the jailer heard him crying out loudly. He entered and demanded what ailed the wretch. "Light, light!" implored Gautran. "Give me light!" "Beast in human shape," said the jailer, "you have light enough. You'll get no more. Stop your howling, or I'll stop it for you." "Light, light, light!" moaned Gautran, clasping his hands over his eyes. But he could not shut out the phantom of the murdered girl, which from that moment never left him. So he lay and writhed during the night, and would have dashed his head against the wall to put an end to his misery, had he not been afraid of death. Chapter 9. The Advocate Undertakes a Strange Task. It was on the evening of this day, the third since the arrival of the advocate in Geneva, that he said to his wife over the dinner-table, "I shall in all likelihood be up the whole of tonight in my study. Do not let me be disturbed." "Who should disturb you?" asked Adelaide languidly. "There are only you and I in the villa. Of course I would not venture to intrude upon you without permission." "You misunderstand me, Adelaide. It is because we are in a strange house that I thought it best to tell you." "As if there were anything unusual in your shutting yourself up all night in your study. Our notions of the way to lead an agreeable life are so different. Take your own course, Edward. You are older and wiser than I, but you must not wonder that I think it strange. You come to the country for rest, and you are as hard at work as ever. I cannot live without work. Aimless days would send me to my grave. If you are lonely, Adelaide—" "Oh, no, I am not," she cried vivaciously. "At least not yet. There is so much in the neighborhood that is interesting. Dionetta and I have been out all day seeing the sights. On the road to Master Lamont's house there is the loveliest rustic bridge, and the wildflowers are the most beautiful I have ever seen. We met a priest, Father Capel, a gentle-looking man, with the kindest face. He said he intended to call upon you, and hoped to be permitted. I said, of course, you would be charmed. I had a good mind to visit Master Lamont, but his house was too far up the hills. Fool Fritz joined us. He is very amusing with his efforts to be wise. I was delighted everywhere with the people. I went into some of their cottages, and the women were very respectful. And the children, upon my word, Edward, they stare at me as if I were a picture." The advocate looked up at this, and regarded his wife with fond admiration. In his private life, two influences were dominant: love for his wife and friendship for Christian Almer. He had love for no other woman, and friendship for no other man, and his trust in both was a perfect trust. "I do not wonder that the children stare at you," he said. "You must be a new and pleasant experience to them." "I believe they take me for a saint," she said, laughing gaily, "and I need not tell you that I am very far from being one." "You are, as we all are, human, and very beautiful, Adelaide." She gazed at him in surprise. "It is not often you pay me compliments." "Do you need them from me? To be sure of my affection, is not that sufficient?" "But I am fond of compliments." "I must commence a new study, then," he said gravely. It was difficult for him to indulge in light themes for many minutes together. "So you are making yourself acquainted with the neighbors. I hope you will not soon tire of them." "When I do, I must seek out some other amusement. You have also discovered something since you came here in which you appear to be wonderfully interested." "Yes, a criminal case." "A criminal case," she echoed pettishly. "In which there is a great mystery. I do not trouble you with these law matters. Long ago you expressed weariness of such themes." Her humor changed again. "A mystery!" she exclaimed with childlike vivacity. "In a place where news is so scarce! It must be delightful. What is it about? There is a woman in it, of course. There always is." "Yes, a young woman whose body was found in the Rhone." "Murdered?" "Murdered, as it at present seems." "The wretch! Have they caught him? For of course it is a man who committed the dreadful deed." "One is in prison, charged with the crime. I visited him today." "Surely you are not going to defend him?" "It is probable. I shall decide tonight." "But why, Edward? Why? If the man is guilty, should he not be punished?" "Undoubtedly he should. And if he is innocent, he should not be made to suffer. He is poor and friendless. It will be a relief for me to take up the case, should I believe him to be unjustly accused." "Is he young, handsome, and was it done through jealousy?" "I have told you the case is shrouded in mystery. As for the man charged with the crime, he is very common and repulsive looking." "And you intend to defend such a creature?" "Most likely." She shrugged her shoulders with a slight gesture of contempt. She had no understanding of his motives, no sympathy in his labors, no pride in his victories. When he returned to his study, he did not immediately proceed to the investigation of the case of Gautran, as it was set forth in the numerous papers which lay on the table. These papers, in accordance with a given promise, had been sent to him by Pierre Lamont, and it was his intention to employ the hours of the night in a careful study of the details of the affair, and of the conjectures and opinions of editors and correspondents. But he held his purpose back for a while, and for nearly half an hour paced the floor slowly in deep thought. Suddenly he went out and sought his wife's private room. "It did not occur to me before," he said, "to tell you that a friend of Christian Almer's, Mr. Hartridge, the banker, in a conversation I had with him, expressed his belief that Almer was suffering." "Ill?" she cried, in an agitated tone. "In mind, not in body. You have received letters from him lately, I believe?" "Yes, 3 or 4, the last a fortnight ago." "Does he say he is unwell?" "No, but now I think of it, he does not write in his usual good spirits." "You have his address?" "Yes, he is in Switzerland, you know." "So Mr. Hartridge informed me, somewhere in the mountains, endeavoring to extract peace of mind from silence and solitude. That is well enough for a few days, and intellectual men are always grateful for such a change. But if it is prolonged, there is danger of its bringing a mental disease of a serious and enduring nature upon a man brooding upon unhealthy fancies. I value Almer too highly to lose sight of him, or to allow him to drift. He has no family ties, and is in a certain sense a lonely man. Why should he not come and remain with us during our stay in the village? I had an idea that he himself would have proposed doing so." "He might have considered it indelicate," said Adelaide, with a bright color in her face, "the house being his, as if he had a right to be here." "It is by no means likely," said the advocate, shaking his head, "that Almer would ever be swayed by other than generous and large-minded considerations. Write to him tonight, and ask him to leave his solitude and make his home with us. He will be company for you, and your bright and cheerful ways will do him good. The prospect of his visit has already excited you, I see. I am afraid," he said, with a regretful pathos in his voice, "that my society affords you but poor enjoyment. Yet I never thought otherwise, when you honored me by accepting my proposal of marriage, than that you loved me." "I hope you do not think otherwise now," she said, in a low tone. "Why, no," he said, with a sigh of relief. "What reasons have I to think otherwise? We had time to study each other's characters, and I did not present myself in a false light. But we are forgetting Almer. Can you divine any cause for unusual melancholy in him?" She seemed to consider, and answered, "No, she could not imagine why he should be melancholy." "Mr. Hartridge," continued the advocate, "suggested that he might have experienced a disappointment in love, but I could not entertain the suggestion. Almer and I have for years exchanged confidences in which much of men's inner natures is revealed, and had he met with such a disappointment, he would have confided in me. I may be mistaken, however. Your opinion would be valuable here. In these delicate matters women are keen observers." "Mr. Hartridge's suggestion is absurd. I am convinced Mr. Almer has not met with a disappointment in love. He is so bright and attractive—" "That, my woman," said the advocate, taking up the thread, for Adelaide seemed somewhat at a loss for words, "might be proud to win him. That is your thought, Adelaide?" "Yes." "I agree with you. I have never in my life known a man more likely to inspire love in a woman's heart than Christian Almer, and I have sometimes wondered that he had not met with one to whom he was drawn. It would be a powerful influence over him for good. Of an impure passion I believe him incapable. Write to him tonight and urge him to come to us. If you wrote to him also, it would be as well. I will do so. You can enclose my letter in yours. How does your new maid suit you? Admirably. She is perfection. Which does not exist. If I could induce her grandmother to part with her, I should like to keep her with me always. Do not tempt her, Adelaide. For a simple maid, a country life is the happiest and best, indeed, for any maid or any man, young or old. How seldom practice and precept agree! Why do you not adopt a country life? Too late. A man must follow his star. I should die of inaction in the country. And you, I smile when I think of what would become of you were I to condemn you to it. You are not always right. I adore the country. For an hour and a day, Adelaide, you could not exist out of society. Until the Alpine peaks were tipped with the fire of the rising sun, the advocate remained in his study, investigating and considering the case of Gautran. Only once did he leave it to give his wife the letter he wrote to Christian Almer. Newspaper after newspaper was read and laid aside, until the long labor came to its end. Then the advocate rose, with no trace of fatigue on his countenance, and according to his wont, walked slowly up and down in deep thought. His eyes rested occasionally upon the grotesque and hideous figures carved on the old sideboard, which, had they been sentient and endowed with the power of speech, might have warned him that he had already, within the past few hours, woven one tragic link in his life, and have held him back from weaving another. But he saw no warning in their fantastic faces, and before he retired to rest, he had formed his resolve. On the following day, all Geneva was startled by the news that the celebrated advocate, who had traveled thither for rest from years of arduous toil, had undertaken the defense of a wretch upon whose soul, in the opinion of nearly every thinking man and woman, the guilt of blood lay heavily. The trial of Gautran was instantly invested with an importance which elevated it into an absorbing theme with every class of society. End of section 4. Section 5 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 5. Book 1, Chapters 10 and 11. Chapter 10. 2 Letters, from friend to friend, from lover to lover. My dear Almer, we have been here 3 days, and are comfortably established in your singularly named villa, the House of White Shadows. It is a perfect country residence, and the scenery around it is, I am told, charming. As you are aware, I have no eyes for the beauties of nature. Human nature and human motive alone interest me, and my impressions of the neighborhood are derived from the descriptions of my wife, who enjoys novelty with the impulsive enjoyment of a child. It appears that she was enchanted when she heard from your lips that your house was supposed to be haunted by shadows, and although you cautioned her immediately afterwards, she was not to be deterred from accepting your invitation. Up to this time, no ghost has appeared to her, nor has my composure been disturbed by supernatural visions. I am a non-believer in visions from the spiritual world. She is only too ready to believe. It is the human interest attached to such fancies, for which of course there must be some foundation, which fascinates and arrests the general attention, there, for me, the interest ends. I do not travel beyond reality. I am supposed to have come for rest and repose. The physicians who laid this burden upon me know little of my nature. Idleness is more irksome, and I believe more injurious, to me than the severest labor, and it is a relief, therefore, to me to find myself interested in a startling criminal case which is shortly coming on for trial in Geneva. It is a case of murder, and a man is in prison, charged with its commission. He has no friends, he has no means. He is a vicious creature of the commonest and lowest type. There is nothing in him to recommend him to favor. He is a being to be avoided, but these are not the points to be considered. Is the man guilty or not guilty? He is pronounced guilty by universal public opinion, and the jury which will be impaneled to try him will be ready to convict upon the slightest evidence, or, indeed, without evidence. The trial will be a mockery of justice, unless the accused is defended by one who is not influenced by passion and prejudice. There is a feature in the case which has taken powerful possession of me, and which, as far as I can judge, has not occurred to others. I intend to devote the whole of tonight to a study of the details of the crime, and it is likely that I shall undertake the defense of this repulsive creature, no doubt much to his astonishment. I have, with this object in view, already had an interview with him in his prison cell, and the trouble I had to obtain permission to see him is a sufficient indication of the popular temper. When, therefore, you hear, if in the mountain fastness in which you are entrenched, you have the opportunity of hearing any news at all from the world at your feet, that I have taken the defense of a man named Gautran, accused of the murder of a flower girl named Madeline, do not be surprised. What is most troubling me at the present moment is, what is my wife to do? How is she to occupy her time during our stay in the House of White Shadows? At present, she is full of animation and delight. The new faces and scenery by which she is surrounded are very attractive to her, but the novelty will wear off, and then she will grow dull. Save me from my self-reproach and uneasiness by taking up your residence with us, if not for the whole of the time we remain here, which I should much prefer, at least for a few weeks. By so doing, you will confer a service upon us all. My wife enjoys your society. You know the feeling I entertain for you, and personal association with sincere friends will be of real benefit to you. I urge it earnestly upon you, for I have an impression that you are brooding over unhealthy fancies, and that you have sought solitude for the purpose of battling with one of those ordinary maladies of the mind to which sensitive natures are prone. If it be so, Christian, you are committing a grave error. The battle is unequal. Silence and seclusion will not help you to a victory over yourself. Come and unbosom yourself to me, if you have anything to unbosom, and do not fear that I shall intrude either myself or my advice upon you against your inclination. If you have a grief, meet it in the society of those who love you. There is a medicine in a friendly smile, in a friendly word, which you cannot find in solitude. One needs sometimes, not the sunshine of fair weather, but the sunshine of the soul. Here it awaits you, and should you bring dark vapors with you, I promise you they will soon be dispelled. I am disposed, out of purest friendliness, to insist upon your coming, and to be so uncharitable as to accept it as an act of weakness if you refuse me. When the case of Gautran is at an end, I shall be an idle man. You, and only you, can avert the injurious effect idleness will have upon me. We will find occupation together, and create reminiscences for future pleasant thought. It may be a long time, if ever, before another opportunity so favorable occurs for passing a few weeks in each other's society, undisturbed by professional cares and duties. You see, I am taking a selfish view of the matter. Add an inestimable value to your hospitality by coming here at once and sweetening my leisure. Your friend, Edward. My own, my husband is uneasy about you, and has imposed a task upon me. You shall judge for yourself whether it is a disagreeable one. I am to write to you immediately, to insist upon your coming to us without an hour's delay. You have not the option of refusal. The advocate insists upon it, and I also insist upon it. You must come. Upon the receipt of this letter, you will pack up your portmanteau and travel hither in the swiftest possible way, by the shortest possible route. Be sure that you do not disobey me. You are to come instantly, without an hour's, nay, without a moment's delay. If you fail, I will not answer for the consequences, and upon you will rest the responsibility of all that follows. For what reason, do you suppose, did I accept the offer of your villa in this strangely quiet valley, unless it was in the hope and the belief that we should be near each other? And now that I am here, pledged to remain, unable to leave without an exhibition of the most dreadful vacillation, which would not matter were I to have my own way, and were everything to be exactly as I wish it, you are bound to fly swiftly to the side of one who entertains for you the very sincerest affection. Do not be angry with me for my disregard of your caution to be careful in my manner of writing to you. I cannot help it. I think of you continually, and if you wish me not to write what you fear other eyes than ours might see, you must come and talk to me. I shall count the minutes till you are here. The advocate is uneasy about you, and is, indeed and indeed, most anxious that you should be with us. He seems to have an idea that you have some cause for melancholy, and that you are brooding over it. Could anything be more absurd? Cause for melancholy? Just as if you were alone in the world? You do not need to be told that there is one being who will care for you till she is an old, old woman. Think of me as I shall be then, an old woman with white hair, walking with a crutch-stick, as they do in the stage. If you are sad, it is a just punishment upon you. There was nothing in the world to prevent your traveling with us. What do you think a friend of yours, a banker in Geneva, suggested to the advocate? He said that it was probable that you had experienced a disappointment in love. Now, this sets me thinking. Why have you chosen to hide yourself in the mountains, 100 miles away? Have you been there before? Is there some pretty girl to attract you, from whom you find it impossible to tear yourself? If it is so, let her beware of me. You have no idea of what I should be capable if you gave me cause for jealousy. What is her disposition, pensive or gay? She is younger than I am, I suppose, though I am not so old, sir, with hands— Ah, I am easier in my mind. Her hands must be coarse, for she is a peasant. I am almost reconciled. You could never fall in love with a peasant. They may be pretty and fresh for a month or two, but they cannot help being coarse, and I know how anything coarse grates upon you. But a peasant girl might fall in love with you. There are more unlikely things than that. Shall I tell you what the advocate said of you this evening? It will make you vain, but never mind. I have never in my life known a man more likely to inspire love in a woman's heart than Christian Almer. There, sir, his very words. How true they are! Ah, how cruel was the chance that separated us from each other, and brought us together again when I was another man's wife! Oh, if I had only known! If some kind fairy had told me that the man who, when I was a child, enthralled me with his beautiful fancies, and won my heart, and who then, as it seemed, passed out of my life, if I had suspected that, after many years, he would return home from his wanderings with the resolve to seek out the child and make her his wife, do you for one moment suppose I would not have waited for him? Do you think it possible I could ever have accepted the hand of another man? No, it could not have been, for even as a child I used to dream of you, and held you in my heart above all other human beings. But you were gone. I never thought of seeing you again, and I was so young that I could have had no foreshadowing of what was to come. Have you ever considered how utterly different my life might have been had you not crossed it? Not that I reproach you. Do not think that. But how strangely things turn out, without the principal actor having anything to do with them. It is exactly like sitting down quietly by yourself, and seeing all sorts of wonderful things happen in which you have no hand, though if you were not in existence they could never have occurred. Just think for a moment. If it had not happened that you knew me when I was a child, and was fond of me then, as you have told me I don't know how many times, if it had not happened that your restless spirit drove you abroad, where you remained for years and years and years, if it had not happened that, tired of leading a wandering life, you resolved to come home and seek out the child you used to pet and make love to, but she did not know the meaning of love then, if it had not happened that, entirely ignorant of what was passing in your mind, the child, grown into a pretty woman, I think I may say that without vanity, was persuaded by her friends that to refuse an offer of marriage made to her by a great lawyer, famous and rich, was something too shocking to contemplate, if it had not happened that she, knowing nothing of her own heart, knowing nothing of the world, allowed herself to be guided by these cold, calculating friends to accept a man utterly unsuited to her, and with whom she has never had an hour's real happiness, if it had not happened by the strangest chance that this man and you were friends, there, my dear, follow it out for yourself, and reflect how different our lives might have been if everything had happened in the way it ought to have done. I was cheated and tricked into a marriage with a man whose heart has room for only one sentiment, ambition. I am bound to him for life, but I am yours till death, although the bond which unites us is, as you have taught me, but a spiritual bond. Are you angry with me for putting all this on paper? You must not be, for I cannot help it if I am not wise. Wisdom belongs to men. Come, then, and give me wise counsel, and prevent me from committing indiscretions. For I declare to you, upon my heart and honor, if you do not very soon present yourself at the House of White Shadows, I will steal from it in the night and make my way to the mountains, to see what wonderful attraction it is that separates us. What food for scandal! What wagging and shaking of heads! How the women's tongues would run! I can imagine it all. Save me from exposure, as you are a true man. You have made the villa beautiful. As I walk about the house and grounds, I am filled with delight to think that you have effected such a magic change for my sake. Master Lamont has shown really exquisite taste. What a singular old man he is! I can't decide whether I like him or not. But how strange that you should have had it all done by deputy, and that you have not set foot in the house since you were a child. You see, I know a great deal. Who tells me? My new maid, Dionetta. Do you remember, in one of the letters you showed me from your steward, that he spoke about the old housekeeper, Mother Denise, and a pretty granddaughter? I made up my mind at the time that the pretty granddaughter should be my maid. And she is, and her name is Dionetta. Is it not pretty? But not prettier than the owner. Will that tempt you? I have sent my town maid away, much to her displeasure. She spoke to the advocate in complaint, but he did not mention it to me. I found it out for myself. He is as close as the grave. So I am here absolutely alone, with none but strangers around me. I am very much interested in the pictures in the studio of the old chalet, especially in a pair which represents, the first, two lovers with the sun shining on them, the second, the lovers parted by a cold gray sea. They stand on opposite shores, gazing despairingly at each other. He must have been a weak-minded man indeed. He should have taken a boat and rowed across to her, and if he was afraid to do that, she should have gone to him. That would have been the most sensible thing. I could continue my gossip till daylight breaks, but I have already lost an hour of my beauty sleep, and I want you, upon your arrival, to see me at my best. My heart goes with this letter. Bring it swiftly back to me. Yours forever, Adelaide. Chapter 11. Fire and Snow. Fool Fritz informs Pierre Lamont where actual love commences. News, Master Lamont, news! Of what nature, Fritz? Of a diabolical nature. Satan is busy. He is never idle, for which the priests, if they have any gratitude in them, should be thankful. You are not fond of the priests, Master Lamont. I do not hate them. Still, you are not fond of them. I do not love them. Your news, fool, concerning whom? A greater than you, or you do not speak the truth. The advocate, then? The same. You are a good guesser. Fritz, your news is stale. I am unlucky. I thought to be the first. You have heard the news? Not I. You have read a letter informing you of it? You are a bad guesser. I have neither received nor read a letter today. You have heard nothing, you have read nothing, and yet you know. As surely as you stand before me. Fritz, you are not a scholar, but I will give you a sum any fool can do. Add 1 to 1. What do you make of it? Why, that is easy enough, Master Lamont. The answer, then, fool? 1. Good. You shall smart for it in the most vulnerable part of man. You receive from me, every week, 1 franc. I owe you for last week 1 franc. I owe you for this 1. That is so. Last week 1, this week 1. I discharge the liability. And Pierre Lamont handed a franc to Fritz. Fritz weighed the coin in the palm of his hand, spun it in the air, and smiled. Master Lamont, here is a fair challenge. If I prove to you that 1 and 1 are 1, this franc you have given me shall not count off what you owe me. I agree. When one man and one woman are joined in matrimony, they become one flesh. Therefore, one and one are one. You have earned the franc, fool. Here are the 2 I owe you. Now, perhaps, you will tell me what I came here to tell you. The advocate intends to defend Gautran, who stands charged with the murder of the flower girl. You are a master worth serving. I have half a mind to give you back your franc. Make it a whole mind, Fritz. No, second thoughts are best. My pockets are not as warm as yours. They are not so well lined. How did you guess, Master Lamont? By means of a golden rule, an infallible rule, by the rule of one, which, intelligibly interpreted to shallow minds, no offense, Fritz, I hope. Don't mind me, Master Lamont. I am a fool and used to hard knocks. Then by the rule of one, which means the rule of human nature, as, for example, that makes the drunkard stagger to the wine-shop and the sluggard to his bed. I guessed that the advocate could not withstand so tempting a chance to prove the truth of the scriptural words that all men are liars. What will be palatable information to me is the manner in which the news has been received. Heaven keep me from ever being so received. The advocate is not added to the number of his friends. People are gazing at each other in amazement, and asking for reasons which none are able to give. And his wife, Fritz, his wife? Takes as much interest in his doings as a bee does in the crawling of a snail. Rogue, you have cheated me. How about 1 and 1 being 1? There are marriages and marriages. This was not made in heaven. When it came about, there was a confusion in the pairing, and another couple are as badly off. There will be a natural end to both. How brought about, fool? By your own rule, the rule of human nature. When a jumper jumps, he first measures his distance with his eye. Do they quarrel? No. Does she look coldly upon him, or he upon her? No. Is there silence between them? No. You are a bad jumper, Fritz. You have not measured your distance. See, Master Lamont, I will prove it to you by a figure of speech. There travels from the south a flame of fire. There travels from the north a lump of snow. They meet. What happens? Either that the snow extinguishes the fire and it dies, or that the fire puts an end to the snow. Fairly illustrated, Fritz. Fire and snow. Truly a most unfortunate conjunction. She was in the mood to visit you yesterday, had you lived a mile nearer the valley. You were out together? She and Dionetta were walking, and I met them and accompanied them. She spoke graciously to the villagers, and went into the cottages, and drank more than 1 cup of milk. She was sweeter than sugar, Master Lamont, and won the hearts of some of the women and all of the men. As for the children, they would have followed her to the world's end, I do believe, out of pure admiration. They carry now in their little heads the vision of the beautiful lady. Even Father Capel was struck by her beauty. Priests are mortals, Fritz. On which side did you walk, next to my lady or Dionetta? I should be wrecked in a tempest. I sail only in quiet lakes. And the maid, did she object to your walking close to her? For you are other than I take you to be if you did not walk close. Why should she object? Am I not a man? Women rather like fools. How stands the pretty maid with her new mistress? In high favor, if one can judge from fingers. Fritz, your wit resembles a tide that is forever flowing. Favor me with your parable. It is a delicate point to decide where actual love commences. Have you ever considered it, Master Lamont? Not deeply, fool. In my young days I was a mad brain. You are a philosopher. Like a bee, I took what fell in my way, and did not puzzle myself or the flower with questions. Where love commences? In the heart. No. In the brain. No. In the eye? No. Where then? In the fingertips. Dionetta and I, walking side by side, shoulder to shoulder, our arms hanging down, brought into close contact our fingertips. What wonder that they touched? Natural magnetism, Fritz. With our fingertips touching, we walked along, and if her heart palpitated as mine did, she must have experienced an inward commotion. Master Lamont, this is a confession for your ears only. I should be base and ungrateful to hide it from you. Your confidence shall be respected. It leads to an answer to your question as to how Dionetta stands with her new mistress. First the fingertips, then the fingers, and her little hand was clasped in mine. It was then I felt the ring upon her finger. Ah! Now Dionetta never till yesterday owned a ring. I felt it, as a man who is curious would do, and suddenly her hand was snatched from mine. A moment or two afterwards, her hand was in mine again, but the ring was gone. A fine piece of conjuring. A man is no match for a woman in these small ways. To-day I saw her for about as long as I could count 3. Who gave you the ring? I asked. My lady, she answered. Don't tell grandmother that I have got a ring. Therefore, Master Lamont, Dionetta stands well with her mistress. Logically carried out, Fritz. The saints prosper your wooing. End of section 5. Section 6 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 6. Book 1, Chapters 12 and 13. Chapter 12. The Struggle of Love and Duty. In his lonely room in the mountain hut in which he had taken up his quarters, Christian Almer sat writing. It was early morning. He had risen before the sun. During the past week he had struggled earnestly with the terror which oppressed him. His suffering had been great, but he believed he was conquering. The task he had imposed upon himself of setting his duty before him in clear terms afforded him consolation. The book in which he was writing contained the record of a love which had filled him with unrest and threatened to bring dishonor into his life. I thank heaven, he wrote, that I am calmer than I have been for several days. Separation has proved an inestimable blessing. The day may come when I shall look upon my love as dead, and shall be able to think of it as one thinks of a beloved being whom death has snatched away. Even now, as I think of her, there is no fever in the thought. I have not betrayed my friend. How would he regard me if he were acquainted with my mad passion? If he knew that the woman he adored looked upon him with aversion, and gave her love to the friend whom he trusted as a brother? There was the error. to listen to her confession of love and to make confession of my own. That a man should so forget himself, should he be so completely the slave of his passions? How came it about? When were the first words spoken? She sat by my side, radiant and beautiful. Admiring glances from every part of the theater were cast upon her. In a corner of the box sat her husband, silent and thoughtful, heedless of the brilliant scene before him, heedless of her, as it seemed, heedless of the music and the singers. Royalty was there, immediately facing us, and princes leveled their opera glasses at her. There are moments of intoxication when reason and conscience desert us. We were stepping into the carriage when a note was delivered to him. He read it and said, "I cannot go with you. I am called away. You will not miss me, as I do not dance. I will join you in a couple of hours." So we went alone, we two together, and her hand rested lightly upon mine. And in the dance the words were spoken, words never to be recalled. What demon prompted them? Why did not an angel whisper to me, "Remember, there is a tomorrow"? But in the present, the morrow is forgotten. A false sense of security shuts out all thoughts of the consequences of our actions. A selfish delight enthralls us, and we do not see the figure of retribution hovering above us. It is only when we are alone with our conscience that this figure is visible. Then it is that we tremble. Then it is that we hear words which appall us. Again and again this has occurred to me, and I have vowed to myself that I would tear myself from her, a vow as worthless as the gambler's resolve to play no more. Drawn irresistibly forward, and finding in every meeting a shameful justification in the delusion that I was seeing her for the last time, and leaving her with a promise to come again soon. Incredible infatuation! But to listen to the recital of her sorrows and unhappiness without sympathizing with her, it was not possible. And to hear her whisper, "I love you, and only you," without being thrilled by the confession, a man would need to be made of stone. How often has she said to me, when speaking of her husband, "He has no heart"? Can I, then, aver with any semblance of honesty that I have not betrayed my friend? Basely have I betrayed him. If I were sure that she would not suffer, if I were sure that she would forget me. Coldness, neglect, indifference, they are sharp weapons, but I deserve to bleed. Still I cry out against my fate. I have committed no crime. Love came to me and tortured me. But a man must perform a man's duty. I will strive to perform mine. Then, in years to come, I may be able to think of the past without shame, even with pride at having conquered. I have destroyed her portrait. I could not look upon her face and forget her. A voice from an adjoining room caused him to lay aside his pen. It was the peasant, the master of the hut, calling to him, and asking if he was ready. He went out to the man. "I heard you stirring," said the peasant, "and my young ones are waiting to show you where the edelweiss can be found." The children, a boy and a girl, looked eagerly at Christian Almer. It had been arranged on the previous day that the three should go for a mountain excursion in search of the flower that brings good luck and good fortune to the finder. The children were sturdy-limbed and ruddy-faced, and were impatient to be off. "Breakfast first," said Christian Almer, pinching the little girl's cheek. Brown bread, honey, goat's milk, and an omelet were on the table, and the stranger, who had been as a godsend to the poor family, enjoyed the homely fare. The peasant had already calculated that if his lodger lived a year in the hut, they would save 500 francs, a fortune. Christian Almer had been generous to the children, in whose eyes he was something more than mortal. Money is a magic power. "Will the day be fine?" asked Christian. "Yes," said the peasant, "but there will be a change in the evening. The little ones will know. You can trust to them." Young as they were, they could read the signs on nature's face, and could teach their gentleman friend wise things, great and rich as he was. The father accompanied them for a couple of miles. He was a goatherd, and, unlike others of his class, was by no means a silent man. "You live a happy life here," said Christian Almer. "Why, yes," said the peasant, "it is happy enough. We have to eat, but not to spare. There is the trouble. Still, God be thanked. The children are strong and healthy. That is another reason for thankfulness." "Is your wife, as you are, mountain-born?" "Yes, and could tell you stories. And there," said the peasant, pointing upwards afar off, as though it knew my wife were being talked of, "there is the Lammergeier." An enormous vulture, which seemed to have suddenly grown out of the air, was suspended in the clouds. So motionless was it that it might have been likened to a sculptured work, wrought by an angel's hand, and fixed in heaven as a sign. It could not have measured less than 10 feet from wing to wing. Its color was brown, with bright edges and white quills, and its fiery eyes were encircled by broad, orange-shaded rings. "My wife," said the peasant, "has reason to remember the Lammergeier. When she was 3 years old, her father took her to a part of the mountains where they were haymaking, and not being able to work and attend to her at the same time, he set her down by the side of a hut. It was a fine sunny day, and Anna fell asleep. Her father, seeing her sleeping calmly, covered her face with a straw hat and continued his work. 2 hours afterwards he went to the spot, and Anna was gone. He searched for her everywhere, and all the haymakers assisted in the search, but Anna was nowhere to be found. My father and I was a mere lad at the time, 5 years older than Anna, were walking towards a mountain stream, 3 miles from where Anna had been sleeping, when I heard the cry of a child. It came from a precipice, and above this precipice a vulture was flying. We went in the direction of the cry, and found Anna lying in the edge of the precipice, clinging to the roots with her little hand. She was slipping down, and would have slipped to certain death had we been 3 minutes later. It was a difficult task to rescue her as it was, but we managed it, and carried her to her father. She had no cap to her head, and no shoes or stockings on her feet. She had lost them in her flight through the air in the vulture's beak. She has a scar on her arm to this day as a remembrance of her acquaintance with a Lammergeier. So it fell out afterwards, when she was a young woman, that I married her." Ever and again as they walked onwards, Christian Almer turned to look upon the vulture, which remained perfectly still, with its wings outstretched, until it was hid from his sight by the peculiar formation of the valleys they were traversing. Hitherto their course had lain amidst masses of the most beautiful flowers. Gentians with purple bells, others spotted and yellow, with brilliant whorls of bloom, the lilac-flowered campanula, the anemone, the blue columbine and starwort, the lovely forget-me-not, which Christian Almer mentally likened to bits of heaven dropped down, and the alpine rose, the queen of alpine flowers. Now all was changed. The track was bare of foliage, Not a blade of grass peeped up from the barren rocks. "There is good reason for it," said the peasant. "Here, long years ago, a man killed his brother in cold blood. Since that day no flowers will grow upon the spot. There are nights on which the spirit of the murderer wanders mournfully about these rocks. A black dog accompanies him, whose bark you can sometimes hear. This valley is accursed." Soon afterwards the peasant left Christian Almer to the guidance of the children, and with them the young man spent the day, sharing contentedly with them the black bread and hard sausage they had brought for dinner. This midday meal was eaten as they sat beside a lake, in the waters of which there was not a sign of life, and Christian Almer noticed that as the children ate, they watched the bosom of this lake with a strange and singular interest. "What are you gazing at?" he asked, curious to learn. "For the dead white trout," answered the boy. "Whenever a priest dies, it floats upon the lake." In the lower heights, where the fir trees stretched their feathery tips to the clouds, they found the flower they were in search of, and the children were wild with delight. The sun was setting when they returned to the hut, tired and gratified with their day's wanderings. The peasant's wife smiled as she saw the edelweiss. "A lucky love-flower," she said to Christian Almer. These simple words proved to him how hard was the lesson of forgetfulness he was striving to learn. He was profoundly agitated by them. Night fell, and the clouds grew black. "The wind is rising," said the peasant. "An ill night for travelers. Here is one coming towards us." It proved to be a guide who lived in the nearest post village, and who, duly commissioned for the service, brought to Christian Almer the letters of the advocate and his wife. "A storm is gathering," said the guide. "I must find shelter on the heights tonight." In his lonely room Christian Almer broke the seals, and by the dull light of a single candle read the lines written by friend to friend, by lover to lover. The thunder rolled over the mountains. The lightning flashed through the small window. The storm was upon him. He read the letters once only, but every word was impressed clearly upon his brain. For an hour he sat in silence, gazing vacantly at the edelweiss on the table, the lucky love-flower. The peasant's wife called to him and asked if he wanted anything. "Nothing," he replied, in a voice that sounded strange to him. "I will leave the bread and milk on the table," she said. "Good night." He did not answer her, nor did he respond to the children's good night. Their voices, the children's especially, seemed to his ears to come from a great distance. A drop of rain fell from the roof upon the candle and extinguished the light. For a long while he remained in darkness, until all in the hut were sleeping. Then he went out into the wild night, clutching the letters tight in his hand. He staggered almost blindly onwards, and in the course of half an hour found himself standing on a narrow and perilous bridge, from which the few travelers who passed that way could obtain a view of a torrent which dashed with sublime and terrific force over a precipice upon the rocks below, 1,000 feet down. "If I were to grow dizzy now," he muttered, with a reckless laugh. And he tempted fate by leaning over the narrow bridge and gazing downwards into the dark depths. Indistinct shapes grew out of the mighty and eternal waterfall, of hosts and angry men battling with each other, of rushing horses, of armies of vultures swooping down for prey, of accusing and beautiful faces, of smiling mouths and white teeth flashing, and, amidst the whirl, sounds of shrieks and laughter. Suddenly he straightened himself, and tearing Adelaide's letter into 1,000 pieces, flung the evidence of a treacherous love into the furious torrent of waters. And as he did so, he thought that there were times in a man's life when death were the best blessing which heaven could bestow upon him. Chapter 13. The Trial of Gautran. The trial of Gautran was proceeding, and the court was thronged with an excited gathering of men and women, upon whom not a word in the story of the tragic drama was thrown away. Impressed by the great powers of the advocate who had undertaken to appear for the accused, the most effective measures had been adopted to prove Gautran's guilt and to obtain a conviction. It was a legal battle, fought with all the subtle weapons at the disposal of the law. Gautran's prosecutors fought with faces unmasked, and with their hands displayed. The advocate, on the contrary, was pursuing a course which none could fathom, nor did he give a clue to it. Long before the case was closed, the jury were ready to deliver their verdict. But, calm and unmoved, the advocate, with amazing patience, followed out his secret theory, the revelation of which was awaited, by those who knew him best and feared him most, with intense and painful curiosity. Every disreputable circumstance in Gautran's life was raked up to display the odiousness of his character. His infamous career was tracked from his childhood to the hour of his arrest. A creature more debased, with features more hideous, it would have been difficult to drag forward from the worst haunts of crime and shame. Degraded he was born, degraded he had lived, degraded he stood before his judges. It was a horror to gaze upon his face as he stood in the dock, convulsively clutching the rails. For 8 days he had so stood, execrated and condemned by all. For 8 days he had endured the anguish of 1,000 deaths, of a myriad agonizing fears. His soul had been harrowed by the most awful visions, visions of which none but himself had any conception. In his cell, with the jailers watching his every movement, in the court with the glare of daylight upon him, in the dusky corridors he traversed morning and evening, he saw the phantom of the girl with whose murder he was charged, and by her side the phantom of himself standing on the threshold of a future in which there was no mercy or pity. No communication passed between him and the lawyer who was fighting for him. Not once did the advocate turn to the prisoner or address a word to him. It was as though he were battling for a victory in which Gautran was in no wise concerned. But if indeed he desired to win, he adopted the strangest tactics to accomplish his desire. Not a question he asked the witnesses, not an observation he made to the judge, but tended to fix more surely on the prisoner's degradation, and gradually there stole into Gautran's heart a deadly hatred and animosity against his defender. "He defends me to ruin me," this was Gautran's thought. "He is seeking to destroy me, body and soul." His own replies to the question put to him by the judge were sufficient to convict him. He equivocated and lied in the most barefaced manner, and when he was exposed and reproved, evinced no shame, preserving either a dogged silence or obstinately exclaiming that the whole world was leagued against him. Apart from the question whether he was lying or speaking the truth, there was a certain consistency in his method which would have been of service to him, had his cause been good. This was especially noticeable when he was being interrogated with respect to his relations with the murdered girl. "You insist," said the judge, "that Madeline accepted you as her lover?" "Yes, replied Gautran. "I insist upon it. Evidence will be brought forward to prove that it was not so. What then will you answer? That whoever denies it is a liar. And if a dozen or 20 deny it? They lie, the lot of them. What should make them speak falsely instead of truly? Because they are all against me. There is no other evidence except your bare statement that Madeline and you were affianced. That is my misfortune. If she were alive, she could speak for me. It is a safe remark, the poor child being in her grave. It is the rule for young girls to love men whose appearance is not repulsive. Is this, cried Gautran, smiting his face with his fist, to stand as a witness against me too? No, but a girl is generally a cause for falling in love. If the man be not attractive in appearance, it is almost certain he will possess some other quality to attract her. He may be clever, and this may win her. I do not pretend to be clever. His manners may be engaging, his nature may be kind and affectionate, and she may have had proof of it. My nature is kind and affectionate. It may have been that, if you were determined upon having a reason for her fondness for me. She was fond of you? Aye. Did she tell you so, and when? Always, when we were alone. We cannot have Madeline's evidence as to the feeling she entertained for you, but we can have the evidence of others who knew you both. Are you acquainted with Catherine Scherer? Not too well. We were never very intimate. She is a young woman, a few years older than Madeline, and she warned Madeline against you. She herself had received instances of your brutality. Before you saw Madeline, you made advances toward Catherine Scherer. False. She made advances towards me. She asked me to be her lover, and now she speaks against me out of revenge. She has not spoken yet, but she will. Madeline told her that she trembled at the sight of you, and had entreated you not to follow her, but that you would not be shaken off. It is my way. I will never be balked. It is true, therefore, you paid no attention to this poor girl's entreaties, because it is your way not to allow yourself to be balked. I did not mean that. I was thinking of other matters. Catherine Scherer has a mother. Yes, a woman of no account. Some time ago this mother informed you, if you did not cease to pester Catherine with your insulting proposals, that she would have you beaten. I should like to see the man who would have attempted it. That is savagely spoken for one whose nature is kind and affectionate. May not a man defend himself? I don't say I am kind and affectionate to men, but I am to women. The murdered girl found you so. Hearing from her daughter that Madeline was frightened of you, and did not wish you to follow her, Catherine's mother desired you to let the girl alone. She lies. They all lie who utter a word against you? Every one of them. You never courted Catherine Scherer? Never. Her mother never spoke to you about either her daughter or Madeline? Never. Do you know the widow Joseph? No. Madeline lodged in her house. What is that to me? Did she never speak to you concerning Madeline? Never. Attend. 4 nights before Madeline met her death, you were seen prowling outside Widow Joseph's house. I was not there. The widow Joseph came out and asked you what you wanted. She did not. You said you must see Madeline. The widow Joseph went into the house and returned with the message that Madeline would not see you. Upon that, you tried to force your way into the house and struck the woman because she prevented you. Madeline came down, alarmed at the sounds of the struggle, and begged you to go away, and you said you would, now that you had seen her, as you had made up your mind to. What have you to say to this? A batch of lies. 20 women could not have prevented me getting into the house. You think yourself a match for 20 women? Aye. And for as many men? For one man, whoever he may be. Give me the chance of proving it. Do you know Heinrich Heitz? No. He is, like yourself, a woodcutter. There are thousands of woodcutters. Did you and he not work together as partners? We did not. Were you not continually quarreling? And did he not wish to break the partnership? No. In consequence of this, did you not threaten to murder him? No. Did you not strike him with a weapon and cut his forehead open? No. How many women have you loved? One. Her name? Madeline. You never loved another? Never. Have you been married? No. Have you ever lived with a woman who should have been your wife? Never. Did you not continually beat this poor woman until her life became a burden to her, and she was compelled to fly from you to another part of the country? No. Do you expect to be believed in the answers you have given? No. It is said that you possess great strength. It has served me in good stead. That you are a man of violent passions. I have my feelings. I would never submit to be trampled on. You were always kind to Madeline? Always. On the night of her murder? Yes. Witnesses will prove that you were heard to say, "I will kill you, I will kill you." Do you deny saying so? No. How does that cruel threat accord with a mild and affectionate nature? I was asking her whether she had another lover, and I said if she had, and encouraged him, that I would kill her. The handkerchief found round her neck was yours. I gave it to her as a love gift. A terrible love gift. It was not wound loosely around her neck. It was tight, almost to strangulation. She must have made it so in her struggles, or the man who killed her must have attempted to strangle her with it. That is your explanation? Yes. Your face is bathed in perspiration. Your eyes glare wildly. Change places with me and see how you would feel. Such signs, then, are the signs of innocence? What else should they be? During this long examination, Gautran's limbs trembled violently, and there passed over his face the most frightful expressions. End of section 6. Section 7 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 7. Book 1, Chapters 14 and 15. Chapter 14. The Evidence of Witnesses. Among the first witnesses called was Heinrich Heitz, a woodcutter, who had been for some time in partnership with Gautran, and of whom Gautran had denied any knowledge whatever. On his forehead was the red scar of a wound inflicted some time before. "Look at the prisoner. Do you know him?" "I have reason to." "His name?" "Gautran." "How did he get his living?" "By woodcutting." "You and he were comrades for a time?" "We were." "For how long?" "For 3 years. We were partners." "During the time you worked with him, did he know you as Heinrich Heitz?" "By no other name. I never bore another." "Was the partnership an agreeable one?" "Not to me. It was infernally disagreeable. I never want another partner like him." "Why?" "Because I don't want another savage beast for a partner." "You did not get along well with him?" "Quite the reverse." "For what reasons?" "Well, for one, I am a hard-working man. He is an indolent bully. The master he works for once does not want to employ him again. When we worked together on a task, the profits of which were to be equally divided between us, he shirked his share of the work and left me to do the lot." "Did you endeavor to separate from him?" "I did, and he swore he would murder me, and once, when I was more than usually determined, he marked me on the forehead. You can see the scar. I shall never get rid of it." "Did he use a weapon against you?" "Yes, a knife." "His temper is ungovernable?" "He has not the slightest control over it." "He is a man of great strength?" "He is very powerful." "Possessed with an idea which he was determined to carry out, is it likely that anything would soften him?" "Nothing could soften him." "How would opposition affect him?" "It would infuriate him. I have seen him, when crossed, behave as if he were a mad tiger instead of a human being." "At such times, would it be likely that he would show any coolness or cunning?" "He would have no time to think. He would be carried away by his passion." "You were acquainted with him when he was a lad?" "I was." "Was he noted for his cruel disposition in his childhood?" "He was. It was the common talk." "Did he take a pleasure in inflicting physical pain upon those weaker than himself?" "He did." "And in prolonging that pain?" "Yes." "In his paroxysms of fury, would not an appeal to his humanity have a softening effect upon him?" "He has no humanity." "You were acquainted with Madeline?" "I was." "Was she an amiable girl?" "Most amiable." "She was very gentle?" "As gentle as a child." "But she was capable of being aroused?" "Of course she was." "She had many admirers?" "I have heard so." "You yourself admired her?" "I did." "You made love to her?" "I suppose I did." "Did she encourage you?" "I cannot say she did." "Did you ever attempt to embrace her?" The witness did not reply to this question, and upon its being repeated, still preserved silence. Admonished by the judge, and ordered to reply, he said, "Yes, I have attempted to embrace her." "On more than one occasion?" "Only on one occasion." " Did she permit the embrace?" "No." She resisted you? Yes. There must have been a struggle. Did she strike you? She scratched my face. She resisted you successfully? Yes. Gentle as she was, she possessed strength? Oh, yes, more than one would have supposed. Strength which she would exert to protect herself from insult? Yes. Her disposition was a happy one? That was easy to see. She was always singing to herself and smiling. You believe she was fond of life? Why, yes, who is not? And would not have welcomed a violent and sudden death? Certainly not. What a question! Threatened with such a fate, she would have resisted? Aye, with all her strength. It would be but natural. Knowing Madeline somewhat intimately, you must have known Pauline? Yes, I knew her. It is unfortunate and inexplicable that we cannot call her as a witness, and are ignorant of the reason why she left Madeline alone. Can you furnish any clue, even the slightest, which might enable us to find her? I cannot. I do not know where she is gone. Were they sisters, or mother and daughter? I cannot say. Do you know where they came from? I do not. Reflect. During your intimacy, was any chance word or remark made by either of the women which, followed up, might furnish the information? I can remember none, but something was said, a few days before Pauline left, which surprised me. Relate it, and do not fear to weary the court. Omit nothing. I made love to Madeline, as I have said, and she did not encourage me. Then, for perhaps a month or two, I said nothing more to her than good morning or good evening. But afterwards, when I was told that Gautran was following her up, I thought to myself, I am better than he. Why should I be discouraged because she said no to me once? Well, then it was that I mustered up courage to speak to Pauline, thinking to win her to my side. I did not, though. Pauline was angry and impatient with me, and as much as told me that when Madeline married, it would be to a better man than I was. I was angry, also, because it seemed as if she looked down on me. You think she will marry a gentleman, said I. It might be so, she answered. A fine idea that, said I, for a peasant. But perhaps she isn't a peasant. Perhaps she is a lady in disguise. I suppose I spoke scornfully, for Pauline fired up and asked whether Madeline was not good enough, and pretty enough, and gentle enough for a lady, and said, too, that those who believed her to be a peasant might one day find out their mistake. And then, all at once, she stopped suddenly, with red fire in her face, and I saw she had said that which she had rather left unspoken. This last piece of evidence supplied a new feature of interest in the case. It furnished a clue to a tempting mystery as to the social position of Pauline and Madeline. But it was a clue which could not be followed to a satisfactory result, although another unexpected revelation was made in the course of the trial, which appeared to have some connection with it. Much of the evidence given by Heinrich Heitz was elicited by the advocate, especially those particulars which related to Gautran's strength and ferocity, and to Madeline's love of life and the way in which she met an insult. It was not easy to see what good could be done for Gautran by the stress which the advocate laid upon these points. Catherine Scherer was called and examined. She testified that Gautran had made advances toward her, and had pressed her to become his wife, that she refused him, and that he threatened her, that as he persisted in following her, Her mother had spoken to him, and had warned him, if he did not cease persecuting her daughter, that she would have him beaten. This evidence was corroborated by Catherine's mother, who testified that she had cautioned Gautran not to persecute Madeline with his attentions and proposals. Madeline had expressed to both these women her abhorrence of Gautran and her fear of him, but nothing could induce him to relinquish his pursuit of her. The only evidence elicited from these witnesses by the advocate related to Gautran's strength and ferocity. Following Catherine Shearer and her mother came a witness whose appearance provoked murmurs of compassion. It was a poor, wretched woman, half demented, who had lived with Gautran in another part of the country, and who had been so brutally treated by him that her reason had become impaired. If her appearance provoked compassion, the story of her wrongs, as it was skilfully drawn from her by kindly examination, stirred the court into strong indignation, and threw a lurid light upon the character of the man arraigned at the bar of justice. In the presence of this poor creature, the judge interrogated Gautran. "You denied having ever lived with a woman who should have been your wife. Do you still deny it?" "Yes." "Shameless obstinacy! Look at this poor woman, whom your cruelty has reduced to a state of imbecility. Do you not know her?" "I know nothing of her." "You never lived with her?" "Never." "You will even go so far as to declare that you never saw her before today?" "Yes, I never saw her before today." "To question you farther would be useless. You have shown yourself in your true colors." To which Gautran made answer, "I can't help my colors. They're not of my choosing." The widow Joseph was next called. Chapter 15. The widow Joseph gives evidence respecting a mysterious visitor. The appearance of this woman was looked forward to by the spectators with lively curiosity, and her evidence was listened to with deep attention. "Your name is Joseph?" "That was my husband's first name. While he lived I was known as Mistress Joseph. Since his death I have been called the widow Joseph." "The poor child Madeline and her companion Pauline lived in your house?" "Yes, from the first day they came into this part of the country. We have come a great distance," said Pauline to me, "and want a room to sleep in." I showed her the room, and said it would be 12 francs a month. She paid me 12 francs, and remained with me till she left to go on a journey. "Did you ask her where she came from?" "Yes, and she answered that it was of no consequence." "Did she pay the rent regularly?" "Yes, and always without being asked for it." "Did she tell you she was poor?" "She said she had but little money." "Did they have any settled plan of gaining a livelihood?" "I do not think they had at first. Pauline asked me whether I thought it likely they could earn a living by selling flowers. I looked at Madeline, and said that I thought they were certain to do well." "You looked at Madeline? Why?" "She was a very pretty girl." "And you thought, because she was very pretty, that she would have a greater chance of disposing of her flowers?" "Yes, gentlemen like to buy of pretty girls." "That is not said to Madeline's disparagement?" "No, Madeline was a good girl. She was full of gaiety, but it was innocent gaiety." "What were your impressions of them? As to their social position, did you believe them to be humbly born?" "Pauline, certainly. She was a peasant, the same as myself. But there was something superior about Madeline which puzzled me." How? In what way? It was only an impression, yet there were signs. Pauline's hands were hard and coarse, and from remarks she made from time to time, I knew that she was peasant-born. Madeline's hands were soft and delicate, and she had not been accustomed to toil, which all peasants are, from their infancy almost. From this do you infer that they were not related to each other? I am sure they were related to each other. Perhaps few had the opportunities of judging as well as I could. When they were in a quiet mood, I have seen expressions upon their faces so exactly alike as to leave no doubt that they were closely related. Sisters? I cannot say. Or mother and daughter? I wish to tell everything I know, but to say nothing that might be turned into a reproach against them. We have every confidence in you. Judgment can be formed from the bearing of persons toward each other. Pauline loved Madeline? Devotedly. There is a distinctive quality in the attachment of a loving mother for her child which can scarcely be mistaken. It is far different in certain visible manifestations, especially on occasions where there is any slight disagreement between sisters. Distinctive, also, is the tenderness which accompanies the exercise of a mother's authority. Bearing this in mind, and recalling to the best of your ability those particulars of their intercourse which came within your cognizance, which hypothesis would you be the more ready to believe, that they were sisters or mother and child? That they were mother and child. We recognize your anxiety to assist us. Pauline's hands, you say, were coarse, while Madeline's were soft and delicate. Ordinarily a peasant woman brings up her child as a peasant, with no false notions. In this instance, however, Pauline brought Madeline up with some idea that the young girl was superior to her own station in life. Else, why the unusual care of the child? Supposing this line of argument to be correct, it appears not to be likely that the attentions of a man like Gautran would be encouraged. They were not encouraged. Do you know that they were not encouraged from statements made to you by Pauline and Madeline? Yes. Then Gautran's declaration that he was Madeline's accepted lover is false? Quite false. He speaks falsely when he says that Madeline promised to marry him? It is impossible. 4 nights before Madeline met her death, was Gautran outside your house? Yes, he was prowling about there with his evil face for a long time. Did you go to him and ask him what he wanted? Yes. Did he tell you that he must see Madeline? Yes, and I went into the house and informed the girl. She said she would not see him, and I went down to Gautran and told him so. He then tried to force himself into the house, and I stood in his way. He struck me, and Madeline, frightened by my cries, ran to the door and begged him to go away. It is a fact that he was often seen in Madeline's company? Yes, do what they would, they could not get rid of him, and they were frightened, if they angered him too much, that he would commit an act of violence. As he did? As he did. It is written on Madeline's grave. Had the poor girl any other lovers? None that I should call lovers, but she was greatly admired. Was any one of these lovers especially favored? Not that I knew of. Did any of them visit the house? No, but may I speak? Certainly. It was not what I should call a visit. A gentleman came once to the door, and before I could get there, Pauline was with him. All that I heard was this: "It is useless," Pauline said to him. "I will not allow you to see her, and if you persecute us with your attentions, I will appeal for help to those who will teach you a lesson." "What is your objection to me?" he asked, and he was smiling all the time he spoke. "Am I not a gentleman?" "Yes," she answered, "and it is because of that that I will not permit you to address her. Gentlemen! I have had enough of gentlemen." "You are a foolish woman," he said, and he went away. That is all, and that is the only time, except when I saw Pauline in conversation with a man. He might have been a gentleman, but his clothes were not the clothes of one. Neither were they the clothes of a peasant. They were conversing at a little distance from the house. I did not hear what they said, not a word, and half an hour afterwards Pauline came home. There was a look on her face such as I had never observed, a look of triumph and doubt. But she made no remark to me, nor I to her. "Where was Madeline at this time?" "In the house." "Did you see this man again?" "A second time, 2 evenings after. A third time within the same week. He and Pauline spoke together very earnestly, and when anyone approached them, always moved out of hearing. During the second week he came to the house and inquired for Pauline. She ran downstairs and accompanied him into the open road. This occurred to my knowledge 5 or 6 times, until Pauline said to me, 'Tomorrow I am going on a journey. Before long I may be able to reward you well for the kindness you have shown us.' The following day she left, and I have not seen her since." "Did she say how long she would be likely to be away?" "I understood not longer than 3 weeks." "That time has passed, and still she does not appear. Since she left, have you seen the man who is so frequently with her?" "No." "He has not been to the house to make inquiries?" "No." "Is it not possible that he may have been Pauline's lover?" "There was nothing of the lover in his manner towards her." "There was, however, some secret between them?" "Evidently." "And Madeline, was she acquainted with it?" "It is impossible to say." "You have no reason to suppose, when Pauline went away, that she had no intention of returning?" "I am positive she intended to return." "And with good news, for she promised to reward you for your kindness?" "Yes, she did so." "Is it not probable that she also may have met with foul play?" "It is probable, but Heaven alone knows." End of section 7. Section 8 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 8. Book 1, Chapters 16 and 17. Chapter 16. The Conclusion of the Prosecution. In length, the case for the prosecution was concluded with an expression of regret on the part of counsel at the absence of Pauline, who might have been able to supply additional evidence, if any were needed, on the guilt of the prisoner. "Every effort has been made," said counsel, "to trace and produce this woman, but when she parted from the murdered girl, no person knew whither she was directing her steps. Even the widow Joseph, the one living person besides the mysterious male visitor who was in frequent consultation with her, can furnish us with no clue. The victim of this foul and horrible crime could most likely have told us, but her lips are sealed by the murderer's hand, the murderous wretch who stands before you. It has been suggested that Pauline has met with foul play. It may be so. Otherwise, it is humanly impossible to divine the cause that would keep her from this trial. Neither have we been able to trace the man who was in her confidence, and between whom and herself a secret of a strange nature existed. In my own mind, I do not doubt that this secret related to Madeline, but whether it did do so or not cannot affect the issue of this trial. Neither can the absence of Pauline and her mysterious friend affect it. The proofs of the cruel, ruthless murder are complete and irrefragable, and nothing is wanting, not a link, in the chain of evidence, to enable you to return a verdict which will deprive of the opportunity of committing further crime a wretch as infamous as ever walked the earth. He declares his innocence. If the value of that declaration is to be gauged by the tissue of falsehoods he has uttered, by his shameless effrontery and denials, by his revolting revelations of the degradation of his nature, he stands self-convicted. But it needs not that. Had he not spoken, the issue would be the same. For painful and shocking as is the spectacle, you have but to glance at him to assure yourself of his guilt. If that is not sufficient to move you unhesitatingly to your duty, cast him from your thoughts, and weigh only the evidence of truth which has been laid unfolded to you. As I speak, a picture of that terrible night, in the darkness of which the fearful deed was committed, rises before me. I see the river's bank in a mist of shadows. I see two forms moving onward, one a monster in human shape, the other that of a child who had never wronged a fellow creature, a child whose spirit was joyous, and whose amiable disposition won every heart. It is not with her willing consent that this monster is in her company. He has followed her stealthily until he finds an opportunity to be alone with her, at a time when she is least likely to have friends near her, and in a place where she is entirely at his mercy. He forces his attentions upon her. She repulses him. She turns toward her home. He thrusts her roughly back. Enraged at her obstinacy, he threatens to kill her. His threats are heard by persons returning home along the river's bank, and until the sound of their footsteps has died away and they are out of hearing, he keeps his victim silent by force. Being alone with her once more, he renews his infamous suit. She still repulses him, and then commences a struggle which must have made the angels weep to witness. In vain his victim pleads, in vain she struggles. She clings to him and begs for her life in tones that might melt the stoniest heart. But this demon has no heart. He winds his handkerchief round her neck. He beats and tears her, as is proved by the bruises on her poor body. The frightful struggle ends, and the deed is accomplished which condemns the wretch to lifelong torture in this world and to perdition in the next. Do not lose sight of this picture and of the evidence which establishes it, and let me warn you not to be diverted by sophistry or specious reasoning from the duty which you are here to perform. A most vile and horrible crime has been committed. The life of a child has been cruelly, remorselessly, wickedly sacrificed. Her blood calls for justice on her murderer, and upon you rests the solemn responsibility of not permitting the escape of a wretch whose guilt has been proven by evidence so convincing as to leave no room for doubt in the mind of any human being who reasons in accordance with facts. I cannot refrain from impressing upon you the stern necessity of allowing no other considerations than those supplied by a calm judgment to guide you in the delivery of your verdict. I should be wanting in my duty if I did not warn you that there have been cases in which the guilty have unfortunately escaped by the raising of side issues which had but the remotest bearing upon the crimes of which they stood accused. It is not by specious logic that a guilty man can be proved innocent. Innocence can only be established by facts, and the facts laid before you are fatal in the conclusion to be deduced from them. Bear these facts in mind, and do not allow your judgment to be clouded even by the highest triumphs of eloquence. I know of no greater reproach from which men of sensibility can suffer than that which proceeds me from the consciousness that, in an unguarded moment, they have allowed themselves to be turned aside from the performance of a solemn duty. May you have no cause for such a reproach. May you have no cause to lament that you have allowed your judgment to be warped by a display of passionate and fevered oratory. Let a sense of justice alone be your guide. Justice we all desire, nothing more and nothing less. The law demands it of you. Society demands it of you. The safety of your fellow citizens, the honor of young girls, of your sisters, your daughters, and others dear to you, depend upon your verdict. For if wretches like the prisoner are permitted to walk in our midst, to pursue their savage courses, to live their evil lives unchecked, life and honor are in fatal peril. The duty you have to perform is a sacred duty. See that you perform it righteously and conscientiously, and bear in mind that the eyes of the Eternal are upon you. This appeal, delivered with intense earnestness, produced a profound impression. In the faces of the jury was written the fate of Gautran. They looked at each other with stern resolution. Under these circumstances, when the result of the trial appeared to be a foregone conclusion, it might have been expected, the climax of interest having apparently been reached, that the rising of the advocate to speak for the defense would have attracted but slight attention. It was not so. At that moment the excitement reached a painful pitch, and every person in the court, with the exception of the jury and the judges, leaned forward with eager and absorbed expectation. Chapter 17. The Advocate's Defense. The Verdict. He spoke in a calm and passionless voice, the clear tones of which had an effect resembling that of a current of cold air through an overheated atmosphere. The audience had been led to expect a display of fevered and passionate oratory, but neither in the advocate's speech nor in his manner of delivering it was there any fire or passion. It was chiefly remarkable for earnestness and simplicity. His first words were a panegyric of justice, the right of dispensing which had been placed in mortal hands by a supreme power which watched its dispensation with a jealous eye. He claimed for himself that the leading principle of his life, not only in his judicial but in his private career, had been a desire for justice, in small matters as well as in great, for the lowliest equally with the loftiest of human beings. Before the bar of justice, prince and peasant, the most ignorant and the most highly cultured, the meanest and the most noble in form and feature, were equal. They had been told that justice was demanded from them by law and by society. He would supply a strange omission in this appeal, and he would tell them that, primarily and before every other consideration, the prisoner it was who demanded justice from them. "That an innocent girl has been done to death," said the advocate, "is most unfortunately true, and as true that a man who inspires horror is charged with her murder. You have been told that you have but to glance at him to assure yourself of his guilt. These are lamentable words to be used in an argument of accusation. The facts that the victim was of attractive and that the accused is of repulsive appearance should not weigh with you, even by a hair's weight, to the prejudice of the prisoner. If it does, I call upon you to remember that justice is blind to external impressions. And moreover, if in your minds you harbor a feeling such as exists outside this court against the degraded creature who stands before you, I charge you to dismiss it. All the evidence presented to you which bears directly upon the crime is circumstantial. A murder has been committed. No person saw it committed. The last person proved to have been in the murdered girl's company is Gautran, her lover, as he declares himself to have been. And here I would say that I do not expect you to place the slightest credence upon the statements of this man. His unblushing, astonishing falsehoods prove that in him the moral sense is deadened, if indeed it ever existed. But his own statement that, after the manner of his brutal nature, he loved the girl, may be accepted as probable. It has been sufficiently proved that the girl had other lovers, who were passionately enamored of her. She was left to herself, deprived of the protection and counsel of a devoted woman who, unhappily, was absent at the fatal crisis in her life. She was easily persuaded and easily led. Who can divine by what influences she was surrounded, by what temptations she was beset, temptations and influences which may have brought upon her an untimely death? Gautran was heard to say, "I will kill you, I will kill you." He had threatened her before, and she lived to speak of it to her companions, and to permit him, without break or interruption in their intimacy, to continue to associate with her. What more probable than that this was one of his usual threats in his moments of passion, when he jealously believed that a rival was endeavoring to supplant him in her affections? The handkerchief found about her neck belonged to Gautran. The gift of a handkerchief among the lower classes is not uncommon, and it is frequently worn around the neck. Easy, then, for any murderer to pull it tight during the commission of the crime. But apart from this, the handkerchief does not fix the crime of murder upon Gautran or any other accused, for you have had it proved that the girl did not die by strangulation, but by drowning. These are bare facts, and I present them to you in bare form, without needless comment. I do not base my defense upon them, but upon what I am now about to say. If in a case of circumstantial evidence there is reasonable cause to believe that the evidence furnished is of insufficient weight to convict, and if on the other side, on the side of the accused, evidence is adduced which directly proves, according to the best judgment we are enabled to form of human action in supreme moments, as to the course it would take and the manner in which it would be displayed, that it is almost beyond the bounds of possibility and nature that the person can have committed the deed, you have no option, unless you yourselves are bent upon judicial murder, than to acquit that person, however vile his character may be, however degraded his career and antecedents. It is evidence of this description which I intend to submit to you at the conclusion of my remarks. The character of Gautran has been exposed and laid bare in all its vileness. The minuteness of the evidence is surprising. Not the smallest detail has been overlooked or omitted to complete the picture of a ferocious, ignorant, and infamous being. Guilty, he deserves no mercy. Innocent, he is not to be condemned because he is vile. In the world's history, there are records of countries and times in which it was the brutal fashion to bring four-footed animals to the bar of justice, there solemnly to try them for witchcraft and evil deeds, and you will find upon examination of those records of man's incredible folly and ignorance that occasionally even these beasts of the earth, pigs and such like, have been declared innocent of the crimes of which they have been charged. I ask no more for Gautran than the principle involved in these trials. Judge him, if you will, as you would an animal, but judge him in accordance with the principles of justice, which neither extenuates nor maliciously and unreasonably condemns. The single accusation of the murder of Madeline, a flower girl, is the point to be determined, and you must not travel beyond it to other crimes and other misdeeds of which Gautran may have been guilty. It has been proved that the prisoner is possessed of great strength, that he is violent in his actions, uncontrollable in his passions, and fond of inflicting pain and prolonging it. He has not a redeeming feature in his coarse animal nature. Thwarted, he makes the person who thwarts him suffer without mercy. An appeal to his humanity would be useless. He has no humanity. When crossed, he has been seen to behave like a wild beast. All this is in evidence, and has been strongly dwelt upon as proof of guilt. Most important is this evidence, and I charge you not for one moment to lose sight of it. I come now to the depiction of the murdered girl, as it has been presented to you. Pretty, admired, gentle in her manners, and poor. Although the fact of a person being poor is no proof of morality, we may accept it in this instance as a proof of the girl's virtue. She was fond of life. Her disposition was a happy one. She was in the habit of singing to herself. Thus we have the presentment of a young girl whose nature was joyous, and to whom life was sweet. Another important piece of evidence must be borne in mind. She possessed strength, greater strength than would have been supposed in a form so slight. This strength she would use to protect herself from injury. It has been proved that she used it successfully to protect herself from insult. In the whole of this case, nothing has been more forcibly insisted upon than that she resisted her murder, and that there was a long and horrible struggle in which she received many injuries, wounds, bruises, and scratches, and in which her clothes were rent and torn. This struggle, in the natural order of things, could not have been a silent one. Accompanying the conflict there must have been outcries, frenzied appeals for mercy, screams of terror and anguish. No witness has been called who heard such sounds, and therefore it must be a fact that the murder must have been committed some time after Gautran's threat, "I will kill you, I will kill you," was heard by persons who passed along the bank of the river in the darkness of that fatal night. Time enough for Gautran to have left her, time enough for another, lover or stranger, to meet her, time enough for murder by another hand than that of the prisoner who stands charged with the commission of the crime. I assert, with all the force of my experience of human nature, that it is impossible that Gautran could have committed the deed. There was a long and terrible struggle, a struggle in which the murdered girl's clothes were torn, in which her face, her hands, her arms, her neck, her sides, were bruised and wounded in 100 cruel ways. Can you for one moment entertain the belief that, in this desperate fight in which two persons were engaged, only one should bear the marks of a contest so horrible? If you bring yourselves to this belief, it must be by the aid of prejudice, not of reason. Attend to what follows. On the very morning after the murder, within 4 hours of the body being discovered in the river, Gautran was arrested. He wore the same clothes he had worn for months past, the only clothes he possessed. In these clothes there was not a rent or tear, nor any indication of a recent rent having been mended. How, then, could this man have been engaged in a violent and prolonged hand-to-hand conflict? It is manifestly impossible, opposed to all reasonable conjecture, that his garments could have escaped some injury, however slight, at the hands of a girl to whom life was very sweet, who was strong and capable of resistance, and who saw before her the shadow of an awful fate. Picture to yourselves this struggle already so vividly painted, so graphically portrayed. The unhappy girl clung to her destroyer. She clutched his dress, his hands, his body in her wild despair, a despair which inspired her with strength beyond her ordinary capacity. And of still greater weight is the fact that there was not to be found on any part of Gautran's body a scratch, a wound, or a bruise of any description. What, then, becomes of the evidence of a terrible life and death struggle in which it is said he was engaged? Upon this point alone the entire theory of the prosecution breaks down. The absence from Gautran's clothes and person of any mark or identification of a physical contest is the strongest testimony of his innocence of this ruthless, diabolical crime, and, wretched and degraded as is the spectacle he presents, justice demands from you his acquittal. Still one other proof of his innocence remains to be spoken of. I will touch upon it lightly, but it bears a very strange aspect, as though the prosecution were fearful that its introduction would fatally injure their case. When Gautran was searched, a knife was found upon him, the knife, without doubt, with which he inflicted upon the face of a comrade a wound which he will bear to the grave. Throughout the whole of the evidence of the prosecution I waited and looked for the production of that knife. I expected to see upon it a blood proof of guilt, but it was not produced. No mention has been made of it. Why? Because there is upon its blade no mark of blood. Do you believe that a ruffian like Gautran would have refrained from using his knife upon the body of his victim to shorten the terrible struggle? Even in light quarrels, men in his condition of life threaten freely with their knives, and use them recklessly. To suppose that with so swift and sure a means at hand to put an end to a horrible affair, Gautran, in the heat and fury of the time, refrained from availing himself to it, is to suppose a thing contrary and opposed to reason. Remember the answer given by one of the witnesses, who knows the nature of the man well, when I asked him whether in his passionate moods Gautran would be likely to show coolness or cunning. He would have no time to think. He would be carried away by his passion. His is the nature of a brute, governed by brute laws. You are here to try, not the prisoner's general character, not his repulsive appearance, not his brutish nature, but a charge of murder of which he is accused, and of which, in the clear light of human motive and action, it is impossible he can be guilty. The advocate's speech, of which this is but a brief and imperfect summary, occupied 7 hours, and was delivered throughout with a cold, impressive earnestness, and with an absence of passion which gradually and effectually turned the current which had set so fatally against the prisoner. The disgust and abhorrence he inspired were in no wise modified, but the advocate had instilled into the minds of his auditors the strongest doubts of Gautran's guilt. 2 witnesses were called, one a surgeon of eminence, the other a nurse in a hospital. They deposed that there were no marks of an encounter upon the prisoner's person, that upon his skin was no abrasion, that his clothes exhibited no traces of recent tear or repair, and that it was scarcely possible he could have been engaged in a violent personal struggle. Upon the conclusion of this evidence, which cross-examination did not shake, the jury asked that Gautran should be examined by independent experts. This was done by thoroughly qualified men, whose evidence strengthened that of the witnesses for the defense. The jury asked also that the knife found upon Gautran should be produced. It was brought into court and carefully examined, and it was found that its blade was entirely free from bloodstain. The jury, astounded at the turn the affair had taken, listened attentively to the speech of the judge, who dwelt with great care upon every feature of the case. The court sat late to give its decision, and when the verdict was pronounced, Gautran was a free man. Free to enjoy the sunlight and the seasons as they passed. Free to continue his life of crime and shame. Free to murder again. End of Section 8. End of Book 1. Section 9 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 9. Book 2, Chapters 1 and 2. Book 2, The Confession. Chapter 1. A Letter from John Vanbrugh. For a little while Gautran scarcely comprehended that he was at liberty to wander forth. He had so completely given himself up as lost that he was stupefied by the announcement that his liberty was restored to him. He gazed vacantly before him, and the announcement had to be twice repeated before he arrived at an understanding of its purport. Then his attitude changed. A spasm of joy passed into his face, followed immediately by a spasm of fear. Those who observed him would indeed have been amazed had they known what was passing through his mind. "Free, am I?" he asked. "You have been told so twice," a warden answered. "It astonishes you. Well, you are not the only one." As the wardens fell from his side, he watched them warily, fearing they were setting a trap which might prove his destruction. From where he stood he could not see the advocate, who was preparing to depart. Distasteful as the verdict was to every person in court, with the exception of Gautran and his counsel, those members of the legal profession who had not taken an active part in the trial were filled with professional admiration at the skill the advocate had displayed. An eminent member of the bar remarked to him, "It is a veritable triumph, the greatest and most surprising I have ever witnessed. None but yourself could have accomplished it, yet I cannot believe in the man's innocence." This lawyer held too high and honorable a position for the advocate to remain silent. "The man is innocent," he said. "You know him to be so?" "I know him to be so. I stake my reputation upon it." "You almost convince me. It would be fatal to any reputation were Gautran, after what has passed, to be proved guilty. But that, of course, is impossible." "Quite impossible," said the advocate, somewhat haughtily. "Exactly so. There can be no room for doubt, after your statement that you know the man to be innocent." With no wish to continue the conversation, the advocate turned to leave the court when an officer presented himself. "He wishes to speak to you, sir." "He? Who?" asked the advocate. He was impatient to be gone, his interest at the trial being at an end. The victory was gained. There was nothing more to be done. "The prisoner, sir. He desired me to tell you." "The prisoner?" said the advocate. You forget. The man is free." He walked towards Gautran, and for the first time during the long days of the trial, gazed directly in his client's face. The magnetism in the advocate's eyes arrested Gautran's speech. His own dilated, and he appeared to forget what he had intended to say. They looked at each other in silence for a few moments, the expression on the face of the advocate cold, keen, and searching, that on the face of Gautran as of a man entranced. And then the advocate turned sternly away, without a word having been spoken between them. When Gautran looked again for his defender, he was gone. Gautran still lingered. The court was nearly empty. "Be off," said the warden, who had been his chief attendant in his cell. "We have done with you for the present." But Gautran made no effort to leave. The warden laid his hand upon the ruffian's shoulder, with the intention of expelling him from the court. Gautran shook him off with the snarl of a wild beast. "Touch me again," he cried, "and I'll strangle you. I can do it easily enough, 2 of you at a time." And indeed, so ferocious was his manner that it seemed as if he were disposed to carry his threat into execution. "Women are more in your way," said the warden tauntingly. "Look you, Gautran, if Madeline had been my daughter, your life would not be worth an hour's purchase, despite the verdict gained by your clever advocate." "You would not dare to say that to me if you and I were alone," retorted Gautran, scowling at the sullen faces of the officers about him. "Away with you!" exclaimed the warden. "At once, or we will throw you into the streets." "I will go when I get my property." "What property?" "The knife you took from me when you dragged me to prison. I don't move without it." They deemed it best to comply with this demand, the right being on his side, and his knife was restored to him. It was an old knife, with a keen blade and a stout handle, and it opened and closed with a sharp click. Gautran tried it 3 or 4 times, with savage satisfaction, and then, with another interchange of threatening glances, he slunk from the court. The advocate's carriage was at the door, ready to convey him to Christian Almer's villa. But after his long confinement in the close court, he felt the need of physical exercise, and he dismissed his coachman, saying he intended to walk home. As the carriage drove off, a person plucked him by the sleeve and pressed a letter into his hand. It was dusk, and the advocate, although he looked quickly around, could not discover the giver. His sight was short and strong, and standing beneath the light of a street lamp, he opened and read the letter. "Old friend, it will doubtless surprise you to see my handwriting, it is so long since we met. The sight of it may displease you, but that is of small consequence to me. When a man is in a desperate strait, he is occasionally driven to desperate courses. When needs must, as you are aware, the devil drives. I have been but an hour in Geneva, and I have heard of your victory. I congratulate you upon it. I must see you soon. I know the House of White Shadows in the pretty valley yonder. At a short distance from the gates, but far enough off, and so situated as to enable a man to hide with safety if he desires, is a hill upon which I will wait for your signal to come to you, which shall be the waving of a white handkerchief from your study window. At midnight, and alone, will be best. You see how ready I am to oblige you. I shall wait till sunrise for the signal. If you are too busy tonight, let it be tomorrow night, or the next, or any night this week. I am, as ever, your friend, John Van Brugh. The advocate placed the letter in his pocket, and murmured as he walked through the streets of Geneva, "John Van Brugh! Has he risen from his grave? He would see me at midnight, and alone. He must be mad or drunk to make such a request. He may keep his vigil undisturbed. Of such a friendship there can be no renewal. The gulf that separates us is too wide to be bridged over by sentimental memories. John Van Brugh, the vagabond! I can imagine him, and the depth to which he has sunk. Every man must bear the consequences of his actions. Let him bear his, and make the best or the worst of them." Chapter 2. A Startling Interruption. The news of the acquittal of Gautran spread swiftly through the town, and the people gathered in front of the cafes and lingered in the streets to gaze upon the celebrated advocate who had worked the marvel. "He has a face like the Sphinx," said one. "With just as much feeling," said another. "Do you believe Gautran was innocent?" "Not I, though he made it appear so." "Neither do I believe it, but I confess I am puzzled." "If Gautran did not murder the girl, who did?" asked one, a waverer, who formed an exception to the general rule. "That is for the law to find out." "It was found out, and the murderer has been set loose. We shall have to take care of ourselves on dark nights." "Would you condemn a man upon insufficient evidence?" "I would condemn such as Gautran on any evidence. When you want to get rid of vermin, it does not do to be over-particular." "The law must be respected." "Life must be protected. That is the first law." "Hush! Here he is. Best not let him overhear you." There was but little diversity of opinion. Even in the Inn of the Seven Liars, to which Fritz the Fool, who had attended the court every day of the trial, and who had the fleetest foot of any man for a dozen miles round, had already conveyed the news of Gautran's acquittal, the discussion was loud and animated. The women regarded the result as an outrage on their sex, the men more disposed to put Gautran out of the question, and to throw upon the advocate the opprobrium of the verdict. "Did I not tell you," said Fritz, "that he could turn black into white? A great man, a great man! If we had more like him, murdering would be a fine trade." There were, doubtless, among those who thronged the streets to see the advocate pass, some sinners whose consciences tormented them, and who secretly hoped, if exposure ever overtook them, that heaven would send them such a defender. His reception, indeed, partook of the character of an ovation. These tributes to his powers made no impression upon him. He pursued his way steadily onward, looking neither to the right nor to the left, and soon the gaily lighted shops and cafes of Geneva were far behind him. His thoughts were upon John Van Brugh, who had been one of his boy friends, and whom for many years he had believed to be dead. In his lonely walk to the House of White Shadows, he recalled the image of Van Brugh, and dwelt, with idle curiosity, upon the recollection of their youthful lives. He had determined not to see Van Brugh, and was resolved not to renew a friendship which, during its existence, had been lacking in those sterling qualities necessary for endurance. That it was pleasant while it lasted was the best that could be said of it. When he and Van Brugh grew to manhood, there was a wide divergence in their paths. One walked with firm, unfaltering step the road which leads to honor and renown, sparing no labor, throwing aside seductive temptation when it presented itself to him, as it did in its most alluring forms, giving all his mental might to the cause to which he had devoted himself, studying by day and night so earnestly that his bright and strong intellect became stronger and clearer, and he could scarcely miss success. Only once in his younger days had he allowed himself, for a brief period, to be seduced from this path, and it was John Vanbrugh who had tempted him. The other threw himself upon pleasure's tide, and, blind to earnest duty, drank the sunshine of life's springtime in draughts so intemperate that he became intoxicated with poisonous fire, and, falling into the arms of the knaves who thrive on human weakness and depravity, his moral sense, like theirs, grew warped, and he ripened into a knave himself. Something of this, but not in its fullness, had reached the advocate's ears, making but small impression upon him, and exciting no surprise, for by that time his judgment was matured, and human character was an open book to him, and when, some little while afterwards, he heard that John Vanbrugh was dead, he said, "He is better dead," and scarcely gave his once friend another thought. He was a man who had no pity for the weak, and no forgiveness for the erring. He walked slowly with a calm enjoyment of the solitude and the quiet night, and presently entered a narrow lane, dotted with orchards. It was now dark, and he could not see a dozen yards before him. He was fond of darkness. It contained mysterious possibilities, he had been heard to say. There was an ineffable charm in the stillness which encompassed him, and he enjoyed it to its full. There were cottages here and there, lying back from the road, but no light or movement in them. The inmates were asleep. Soft sighs proceeded from the drowsy trees, and slender boughs waved solemnly, while the only sounds from the farmyards were, at intervals, a muffled shaking of wings, and the barking of dogs whom his footsteps had aroused. As he passed a high wooden gate, through the bars of which he could dimly discern a line of tall trees standing like sentinels of the night, the perfume of limes was wafted towards him, and he softly breathed the words, "My wife!" He yielded up his senses to the thraldom of a delicious languor, in which the only image was that of the fair and beautiful woman who was waiting for him in their holiday home. Had any person seen the tender light in his eyes, and heard the tone in which the words were whispered, he could not have doubted that the woman they referred to was passionately adored. Not for long was he permitted to muse upon the image of a being, the thought of whom appeared to transform a passionless man into an ardent lover. A harsher interruption than sweet perfume floating on a breeze recalled him to his sterner self. "Stop!" "For what reason?" "The best. Money." The summons proceeded from one in whom, as his voice betrayed, the worst passions were dominant. End of section 9. Section 10 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 10. Book 2, Chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3. In the Dead of Night. There lived not in the world a man more fearless than the advocate. At this threatening demand, which meant violence, perhaps murder, he exhibited as little trepidation as he would have done at an acquaintance asking him in broad daylight for a pinch of snuff. Indeed, he was so perfectly unembarrassed that his voice assumed a lightness foreign to its usual serious tones. "Money, my friend. How much?" "All you've got." "Terse and to the point. If I refuse?" "I am desperate. Look to yourself." The advocate smiled, and purposely deepened the airiness of his tones. "This is a serious business, then?" "You'll find it so if you trifle with me." "Are you hungry?" "I am starving." "You have a powerful voice for a starving man." "Don't play with me, master. I mean to have what I ask for." "How can you if I do not possess it? How will you if, possessing it, I refuse to give it you?" The reply was a crashing blow at an overhanging branch, which broke it to the ground. It was evident that the man carried a stout weapon, and that he meant to use it with murderous effect if driven to extremes. They spoke at arm's length. Neither was quite within the other's grasp. "A strong argument," said the advocate without blenching, "and a savage one. You have a staff in your hand, and probably a knife in your pocket." "Ah, I have, and a sharp blade to it." "I thought as much. Would not that do your business more effectually?" "Perhaps, but I've learnt a lesson today about knives, which teaches me not to use mine too freely." The advocate frowned. "Other scoundrels would run less risk of the jail if their proceedings were as logical. Do you know me?" "How should I?" "It might be, then," continued the advocate, securely taking a box of matches from his pocket, "that, like yourself, I am both a thief and a would-be murderer." As he uttered the last words, he flung a lighted match straight at the man's face, and for a moment the glare revealed the ruffian's features. He staggered back, repeating the word "murderer" in a hoarse and startled whisper. The advocate strode swiftly to his side, and striking another match, held it up to his own face. "Look at me, Gautran," he said. The man looked up, and recognizing the advocate, recoiled, muttering, "Aye, I see who it is." "And you would rob me, wretch?" "Not now, master, not now. Your voice, it was the voice of another man. I crave your pardon humbly." "So you recommence work early, Gautran. Have you not had enough of the jail?" "More than enough. Don't be hard on me, master. Call me mad if you like." "Mad or sane, Gautran, every man is properly made accountable for his acts. Take this to heart." "It won't do me any good. What is a poor wretch to do with nothing but empty pockets?" "You are a dull-witted knave, or you would be aware it is useless to lie to me. Gautran, I can read your soul. You wish to speak to me in the court. Here is your opportunity. Say what you had to say." "Give me breathing time. You've the knack of driving the thoughts clean out of a man's head. Have you got a bit of something that a poor fellow can chew, the end of a cigar, or a nip of tobacco?" "I have nothing about me but money, which you can't chew, and should not have if you could. Hearken, my friend. When you said you were starving, you lied to me." "How do you know it?" "Fool! Are there not fruit trees here, laden with wholesome food within any thief's grasp? Your pockets at this moment are filled with fruit." You have a gift, said Gautran, with a cringing movement of his body. It would be an act of charity to put me in the way of it. What would you purchase? Asked the advocate ironically. Gold for wine and pleasure and fine clothes? Aye, master, replied Gautran with eager voice. Power to crush those you hate and make them smart and bleed? Aye, master, that would be fine. Gautran, these things are precious and have their price. What are you ready to pay for them? Anything but money. Something of less worth. Your soul? Gautran shuddered and crossed himself. No, no, he muttered. Not that, not that. Strange, said the advocate with a contemptuous smile, the value we place upon an unknown quantity. We cannot bargain, friend. Say now what you desire to say, and as briefly as you can. But it was some time before Gautran could sufficiently recover himself to speak with composure. I want to know, he said at length, with a clicking in his throat, whether you've been paid for what you did for me. At your trial? Aye, master. I have not been paid for what I did for you. When they told me yonder, said Gautran after another pause, pointing in the direction of Geneva, where the prison lay, that you were to appear for me, they asked me how I managed it, but I couldn't tell them, and I'm beating my head now to find out, without getting any nearer to it. There must be a reason. You strike a keynote, my friend. Someone has promised to pay you. No one has promised to pay me. You puzzle and confuse me, master. You're a stranger in Geneva, I'm told. It is true. I have lived about here half my life. I was born in Sierra. My father worked in the foundry, my mother in the fields. You are not a stranger in Sierra. I am a stranger there. I never visited the town. My father was born in Martigny. You knew my father. I did not know your father. My mother, her father once owned a vineyard. You know her. I did not know her. Once more was Gautran silent. What he desired now to say raised up images so terrifying that he had not the courage to give it utterance. You are in deep shadow, my friend, said the advocate, body and soul. Shall I tell you what is in your mind? You can do that? You wish to know if I was acquainted with the unhappy girl with whose murder you were charged. Is there another in the world like you? Asked Gautran, with fear in his voice. Yes, that is what I want to know. I was not acquainted with her. Gautran retreated a step or two in positive terror. Then what, he exclaimed, in the fiend's name made you come forward? At length, said the advocate, we arrive at an interesting point in our conversation. I thank you for the opportunity you afford me in questioning my inner self. What made me come forward to the assistance of such a scoundrel? Humanity? No. Sympathy? No. What, then, was my motive? Indeed, friend, you strike home. Shall I say I was prompted by a desire to assist the course of justice, or by a contemptible feeling of vanity to engage in a contest for the simple purpose of proving myself the victor? It was something of both, mayhap. Do you know, Gautran, a kind of self-despisal stirs within me at the present moment? You do not understand me? I will give you a close illustration. You are a thief. Yes, master. You steal sometimes from habit, to keep your hand in, as it were, and you feel a certain satisfaction at having accomplished your theft in a workmanlike manner. We are all of us but gross and earthly patches. It is simply a question of degree, and it is because I am in an idle mood, indeed, I am grateful to you for this playful hour, that I make a confession to you which would not elevate me in the eyes of better men. You were anxious to know whether I have been paid for my services. I now acknowledge payment. I accept as my fee the recreation you have afforded me. I shall be obliged to you, master, said Gautran, if you will leave your mysteries and come back to my trial. I will oblige you. I read the particulars of the case for the first time on my arrival here, and it appeared to me almost impossible you could escape conviction. It was simply that. I examined you, and saw the legal point which, villain as you are, proclaimed your innocence. That laugh of yours, Gautran, has no mirth in it. I am beginning to be dangerously shaken. I will do, I said then, for this wretch, what I believe no other man can do. I will perform a miracle. You have done it, cried Gautran, falling on his knees in a paroxysm of fear, and kissing the advocate's hand, which was instantly snatched away. You are great, you are the greatest. You knew the truth. The truth, echoed the advocate, and his face grew ashen white. Aye, the truth, and you were sent to save me. You can read the soul. Nothing is hidden from you. But you have not finished your work. You can save me entirely. You can. You can. Oh, master, finish your work, and I will be your slave to the last hour of my life. Save you? From what? Demanded the advocate. He was compelled to exercise great control over himself, for a horror was stealing upon him. The trembling wretch rose and pointed to the opposite roadside. From shadows, from dreams, from the wild eyes of Madeline. Look there! Look there! The advocate turned in the direction of Gautran's outstretched, trembling hand. A pale light was coming into the sky, and weird shadows were on the earth. What are you gazing on? You ask me to torture me, moaned Gautran. She dogs me like my shadow. I cannot shake her off. I have threatened her, but she does not heed me. She is waiting, there, to follow me when I am alone, to put her arms about me, to breathe upon my face, and turn my heart to ice. If I could hold her, I would tear her piecemeal. You must have known her, you who can read what passes in a man's soul, you who knew the truth when you came to me in my cell. She will not obey me, but she will you. Command her, compel her to leave me, or she will drive me mad. With amazing strength, the advocate placed his hands on Gautran's shoulders, and twisted the man's face so close to his own that not an inch of space divided them. Their eyes met, Gautran's wavering and dilating with fear, the advocate's fixed and stern, and with a fire in them terrible to behold. Recall, said the advocate, in a clear voice that rang through the night like a bell, what passed between you and Madeline on the last night of her life. Speak. Chapter 4. The Confession. I sought her in the Quartier Saint-Gervais, said Gautran, speaking like a man in a dream, and found her at 8 o'clock in the company of a man. I watched them and kept out of their sight. He was speaking to her softly, and some things he said to her made her smile, and every time she showed her white teeth, I swore that she should be mine and mine alone. They remained together for an hour, and then they parted, he going one way, Madeline another. I followed her along the banks of the river, and when no one was near us, I spoke to her. She was not pleased with my company, and bade me leave her, but I replied that I had something particular to say to her, and did not intend to go till it was spoken. It was a dark night, there was no moon. I told her I had been watching her, and that I knew she had another lover. "Do you mean to give me up?" I said, and she answered that she had never accepted me, and that after that night she would never see me again. I said it might happen, and that it might be the last night we should ever see each other. She asked me if I was going away, and I said no. It might be her that was going away on the longest journey she had ever taken. "What journey?" she asked, and I answered, "A journey with death for the coachman," for I had sworn a dozen times that night that if she would not swear upon her cross to be true and faithful to me, I would kill her. I said it twice, and some persons passed and turned to look at us, but there was not light enough to see us clearly. Madeline would have cried to them for help, but I held my hand over her mouth, and whispered that if she uttered a word it would be her last, and that she need not be frightened, for I loved her too well to do her any harm. But when we were alone again, and no soul was near us, I told her again that as sure as there was a sky above us I would kill her, unless she swore to give up her other lover, and be true to me. She said she would promise, and she put her little hand in mine, and pressed it, and said, "Gautran, I will be only yours. Now let us go back." But I told her it was not enough, that she must kneel, and swear upon the Holy Cross that she would have nothing to do with any man but me. I forced her upon her knees, and knelt by her side, and put the cross to her lips, and then she began to sob and tremble. She dared not put her soul in peril, she said. She did not love me. How could she swear to be true to me? I said it was that or death, and that it would be the blackest hour of my life to kill her, but that I meant to do it if she would not give in to me. I asked her for the last time whether she would take the oath, and she said she daren't. Then I told her to say a prayer, for she had not 5 minutes to live. She started to her feet and ran along the bank. I ran after her, and she stumbled and fell to the ground, and before she could escape me again, I had her in my arms to fling her into the river. She did not scratch or bite me, but clung to me, and her tears fell all about my face. I said to her, "You love me, kissing me so. Swear, then, it is not too late." But she cried, "No, no, I kiss you so that you may not have the heart to kill me." Soon she got weak, and her arms had no power in them, and I lifted her high in the air, and flung her far from me into the river. I waited a minute or two, and thought she was dead, but then I heard a bubbling and a scratching, and looking down, saw that by a miracle she had got back to the river's brink, and that there was yet life in her. I pulled her out, and she clung to me in a weak way, and whispered, nearly choked the while, that the Virgin Mary would not let me kill her. "Will you take the oath?" I asked, and she shook her head from side to side. "No, no, no!" I took my handkerchief and tied it tight around her neck, and she smiled in my face. Then I lifted her up and threw her into the river again. I saw her no more that night. The advocate removed his eyes with a shudder from the eyes of the wretch who had made this horrible confession, and who now sank to the ground, quivering in every limb, crying, "Save me, master, save me!" "Monster!" exclaimed the advocate. "Live and die accursed!" But the terror-stricken man did not hear the words, and the advocate, upon whose features, during Gautran's narration, a deep gloom had settled, strode swiftly from him through the peaceful narrow lane, fragrant with the perfume of limes, at the end of which the lights in the House of White Shadows were shining a welcome to him. End of Book 2. End of Section 10. Section 11 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 11. Book 3, Chapters 1 through 3. Book 3, The Grave of Honor. Chapter 1, Preparations for a Visitor. At noon the same day, the old housekeeper, Mother Denise, and her pretty granddaughter, Dionetta, were busily employed setting in order and arranging the furniture in a suite of rooms intended for an expected visitor. There were but 2 floors in the House of White Shadows, and the rooms in which Mother Denise and Dionetta were busy were situated on the upper floor. "I think they will do now," said Mother Denise, wiping imaginary dust away with her apron. "All but the flowers," said Dionetta. "No, grandmother, that desk is wrong. It is my lady's own desk, and is to be placed exactly in this corner, by the window. There, it is right now. Be sure that everything is in its proper place, and that the rooms are sweet and bright. Be sure, be sure! She has said that 20 times this week." "Ah," said Mother Denise testily, as if butterflies could teach bees how to work. "My lady is turning your head, Dionetta. It is easy to see that. She has bewitched half the people in the village. Here is father with the flowers. Haste, Martin, haste!" "Easy to say, hard to do," grumbled Martin, entering slowly with a basket of cut flowers. "My bones get more obstinate every day. Here's my lady been teasing me out of my life to cut every flower worth looking at. She would have made the garden a wilderness, and spoilt every bed, if I had not argued with her." "And what did she say," asked Mother Denise, "when you argued with her?" "Say? Smiled and showed all her white teeth at once. I never saw such teeth in my young days, nor such eyes, nor such hair, nor such hands. Enough to drive a young man crazy." "Or an old one either," interrupted Mother Denise. "She smiled as sweet as honey, you silly old man, and wheedled you till she got what she wanted." Pretty well, pretty well. You see, Dionetta, there are 2 ways of getting a thing done, a soft way and a hard way." There," cried Mother Denise impatiently. "Do your work with a still tongue, and let us do ours. Get back to the garden, and repair the mischief my lady has caused you to do. What does a man want with a room full of roses?" she muttered, when Martin, quick to obey his domestic tyrant, had gone. "It is a welcome home," said Dionetta. "If I were absent from my place a long, long while, it would make me feel glad when I returned to see my rooms as bright as this. It is as though the very roses remembered you." "You are young," said Mother Denise, "and your thoughts go the way of roses. I can't blame you, Dionetta." "It was 10 years since the master was here, you have told me, grandmother." "Yes, Dionetta, yes, 10 years ago this summer, and even then he did not sleep in the house. Christian Almer hates the place, and of all the rooms in the villa, this is the room he would be most anxious to avoid." "But why, grandmother?" asked Dionetta, her eyes growing larger and rounder with wonder. "And does my lady know it?" "My lady is a headstrong woman. She would not listen to me when I advised her to select other rooms for the young master, and she declares, in a light way to be sure, but these are not things to make light of, that she is very disappointed to find that the villa is not haunted. Haunted! I have never seen anything, nor has Martin, nor you, Dionetta." "Oh, grandmother," said the girl, in a timid voice, "I don't know whether I have or not. Sometimes I have fancied—" "Of course you have fancied, and that is all. You have woke up in the night and been frightened by nothing. Mark me, Dionetta, if you do no wrong, and think no wrong, you will never see anything of the white shadows of this house." "I am certain," said Dionetta, more positively, "when I have been almost falling asleep, that I have heard them creeping past the door. I have listened to them over and over again, without daring to move in bed. Indeed, I have." "I am certain," retorted Mother Denise, "that you have heard nothing of the kind. You are a foolish, silly girl to speak of such things. You put me quite out of patience, child." "But Fritz says—" "Fritz is a fool, a cunning, lazy fool. If I were the owner of this property, I would pack him off. There's no telling which master he serves, Christian Almer or Master Pierre Lamont. He likes his bread buttered on both sides, and accepts money from both gentlemen. That is not the conduct of a faithful servant. If I acted in such a manner, I should consider myself disgraced." "I am sure," murmured Dionetta, "that Fritz has done nothing to disgrace himself." "Let those who are older than you," said Mother Denise in a sharp tone, "be judges of that. Fritz is good for nothing but to chatter like a magpie and idle round the place from morning to night. When there's work to do, as there has been this week, carrying furniture and moving heavy things about, he must run away to the city, to the courthouse, where that murder is being tried. Dionetta, I am not in love with the advocate or his lady. The advocate is trying to get a murderer off. It may be the work of a clever man, but it is not the work of a good man. If I had a son, I would sooner have him good than clever, and I would sooner you married a good man than a clever one. I hope you are not thinking of marrying a fool." "Oh, grandmother, who ever thinks of marrying?" "Not you, of course, child. Would you have me believe that? When I was your age, I thought of nothing else, and when you are my age, you will see the folly of it. No, I am not in love with the advocate. He is performing unholy work down there in Geneva. The priest says as much. If that murderer escapes from justice, the guilt of blood will weigh upon the advocate's soul." "Oh, grandmother, if my lady heard you, she would never forgive you." "If she hears it, it will not be from my tongue. Dionetta, it was a young girl who was murdered, about the same age as yourself. It might have been you. Ah, you may well turn white. And this clever lawyer, this stranger it is, who comes among us to prevent justice being done upon a murderous wretch. He will be punished for it, mark my words." Dionetta, who knew how useless it was to oppose her grandmother's opinions, endeavored to change the subject by saying, "Tell me, grandmother, why Mr. Almer should be more anxious to avoid this room than any other room in the house. I think it is the prettiest of all." Mother Denise did not reply. She looked round her with the air of a woman recalling a picture of long ago. "The story connected with this part of the house," she presently said, "gave to the villa the name of the House of White Shadows. You are old enough to hear it. Let me see. Christian Almer is now 31 years old. Yes, 31 on his last birthday. How time passes! I remember well the day he was born." "Hush, grandmother," said Dionetta, holding up her hand. "My lady." The advocate's wife had entered the room quietly, and was regarding the arrangements with approval. "It is excellently done," she said, "exactly as I wished. Dionetta, it was you who arranged the flowers?" "Yes, my lady." "You have exquisite taste, really exquisite. Mother Denise, I am really obliged to you." "I have done nothing," said Mother Denise, "that it was not my duty to do." Such an unpleasant way of putting it, for there is a way of doing things. "Just what grandfather said," cried Dionetta gleefully. "A hard way and a soft way." And then, becoming suddenly aware of her rudeness in interrupting her mistress, she curtsied, and with a bright color in her face, said, "I beg your pardon, my lady." "There's no occasion, child," said Adelaide graciously. "Grandfather is quite right, and everything in this room has been done beautifully." She held a framed picture in her hand, a colored cabinet photograph of herself, and she looked round the walls to find a place for it. "This will do," she said, and she took down the picture of a child which hung immediately above her desk, and put her own in its stead. "It is nice," she said to Mother Denise, smiling, "to see the faces of old friends about us. Mr. Almer and I are very old friends." "The picture you have taken down," said Mother Denise, "is of Christian Almer when he was a child." "Indeed! How old was he then?" "5 years, my lady." "He was a handsome boy. His hair and eyes are darker now. You were speaking of him, Mother Denise, as I entered. You were saying he was 31 last birthday, and that you remember the day he was born." "Yes, my lady." "And you were about to tell Dionetta why this villa was called the House of White Shadows. Give me the privilege of hearing the story." "I would rather not relate it, my lady." "Nonsense, nonsense! If Dionetta may hear it, there can be no objection to me. Mr. Almer would be quite angry if he knew you refused me so simple a thing. Listen to what he says in his last letter." And Adelaide took a letter from her pocket and read, "Mother Denise, the housekeeper, and the most faithful servant of the house, will do everything in her power to make you comfortable and happy. She will carry out your wishes to the letter. Tell her, if necessary, that is my desire, and that she is to refuse you nothing. Now, you dear old soul, are you satisfied?" "Well, my lady, if you insist—" "Of course I insist, you dear creature. I am sure there is no one in the village who can tell a story half as well as you. Come and stand by me, Dionetta, for fear of ghosts." She seated herself before the desk, upon which she laid the picture of the lad, and Mother Denise, who was really by no means loath to recall old reminiscences, and who, as she proceeded, derived great enjoyment herself from the narration, thus commenced. Chapter 2. A Love Story of the Past. "I was born in this house, my lady. My mother was housekeeper here before me. I am 68 years old, and I have never slept a night away from the villa. I hope to die here. Until your arrival, the house has not been inhabited for more than 20 years. I dare say if Mr. Christian Almer, the present master, had the power to sell the estate, he would have done so long ago. But he is bound by his father's will not to dispose of it while he lives. So it has been left to our care all these years. Christian Almer's father lived here, and courted his young wife here, a very beautiful lady. That is her portrait hanging on the wall. It was painted by Monsieur Gabriel, and is a faithful likeness of Mr. Christian Almer's mother. His father, perhaps he may have told you, was a distinguished author. There are books upon the library shelves written by him. I will speak of him, if you please, as Mr. Almer, and my present master I will call Master Christian. It will make the story easier to tell. When Mr. Almer came into his property, which consisted of this villa and many houses and much land in other parts, all of which have been sold, this is the only portion of the old estates which remains in the family, there were at least 20 servants employed here. He was fond of passing days and nights shut up with his books and papers, but he liked to see company about him. He had numerous friends and acquaintances, and money was freely spent. He would invite a dozen, 20 at a time, who used to come and go as they pleased, living in the house as if it were their own. Mr. Almer and his friends understood each other, and the master was seldom intruded upon. In his solitude he was very, very quiet, but when he came among his guests he was full of life and spirits. He seemed to forget his books and his studies, and it was hard to believe he was the same gentleman who appeared to be so happy when he was in solitude. He was a good master, and although he appeared to pay no attention to what was passing around him, there was really very little that escaped his notice. At the time I speak of, he was not a young man. He was 45 years of age, and everybody wondered why he did not marry. He laughed and shook his head when it was mentioned, and said sometimes that he was too old, sometimes that he was happy enough with his books, sometimes that if a man married without loving and being loved, he deserved every kind of misfortune that could happen to him. And then he would say that, cold as he might appear, he worshipped beauty, and that it was not possible he could marry any but a young and beautiful woman. I have heard the remark made to him that the world was full of young and beautiful women, and have heard him reply that it was not likely one would fall at the feet of a man of his age. My mother and I were privileged servants. My mother had been his nurse, and he had an affection for her, so that we had opportunities of hearing and knowing more than the others. One summer there came to the villa, among the visitors, an old gentleman and his wife and their daughter. The young lady's name was Beatrice. She was one of the brightest beings I have ever beheld, with the happiest face and the happiest laugh, and a step as light as a fairy's. I do not know how many people fell in love with her. I think all who saw her. My master, Mr. Almer, was one of these, but, unlike her other admirers, he shunned rather than followed her. He shut himself up with his books for longer periods, and took less part than ever in the gaieties and excursions which were going on day after day. No one would have supposed that her beauty and her winning ways had made any impression upon him. It is not for me to say whether the young lady, observing this, as she could scarcely help doing, resolved to attract him to her. When we are young, we act from impulse, and do not stop to consider consequences. It happened, however, and she succeeded in wooing him from his books. But there was no love-making on his part, as far as anybody could see, and his conduct gave occasion for no remarks. But I remember it was spoken of among the guests that the young lady was in love with our master, and we all wondered what would come of it. Soon afterwards a dreadful accident occurred. The gentlemen were out riding, and were not expected home till evening, but they had not been away more than 2 hours before Mr. Almer galloped back in a state of great agitation. He sought Mademoiselle Beatrice's mother, and communicated the news to her, in a gentle manner, you may be sure. Her husband had been thrown from his horse, and was being carried to the villa dreadfully hurt, and in a state of insensibility. Mr. Almer's great anxiety was to keep the news from Mademoiselle Beatrice, but he did not succeed. She rushed into the room and heard all. She was like one distracted. She flew out of the villa in her white dress, and ran along the road the horseman had taken. Her movements were so quick that they could not stop her, but Mr. Almer ran after her and brought her back to the house in a fainting condition. A few minutes afterwards the old gentleman was brought in, and the house was a house of mourning. No dancing, no music, no singing. All was changed. We spoke in whispers, and moved about slowly, just as if a funeral was about to take place. The doctors gave no hopes. They said he might linger in a helpless state for weeks, but that it was impossible he could recover. Of course, this put an end to all the festivities, and one after another the guests took their departure, until, in a little while, the only visitors remaining were the family upon whom such a heavy blow had fallen. Mr. Almer no longer locked himself up in his study, but devoted the whole of his time to Mademoiselle Beatrice and her parents. He asked me to wait upon Mademoiselle Beatrice, and to see that her slightest wish was gratified. I found her very quiet and very gentle. She spoke but little, and the only thing she showed any obstinacy in was in insisting upon sitting by her father's bedside a few hours every day. I had occasion, not very long afterwards, to learn that when she set her mind upon a thing, it was not easy to turn her from it. These gentle, delicate creatures sometimes are capable of as great determination as the strongest man. "Denise," said Mr. Almer to me, "the doctors say that if Mademoiselle Beatrice does not take exercise, she will herself become seriously ill. Prevail upon her to enjoy fresh air. Walk with her in the garden an hour or so every day, and amuse her with light talk. A nature like hers requires sunshine." I did my best to please Mr. Almer. The weather was fine, and not a day passed that Mademoiselle Beatrice did not walk with me in the grounds. And here Mr. Almer was in the habit of joining us. When he came, I fell back, and he and Mademoiselle Beatrice walked side by side, sometimes arm in arm, and I a few yards behind. I could not help noticing the wonderful kindness of his manner towards her. It was such as a father might show for a daughter he loved very dearly. Well, well, I thought. I seemed to see how it would all end, and I believed it would be a good ending, although there were such a number of years between them, he 45 and she 17. A month passed in this way, and the old gentleman's condition became so critical that we expected every moment to hear of his death. The accident had deprived him of his senses, and it was only 2 days before his death that his mind became clear. Then a long private interview took place between him and Mr. Almer, which left my master more than ever serious, and more than ever gentle towards Mademoiselle Beatrice. I was present when the old gentleman died. He had lost the power of speech. His wife was sitting by his bedside, holding his hand. His daughter was on her knees with her face buried in the bedclothes. Mr. Almer was standing close, looking down upon them. I was at the end of the room, waiting to attend upon Mademoiselle Beatrice. She was overwhelmed with grief, but her mother's trouble, it appeared to me, was purely selfish. She seemed to be thinking of what would become of her when her husband was gone. The dying gentleman suddenly looked into my master's face, and then turned his eyes upon his daughter, and my master inclined his head gravely, as though he was answering a question. A peaceful expression came upon the sufferer's face, and in a very little while he breathed his last. Here Mother Denise paused and broke off in her story, saying, "I did not know it would take so long a telling. I have wearied you, my lady." "Indeed not," said the advocate's wife. "I don't know when I have been so much interested. It is just like reading a novel. I am sure there is something startling to come. You must go on to the end, Mother Denise, if you please." "With your permission, my lady," said Mother Denise, and smoothing down her apron, she continued the narrative. Chapter 3. A Mother's Treachery. 2 days after Mademoiselle Beatrice's father was buried, Mr. Almer said to me, "Denise, I am compelled to go away on business, and I shall be absent a fortnight at least. I leave Mademoiselle Beatrice in your care. As a mark of faithful service to me, be sure that nothing is left undone to comfort both her and her mother in their great trouble." I understood without his telling me that it was really Mademoiselle Beatrice he was anxious about. Everyone who had any experience of the old lady knew that she was very well able to take care of herself. On the same day a long conversation took place between my master and the widow, and before sundown he departed. It got to be known that he had gone to look after the affairs of the gentleman who died here, and that the ladies, instead of being rich, as we had supposed them to be, were in reality very poor, and likely to be thrown upon the world in a state of poverty, unless they accepted assistance from Mr. Almer. They were much worse off than poor people. Having been brought up as ladies, they could do nothing to help themselves. While Mr. Almer was away, Mademoiselle Beatrice and I became almost friends, I may say. She took great notice of me, and appeared to be glad to have me with her. The poor young lady had no one else, for there was not much love lost between her and her mother. The selfish old lady did nothing but bewail her own hard fate, and spoke to her daughter as if the young lady could have nothing to grieve at in being deprived of a father's love. But sorrow does not last forever, my lady. Even with the old, and the young shake it off much more readily. So it was, to my mind, quite natural, when Mr. Almer returned, which he did after an absence of 15 days, that he should find Mademoiselle Beatrice much more cheerful than when he left. He was pleased to say that it was my doing, and that I should have no cause to regret it to the last day of my life. I had done so little that the great store he set upon it made me think more and more of the ending to it all. There could be but one natural ending, a marriage, and yet never for one moment had I seen him conduct himself toward Mademoiselle Beatrice as a lover. He brought bad news back with him, and when he communicated it to the old lady, she walked about the grounds like a distracted person, moaning and wringing her hands. I got to know about it through my young lady. We were out walking in the lanes when we overtook two wretched-looking women, one old and one young. They were in rags, and their white faces and slow, painful steps, as they dragged one foot after another, would have led anybody to suppose that they had not eaten a meal for days. They were truly misery's children. Mademoiselle Beatrice asked in a whisper, as they turned and looked pitifully at her, "Who are they, Denise?" "They are beggars," I answered. She took out her purse and spoke to them and gave them some money. They thanked her gratefully and crawled away, Mademoiselle Beatrice looking after them with an expression of thoughtfulness and curiosity in her lovely face. "Denise," she said presently, "Mr. Almer, who before my father's death promised to look after his affairs, has told us we are beggars." I was very, very sorry to hear it, but I could not reconcile the appearance of the bright young creature standing before me with that of the wretched beings who had just left us, and although she spoke gravely and said the news was shocking, she did not seem to feel it as much as her words would have led one to believe. It was a singular thing, my lady, that Mademoiselle Beatrice wore black for her father for only one day. There was quite a scene between her and her mother on the subject, but the young lady had her way, and only wore her black dress for a few hours. "I hate it," she said. "It makes me feel as if I were dead." I am sure it was not because she did not love her father that she refused to put on mourning for him. Never, except on that one day, did I see her wear any dress but white, and the only bits of color she put on were sometimes a light pink or a light blue ribbon. That is how it got to be said, when she was seen from a distance walking in the grounds, "She looks like a white shadow." So, when she told me she was a beggar, and stood before me, fair and beautiful, dressed in soft white, with a pink ribbon at her throat, and long coral earrings in her ears, I could not understand how it was possible she could be what she said. It was true, though. She and her mother had not a franc, and Mr. Almer, who brought the news, did not seem to be sorry for it. The widow cried for days and days, did nothing but cry and cry, but that, of course, could not go on forever, and in time she became, to all appearance, consoled. No guests were invited to the villa, and my master was alone with Mademoiselle Beatrice and her mother. It seemed to me, after a time, that he made many attempts to get back into his old groove, but he was not his own master, and could not do as he pleased. Now it was Mademoiselle Beatrice who wanted him. Now it was her mother, and as they were in a measure dependent upon him, he could not deny himself to them. He might have done so had they been rich. He could not do so, as they were poor. I soon saw that when Mademoiselle Beatrice intruded herself upon him, it was at the instigation of her mother, and that, had she consulted her own inclination, she would have retired as far into the background as he himself desired to be. The old lady, however, had set her heart upon a scheme, and she had left no stone unturned to bring it about. Oh, she was cunning and clever, and they were not a match for her, neither her daughter, who knew nothing of the world, nor Mr. Almer, who, deeply read as he was, and clever, and wise in many things, knew as little of worldly ways as the young lady he loved and was holding aloof from. For this was clear to me and to others, though I dare say our master had no idea that his secret was known, indeed, that it was common talk. One morning I had occasion to go into Geneva to purchase things for the house, which I was to bring back with me in the afternoon. As I was stepping into the wagon, Mademoiselle Beatrice came out of the gates and said, "Denise, will you pass the post office in Geneva?" "Yes, mademoiselle," I replied. "Here is a letter," she then said, "I have just written, and I want it posted there at once. Will you do it for me?" "Certainly I will," I said, and I took the letter. "Be sure you do not forget, Denise," she said as she turned away. "I will not forget, mademoiselle," I said. There was no harm in looking at the envelope. It was addressed to a Monsieur Gabriel. I was not half a mile on the road to Geneva before I heard coming on behind me very fast the wheels of a carriage. We drove aside to let it pass. It was one of our own carriages, and the old lady was in it. "Ah, Denise," she said, "you are going to Geneva?" "Yes, my lady." "I shall be there an hour before you. I am going to the post office to get some letters." As she said that, I could not help glancing at the letter Mademoiselle Beatrice had given me, which I held in my hand for safety. "It is a letter my daughter has given you to post," she said. "Yes, my lady." I could say nothing else. "Give it to me," she said. "I know she wants it posted immediately. It does not matter who posts a letter." She said this impatiently and haughtily, for I think I was hesitating. However, I could do nothing but give her the letter, and as I did not suspect anything wrong, I said nothing of the adventure to Mademoiselle Beatrice, especially as she did not speak of the letter to me. Had she done so, I might have explained that her mother had taken it from me to post, and quite likely, although I hope I am mistaken, the strange and dreadful events that occurred before 3 years passed by might have been avoided. The old lady was very civil to me after this, and would continually question me about my master. "He has a great deal of property?" she asked. "Yes, madame." "He is very rich, Denise?" "Yes, madame." "And comes from an old family?" "Yes, madame." "It is a pity he writes books, but he is highly respected, is he not, Denise?" "No gentleman stands higher, madame." "His nature, Denise, though it is exceedingly wrong in me to ask, for I have had experience of it, his nature is very kind?" "Very kind, madame, and very noble." 100 questions of this kind were put to me, sometimes when the young lady was present, sometimes when the mother and I were alone. While this was going on, I often noticed that Mademoiselle Beatrice came from her mother's room in great agitation. From a man these signs can be hidden. From a woman, no. Man is too often blind to the ways of women. I am sure Mr. Almer knew nothing of what was passing between mother and daughter, but even if he had known, he would not have understood the meaning of it. I did not at the time. Well, all at once the old lady made her appearance among us, with a face in which the greatest delight was expressed. She talked to the servants quite graciously, and nodded and smiled, and didn't know what to do to show how amiable she was. "What a change in the weather!" we all said. The reason was soon forthcoming. Our master and her daughter were engaged to be married. We were none of us sorry. We all liked Mademoiselle Beatrice, and it was so sad to think that a good old race would die out if Mr. Almer remained single all the days of his life. Yes, we talked over the approaching marriage, as did everybody in the village, with real pleasure, and if good feeling and sincere wishes could bring happiness, Mr. Almer and his young and beautiful wife that was to be could not have failed to enjoy it. "It is true, mademoiselle, is it not?" I asked of her. "I may congratulate you?" "I am engaged to be married to Mr. Almer," she said, "if that is what you mean." "You will have a good man for your husband, mademoiselle," I said. "You will be very happy." But here was something in her manner that made me hope the approaching change in her condition would not make her proud. It was cold and distant, different from the way she had hitherto behaved to me. So the old house was gay again, improvements and alterations were made, and very soon we were thronged with visitors, who came and went, and laughed and danced, as though life were a perpetual holiday. But Mademoiselle Beatrice was not as light-hearted as before. She moved about more slowly, and with a certain sadness. It was noticed by many. I thought, perhaps, that the contemplation of the change in her life made her more serious, or that she had not yet recovered the shock of her father's death. The old lady was in her glory, ordering here and ordering there, and giving herself such airs that one might have supposed it was she who was going to get married, and not her daughter. Mr. Almer gave Mademoiselle Beatrice no cause for disquiet. He was entirely and most completely devoted to her, and I am sure that no other woman in the world ever had a more faithful lover. He watched her every step, and followed her about with his eyes in a way that would have made any ordinary woman proud. As for presents, he did not know how to do enough for the beautiful girl who was soon to be his wife. I never saw such beautiful jewelry as he had made for her, and he seemed to be continually studying what to do to give her pleasure. If ever a woman ought to have been happy, she ought to have been. End of section 11. Section 12 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 12, Book 3, Chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 4, Husband and Wife. Well, they were married, and the day was never forgotten in the village. Mr. Almer made everybody merry, the children, the grown-up people, the poor, and the well-to-do. New dresses, ribbons, flags, flowers, music, and feasting from morning to night. There was never seen anything like it. The bride, in her white dress and veil, was as beautiful as an angel, and Mr. Almer's face had a light in it such as I had never seen before. It shone with pride and joy and happiness. In the afternoon they departed on their honeymoon tour, and the old lady was left mistress of the villa during the absence of the newly married pair. She exercised her authority in a way that was not pleasing to us. No wonder, therefore, that we looked upon her with dislike, and spoke of it as an evil day when she came among us. But that did not lessen our horror at an accident which befell her, and which led to her death. Mr. and Mrs. Almer had been absent barely 3 weeks, when the old lady, going into a distant part of the grounds, where workmen were employed in building up some rocks to serve as an artificial waterfall, fell into a pit, and was so frightfully bruised and shaken that when she was taken up, the doctors declared she could not live another 24 hours. Letters were immediately sent off to Mr. Almer, but there was no chance of his receiving them before the unfortunate old lady breathed her last. We did everything we could for her, and she took it into her head that she would have no one to attend to her but me. "My daughter is fond of you," she said on her deathbed, "and will be pleased that I have chosen you before the other servants. Keep them all away from me." It was many hours before she could be made to believe that there was no hope for her, and when the conviction was forced upon her, she cried, in a tone of great bitterness, "This is a fatal house. First my husband, now me. Will Beatrice be the next?" And then she bemoaned her hard fate that she should have to die just at the time that a life of pleasure was spread before her. Yes, she spoke in that way, just as if she was a young girl instead of an old woman with white hair. A life of pleasure. Do some people never think of another life, a life of rewards and punishments, according to their actions in this world? The old lady was one of these, I am afraid. 3 or 4 hours before she died, she said she must speak to me quite alone, and the doctors accordingly left the room. "I want you to tell me the truth, Denise," she said. I had to place my ear quite close to her lips to hear her. "I will tell you," I said. "It would be a terrible sin to deceive a dying woman," she said. I answered I knew it was, and I would not deceive her. "Beatrice ought to be happy," she said. "I have done my best to make her so, against her own wishes. But is it likely she should know better than her mother? You believe she will be happy, do you not, Denise?" I replied that I could not doubt it, that she had married a good man, against whom no person could breathe a word, a man who commanded respect, and who was looked upon by the poor as a benefactor, as, indeed, he was. "That is what I thought," said the dying woman. "That is what I told her over and over again. A good man, a kind man, a rich man, very rich man. And then we were under obligations to him. Had Beatrice refused him, he might have humiliated us. There was no other way to repay him." I could not help saying to her that when Mr. Almer rendered a service to anyone, he did not look for repayment. "Ah," she said impatiently, "but we are of noble descent, and we never receive a favor without returning it. All I thought of was my daughter's happiness. And there was the future, hers as well as mine. It was dreadful to look forward to. Denise, did my daughter ever complain to you?" "Never," I answered. "Did she ever say I was a hard mother to her, that I was leading her wrong, that I was selfish and thought only of myself? Did she? Answer me truly." "Never," I said, and I wondered very much to hear her speak in that way. "She never spoke a single word against you. If she had any such thoughts, it would not have been proper for her to have confided them to me. I am only a servant." "That is true," she muttered. "Beatrice has pride. Yes, thank God, she has pride, and if she suffers, can suffer in silence. But why should she suffer? She has everything, everything. I torment myself without cause. You remember the letter my daughter gave you to post, the one to Monsieur Gabriel?" "Yes, madame. You took it from me on the road. I hope I did not do wrong in parting with it. Mademoiselle Beatrice desired me to post it with my own hands." "You did right," she said. "It does not matter who posts a letter. You did not tell my daughter I took it from you?" "No, madame." "You are faithful and judicious," she said, but her praise gave me no pleasure. "If I had lived, I would have rewarded you. You must not repeat to my daughter or to Mr. Almer what I have been saying to you. Promise me." I gave her the promise, and then she said that perhaps she would give me a message to deliver to her daughter, her last message, but she must think of it first, and if she forgot it, I was to ask her for it. After that she was quiet and spoke to no one. A couple of hours passed, and I asked the doctors whether she had long to live. They said she could not live another hour. I then told them that she had asked me to remind her of a message she wished me to give to her daughter, and whether it was right I should disturb her. They said that the wishes of the dying should be respected, and that I should try to make her understand that death was very near. I put my face again very close to hers. "Can you hear me?" I asked. "Who are you?" she said. Her words were but a breath, and I could only understand them by watching the movements of her lips. "I am Denise." "Ah, yes," she replied. "Denise, that my daughter is fond of." "You wished me to give a message to your daughter." "I don't know what it was. I have done everything for the best, yes, everything. And she was foolish enough to rebel, and to tell me that I might live to repent my work. But see how wrong she was? And presently she said, 'Denise, when my daughter comes home, ask her to forgive me.' These were her last words. Before the sun rose the next morning, she was dead. Mr. and Mrs. Almer arrived at the villa before she was buried. It was a shocking interruption to their honeymoon, and their appearance showed how much they suffered. It was as if the whole course of their lives had been turned. Tears took the place of smiles, sorrow of joy. And how different was the appearance of the village! No feasting, no music and dancing. Everybody was serious and sad. And all within one short month. I gave Mrs. Almer her mother's dying message. When she heard the words, such a smile came upon her lips as I hoped never again to see upon a human face, it was so bitterly scornful and despairing. "It is too late for forgiveness," she said, and not another word passed between us on the subject. Mrs. Almer did not wear mourning for her mother, nor did her husband wish her to do so. I remember his saying to her, "With some races, white is the emblem of mourning, not for that reason, Beatrice, but because it so well becomes you. I like you best in white." Now, as time went on, we all thought that the sadness which weighed upon Mrs. Almer's heart, and which seemed to put lead into her feet, would naturally pass away. But weeks and months elapsed, and she remained the same. There used to be color in her cheeks. It was all gone now. Her face was as white as milk. Her eyes used to sparkle and brighten, but now there was never to be seen any gladness in them, and she, who used to smile so often, now smiled no more. She moved about like one who was walking slowly to her grave. Mr. Almer made great efforts to arouse her, but she met him with coldness, and when he spoke to her, she simply answered "yes" or "no," and she did nothing whatever to make his home cheerful and happy. This weighed upon his spirits, as it would upon the spirits of any man, and during those times I often saw him gazing upon her from a distance, when she was walking in the grounds, with a look in his eyes which denoted how troubled he was. Then, as if some thought had suddenly occurred to him, he would join her, and endeavor to entice her into conversation. But she answered him only when she was compelled, and he became so chilled by her manner that soon he would himself grow silent, and they would pace the garden round and round for an hour together in the most complete silence. It hurt one to see it. They were never heard to quarrel, and the little they said to each other was said in a gentle way, but that seemed to make matters worse. Much better to have spoken outright, so that they might have known what was in each other's minds. A storm now and then is naturally good. It clears the air, and the sun always shines when it is over. But here a silent storm was brooding, which never burst, and the only signs of it were seen in the sad faces of those who were suffering, and who did not deserve to suffer. Imagine what the house was, my lady, and how we all felt, who loved our master, and would have loved our lady, too, if she had allowed us. Cold as she was to us, we could not help pitying her. For my own part, I used to think I would rather live in a hut with a quarrelsome husband who would beat and starve me, than lead such a life as my master and mistress were leading. Once more, after many months had passed in this dreadful way, my master suddenly resolved to make another attempt to alter things for the better. He locked up his study, and courted his wife with the perseverance and the love of a lover. It was really so, my lady. He gathered posies for her, and placed them on her desk and dressing-table. He spoke cheerfully to her, taking no apparent notice of her silence and reserve. He strove in 1,000 little delicate ways to bring pleasure into her life. "We will ride out to-day," he would say. "Very well," she would answer. He would assist her into the saddle, and they would ride away, they two alone, he animated by but one desire, to make her happy, and they would return after some hours, the master with an expression of suffering in his face, which he would strive in vain to hide, and she sad, resigned, and uncomplaining. But that silence of hers, that voice so seldom heard, and, when heard, so gentle and soft and pathetic! I would rather have been beaten with an oak stick every day of my life than to have been compelled to endure it as he was compelled. For there was no relief or escape for him except in the doing of what it was not in his nature to do, to be downright cruel to her, or to find another woman to love him. He would have had no difficulty in this, had he been so minded. Still, he did not relax his efforts to alter things for the better. He bought beautiful books, and pictures, and dresses, and pet animals for her. He forgot nothing that a man could possibly think of to please a woman. He had frequently spoken to her of inviting friends to the villa, but she had never encouraged him to do so. Now, however, without consulting her, he called friends and acquaintances around him, and in a short time we were again overrun with company. She was the mistress of the house, and it would have been sinful in her to have neglected her duties as Mr. Almer's wife. Many young people came to the villa, and among them one day appeared Monsieur Gabriel, the artist who painted the picture. Chapter 5. The Gathering of the Storm. At about this time it was generally known that Mr. Almer expected to become a father within 3 or 4 months, and some people considered it strange that he should have selected the eve of an event so important for the celebration of social festivities. For my own part, I thought it a proof of his wisdom that he should desire his wife to be surrounded by an atmosphere of cheerfulness on such an occasion. Innocent laughter, music, pleasant society. What better kind of medicine is there in the world? But it did not do my lady good. She moved about listlessly, without heart and without spirit, and not until Monsieur Gabriel appeared was any change observable in her. The manner in which she received him was sufficiently remarkable. My lady was giving me some instructions as Mr. Almer and a strange gentleman came towards us. "Beatrice," said Mr. Almer, "let me introduce Monsieur Gabriel to you." a friend whom I have not seen for years." She looked at Monsieur Gabriel and bowed, and when she raised her head, her face and neck were crimson. Her eyes, too, had an angry light in them. Monsieur Gabriel also, whose natural complexion was florid, turned deathly white as his eyes fell upon her. Whether Mr. Almer observed these signs, I cannot say. They were plain enough to me, and I did not need anyone to tell me that those two had met before. My lady turned from her husband and Monsieur Gabriel in silence, and taking my arm walked into a retired part of the grounds. She could not have walked without assistance, for she was trembling violently. The moment we were alone, her strength failed her, and she swooned dead away. I thought it prudent not to call or run for assistance, and I attended to her myself. Presently she recovered, and looking around with a frightened air, asked if any person but myself had seen her swoon. I answered no, and for a moment I thought she had some intention of confiding in me, but she said nothing more than, "Thank you, Denise. Do not speak of my fainting to any person. It is only that I am weak, and that the least thing overcomes me. Be sure that no one hears of it." "No one shall hear from me, my lady," I said. She thanked me again and pressed my hand, and then we went into the house. After that there was no perceptible difference in her manner toward Monsieur Gabriel than towards her other guests, but I, whose eyes were in a certain way opened, could not help observing that Monsieur Gabriel watched with anxiety her every movement and every expression. The summer house in which all those pictures are stored away was given to Monsieur Gabriel for a studio, and there he painted and passed a great deal of his time. Mr. Almer often joined him there, and if appearances went for anything, they spent many happy hours together. About 3 weeks after Monsieur Gabriel came to the villa, my master took his wife into the studio, and they remained there for some time. It was understood that my lady had been prevailed upon to allow Monsieur Gabriel to paint her portrait. From that time my lady's visits to the summer house were frequent, at first always in her husband's company, but afterwards occasionally alone. One day she said to me, "Denise, I have often wished to ask you a question, but till lately have not thought it worth while." "I am ready to answer anything, my lady," I said. "One morning," she said after a pause, "shortly after my dear father died, I gave you a letter to post for me in Geneva." "Yes, my lady," I said, and it flashed upon me like a stroke of lightning that the letter she referred to was addressed to Monsieur Gabriel. Never till that moment had I thought of it. "Did you post the letter for me, Denise, as I desired you? Did you do so with your own hands? Do not tremble. Mistakes often happen without our being able to prevent them, even fatal mistakes sometimes. I saw you drive away with the letter in your hand. You did not lose it?" "No, my lady, but before I had gone a mile on the road to Geneva, your mother overtook me, and said she knew you had given it to me to post immediately in Geneva, and that as she would be at the post office a good hour before me, which was true, she would put it into the post office with other letters." "And you gave her the letter, Denise?" "Yes, my lady." "Did my mother desire you not to mention to me that she had taken the letter from you?" "No, my lady, but on her death-bed—" I hesitated, and my mistress said, "Do not fear, Denise, you did no wrong. How should you know that a mother would conspire against her daughter's happiness? On her deathbed, my mother spoke to you of that letter?" "Yes, my lady, and asked me if I had told you that she had taken it from me. I answered no, and she said I had done right. My lady, in telling you this, I am breaking the promise I gave her. I hope to be forgiven." "It is right that you should tell me the truth when I desire you, about an affair I entrusted to you. Had you told me of your own account, it might have been a sin." "I can see, my lady, that I should not have parted with the letter. I am truly sorry." "The fault was not yours, Denise. The wrongdoing was not yours. I should have instructed you not to part with the letter to anyone, although even then it could not have been prevented. You could not have refused my mother. The past is lost to us forever." Her eyes were filled with tears, and she said, "We will not speak of this again, Denise." And it was never mentioned again by either of us, though we both thought of it often enough. It was easy for me to arrive at an understanding of it. Monsieur Gabriel and my mistress had been lovers, and had been parted and kept apart by my lady's mother. The old lady had played a false and treacherous part towards her daughter, and by so doing had destroyed the happiness of her life. Whether my young lady thought that Mr. Almer had joined in the plot against her, that was what puzzled me a great deal at the time. But I was certain that he was innocent of the matter, as much a victim to the arts and wiles of a scheming old woman as the unfortunate lady he had married. The motive of the treachery was plain enough. Monsieur Gabriel was poor, a struggling artist, with his place to make in the world. My master was rich. Money and estates were his, and the old woman believed she would live to enjoy them if she could bring about a marriage between him and her daughter. She succeeded. Too well did she succeed, and she met with her punishment. Though she was dead in her grave, I had no pity for her, and her daughter, also, thought of her with bitterness. What misery is brought about by the mad worship of money which fills some persons' souls, as though hearts count for nothing! I understood it all now. My lady's unhappiness, her silence, the estrangement between her and her husband. How often did I repeat the sad words she had uttered? The past is lost to us forever. Yes, it was indeed true. Sunshine had fled. A gloomy future was before her. Which was the most to be pitied, my lady, or her innocent, devoted husband, who lived in ignorance of the wrong which had been done? After the conversation I have just related, the behavior of my mistress toward Monsieur Gabriel underwent a change. She was gracious and familiar with him, and sometimes, as I noticed with grief, even tender. They walked frequently together. She was often in his studio when her husband was absent. Following out in my mind the course of events, I felt sure that explanations had passed between them, and that they were satisfied that neither had been intentionally false to the other. It was natural that this should have happened. But what good could come of this better understanding? Mischief was in the air, and no one saw it but myself. My lady recovered her cheerfulness. The color came back to her face. Her eyes were brighter. Life once more appeared enjoyable to her. Mr. Almer was delighted and unsuspicious. But behind these fair clouds I seemed to hear the muttering of the thunder, and I dreaded the moment when my master's suspicions should be aroused. As my lady's time to become a mother drew near, many of the guests took their departure, but Monsieur Gabriel remained. He and Mr. Almer were the closest friends, and they would talk with the greatest animation about pictures and books. Monsieur Gabriel was very clever. The rapidity with which he would paint used to surprise us. His sketches were beautiful, and were hung everywhere about the house. Everybody sang his praises. He had a very sweet voice. He was a fine musician. There was not a subject he was not ready to converse upon. If it came to deep scholarship and learning, I have no doubt that Mr. Almer had the first place, but my master was never eager, as Monsieur Gabriel was, to display his gifts, and to show off his brilliant qualities in society. Certainly he could not win ladies' hearts as easily as Monsieur Gabriel. These things are in the nature of a man, and one will play for the mere pleasure of winning, while another does not consider it worth his while to try. Of two such men, I know which is the better and more deserving of love. Rapid worker as Monsieur Gabriel was with his paintings and sketches, my lady's portrait hung upon his hands. He did not seem to be able to satisfy himself, and he was continually making alterations. When Master Christian was born, his mother's picture was still unfinished in Monsieur Gabriel's studio. End of section 12. Section 13 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 13. Book 3, Chapters 6 and 7. Chapter 6. The Grave of Honor. The birth of the heir was now the most important event. Everything gave way to it. Congratulations poured in from all quarters, and it really seemed as if a better era had dawned. I believe I was the only one who mistrusted appearances. I should have been easier in my mind had Monsieur Gabriel left the villa. But he remained, and as long as he and my lady were near each other, I knew that the storm clouds were not far off. In a few weeks my lady got about again. She was never strong, and now she was so delicate and weak that the doctors would not allow her to nurse her child. I was very sorry for this. Had her baby drawn life from her breast, it might have diverted her attention from Monsieur Gabriel. It is hard to believe that so joyful an event as the birth of her first child should not have softened her heart towards her husband. It is the truth, however. They were no nearer to each other than they had been before. Mr. Almer was not to blame. He did all in his power to win his wife to more affectionate ways, but he might as well have hoped for a miracle as to hope to win a love that was given to another. The child throve, and it was not till he was a year old that the portrait of his mother was finished, the picture that is hanging on the wall before me. It was greatly admired, and my master set great store upon it. "It is in every way your finest work," he said to Monsieur Gabriel. "Were it not that I object to my wife's beauty being made a subject of criticism, I should persuade you to exhibit the portrait." Not long afterwards, Monsieur Gabriel was called away. I thank God for it. The danger I feared was removed, but he returned in the course of a few weeks, and began to paint again in the summer-house. While he was absent, my lady fell into her former habits of listlessness. When he returned, she became animated and joyous. Truly, he was to her as the sun is to the flower. This change in her mood, from sadness to gaiety, was so sudden that it frightened me, for I felt that Mr. Almer must be the blindest of the blind, if it did not force itself upon his attention. It did not escape his notice. I saw that from a certain alteration in his manner toward his wife and his friend. It was not that he was colder or less friendly, but when he looked at them he seemed to be pondering upon something which perplexed him. He said nothing to them, however, to express disapproval of their intimacy. He was not an impulsive man, and I never knew him to commit himself to an important act without deliberation. In the midst of his perplexity, the storm burst. I was an accidental witness of the occurrence which led to the tragic events of which I have yet to speak. There was at this time among our guests an old dowager, who did nothing but tittle-tattle from morning till night about her friends and acquaintances, and who seemed to be always hunting for an opportunity to make ill-natured remarks. A piece of scandal was a great delight to her. Heaven save me from ever meeting with another such a lady. I was in one of the wooded walks at some distance from the house, gathering balsam for a fellow-servant whose hand had been wounded, when the voice of this old dowager reached my ears. She was speaking to a lady companion, and I should not have stopped to listen had not Mrs. Almer's name been mentioned in a tone which set my blood tingling. "It is scandalous, my dear," the old dowager was saying, "the way she goes on with Monsieur Gabriel. Of course I wouldn't mention it to another soul in the world but you, for it is not my affair. Not that it is not natural, for she is young, and he is young, and Mr. Almer is old enough to be their father. But they really should be more discreet. I can't make up my mind whether Mr. Almer sees it and considers it best to take no notice, or whether he is really blind to what is going on. Anyway, that does not alter the affair, so far as his wife and Monsieur Gabriel are concerned. Such looks at each other, my dear, such pressing of hands, such sighs! One can almost hear them. It is easy to see that they are in love with each other. And a great deal more to the same effect until they walked away from the spot and were out of hearing. I was all of a tremble, and I was worrying myself as to what it was best to do when I heard another step close to me. It was my master, who must also have been within hearing. His face was stern and white, and there was blood on his lips as though he had bitten them through. He walked my way and saw me. "How long have you been here, Denise?" he asked. I could not tell him a falsehood, and I had not the courage to answer him. "It is enough," he said. "You have heard what I have heard. Not to a living being must a word of what you have heard pass your lips. I have always believed that you had a regard for the honor of my house and name, and it is for that reason I have placed confidence in you. I shall continue to trust you until you give me cause to doubt your good faith. Hasten after that lady and her companion who have been conversing here, and ask them to favor me with an interview. While I speak to them, remain out of hearing." I obeyed him in silence, and conducted the ladies to my master's presence. I am in ignorance of what he said to them, but that evening an excuse was made for their sudden departure from the villa. They left, and did not appear again. Grateful as I was for the removal of this source of danger, I soon saw that the time I dreaded had arrived. My master was in doubt whether his wife was faithful to him. A more cruel suspicion never entered the mind of man, and as false as it was cruel. Mrs. Almer was a pure woman. Basely wronged as she had been, she was a virtuous wife. As I hope for salvation, this is my firm belief. But how can I blame my master? Smarting with a grief which had sucked all the light out of his days, which had poisoned his life and his hopes, trusting as he had trusted, deceived as he had been deceived, with every effort of love refused and despised, and with, as he believed, dishonor staring him in the face, he might well be pardoned for the doubt which now took possession of him. He planned out a course and steadily followed it. Without betraying himself, he watched his wife and his friend, and he could not fail to see that the feelings they entertained for each other were stronger than the ordinary feelings of friendship which may properly be allowed between a man and a woman. I know also that he discovered that my lady, before she married him, had accepted Monsieur Gabriel as her lover. This in itself was sufficient for him. Under such circumstances, it was, in his opinion, a sin for any woman to plight her faith and duty to another. To my master, the words used at the altar were, in the meaning they conveyed, most sacred, solemn, and binding. For a woman to utter them, with the image of another man in her heart, was a fearful and unpardonable crime. These perjuries are common enough, I believe, in the great world which moves at a distance from this quiet spot, but that they are common does not excuse them. Mr. Almer had strict and stern views of the duties of life, and roused as he was roused, he carried them out with cruel effect. Gradually he got rid of all his guests, with the exception of Monsieur Gabriel. And then, one fatal morning, he surprised my lady and Monsieur Gabriel as they sat together in the summer-house. There was no guilt between them. They were conversing innocently enough, but my lady was in tears, and Monsieur Gabriel was endeavoring to console her. Sufficient, certainly, to work a husband into a furious state. None of us knew what passed or what words were spoken. Something terrible must have been uttered, for my lady, with a face like the face of death, tottered from the summer-house to this very room, where she lay in a fainting condition for hours. Her husband did not come near her, nor did he make any inquiries after her, but in the course of an hour he gave me instructions to have every sketch and painting made by Monsieur Gabriel taken from the walls of the villa and conveyed to the summer-house. I obeyed him, and all were removed except this portrait of my lady. It seemed to me that I ought not to allow it to be touched without her permission, and she was not in a fit condition to be disturbed. While this work was being accomplished, no servant but myself was allowed to enter the studio. Two strange men carried the pictures into the summer-house, and these men, who had paint-pots and brushes with them, remained with Mr. Almer the whole of the afternoon. Dinner was served, but no one sat down to it. My lady was in her chamber, her husband was still in the summer-house, and Monsieur Gabriel was wandering restlessly about. In the evening he addressed me. "Where is Mr. Almer?" he asked. "In the summer-house," I replied. "Go to him," he said, "and say I desire to have a few words with him." In a few minutes they confronted each other on the steps which led to the studio. "Enter," said my master. "You also, Denise, so that you may hear what I have to say to Monsieur Gabriel, and what he has to say to me." I entered with them, and could scarcely believe my eyes. The walls of the studio had been painted a deep black. Not only the walls, but the woodwork of the windows which gave light to the room. The place resembled a tomb. Monsieur Gabriel's face was like the face of a corpse as he gazed around. "This is your doing," he said to my master, pointing to the black walls. "Pardon me," said my master, "it is none of my work. You are the artist here, and this is the picture you have painted on my heart and life. Denise, are all Monsieur Gabriel's sketches and paintings in this studio?" "They are all here, sir," I replied. There was a sense of guilt at my heart, for I thought of my lady's portrait. Fortunately for me, my master did not refer to it. "Monsieur Gabriel," said my master to the artist, "these paintings are your property, and are at your disposal for 1 week from this day. Within that time remove them from my house. You will have no other opportunity. At the end of the week this summer house will be securely locked and fastened, and thereafter, during my lifetime, no person will be allowed to enter it. For yourself, a carriage is now waiting for you at the gates. I cannot permit you to sleep another night under my roof." "I had no intention of doing so," said Monsieur Gabriel, "nor should I have remained here so long had it not been that I was determined not to leave without an interview with you." "What do you require of me?" "Satisfaction." "Satisfaction!" exclaimed my master, with a scornful smile. "Is it not I rather should demand it?" "Demand it, then!" cried Monsieur Gabriel. "I am ready to give it to you." "I am afraid," said my master, coldly, "that it is out of your power to afford me satisfaction. Were you a man of honor, events might take a different course. It is only lately that I have seen you in your true colors. To afford you the satisfaction you demand would be, on my part, an admission that you are my equal. You are not. You are the basest of cowards. Depart at once, and do not compel me to call my servants to force you from my gates." "Endeavor to evade me," said Monsieur Gabriel, as he walked to the door, "in every way you can. You shall not escape the consequences of your conduct." He carried it with a high hand, this fine gentleman who had brought misery into this house. Had I been a man, I should have had a difficulty in preventing myself from striking him. When he was gone, my master said, "You are at liberty to repeat to your lady what has passed between me and Monsieur Gabriel." I did not repeat it. There was such a dreadful significance in the black walls, and in my master's words, that was the picture Monsieur Gabriel had painted on his heart and life, that I could not be so cruel to my lady as to tell her what had passed between the two gentlemen who held her fate in their hands. But she herself, on the following day, questioned me. "You were present yesterday," she said, "at an interview between Monsieur Gabriel and my husband?" "Yes, my lady," I answered. "Did they meet in anger, Denise?" "Monsieur Gabriel was angry, my lady," I said. "And my husband?" she asked. "Appeared to be suffering, my lady." "Did they part in anger?" "On Monsieur Gabriel's side, my lady, yes." "Is Monsieur Gabriel in the villa?" "No, my lady, he departed last night." "Of his own accord?" "My master bade him go, and Monsieur Gabriel said he intended to leave without being bidden." "It could not be otherwise. My husband is here?" "Yes, my lady." That was all that was said on that day. The next day my lady asked me again if her husband was in the villa, and I answered, "Yes." The next day she asked me the same question, and I gave the same reply. The fourth day and the fifth she repeated the question, and my reply that my master had not been outside the gates afforded her relief. The fear in her mind was that my master and Monsieur Gabriel would fight a duel, and that one would be killed. During these days my lady did not leave her chamber, nor did her husband visit her. From the window of this room the summer-house can be seen, and my lady for an hour or two each day sat at the window, gazing vacantly out. On the evening of the 5th day my lady said, "Denise, there have been workmen busily engaged about the summer-house. What are they doing?" I bore in mind my master's remark to me that I was at liberty to repeat to my lady what had been said by him and Monsieur Gabriel in their last interview. It was evident that he wished her to be made acquainted with it, and it was my duty to be faithful to him as well as to my lady. I informed her of my master's resolve to fasten the doors of the summer-house, and never to allow them to be opened during his lifetime. "There are only 2 more days," she said, "tomorrow and the next." I prayed silently that she would not take the fancy in her head to visit the summer-house before it was fastened up, knowing the shock that the sight of the black walls would cause her. The next day she did not refer to the subject, but the next, which was the last, she sat at the window watching the workmen bring their tools and bars and bolts to complete the work for which they had been engaged. "Come with me, Denise," she said. "A voice whispers to me that there is something concealed in the summer-house which I must see before it is too late." "My lady," I said, trembling, "I would not go if I were in your place." I could not have chosen worse words. "You would not go if you were in my place?" she repeated. "Then there is something concealed there which is necessary for me to see, unless," she added, looking at me for an answer, "my husband prohibits it." "He has not prohibited it, my lady." "And yet you would not go if you were in my place? Cannot you see that I should be false to myself if I allowed that place to be sealed forever against me before making myself acquainted with something that has taken place therein? You need not accompany, Denise, unless you choose." "I will go with you, my lady," I said, and we went out of the villa together. We entered the summer-house, my lady first, I a few steps behind her. She placed her hands upon her eyes and shuddered the moment she saw the black walls. She understood what was meant by this sign. But there was more to come, of which, up to that day, I had been ignorant. On one of the walls was painted in white the words, "The Grave of Honor." It was like an inscription on a tomb. When my lady opened her eyes, they fell upon these cruel words. For many minutes she stood in silence, with eyes fixed on the wall, and then she turned towards me, and by a motion of her hand ordered me to leave the place with her. Never, never had I seen such an expression of anguish on a face as rested on hers. It was as though her own heart, her own good name, her own honor were lying dead in that room. There are deeds which can never be atoned for. This deed of my master's was one. Chapter 7. Husband and Wife. "Remain with me, Denise," said my lady, as we walked back to the house. "I am weak and may need you." Then, for the first time, I noticed what gave me hope. She took her baby boy in her arms and pressed him passionately to her bosom, murmuring, "I have only you, I have only you." It was not that hitherto she had been wanting in tenderness, but that in my presence she had never so yearningly displayed it. It gladdened me also to think that her child was a comfort to her in this grave crisis. But the hope I indulged in was doomed to disappointment. In the evening, my lady bade me ascertain whether her husband was in the villa. I went to him and made the inquiry. "Tell my wife," he said in a gentle tone, "that I am ready to wait upon her whenever she desires it." It was late in the night when my lady called me to assist her to dress. I did so, wondering at the strange proceeding. She chose her prettiest dress, one which she had worn in her maiden days. She wore no ornaments, or flowers, or ribbons of any color, simply a white dress, with white lace for her head and shoulders. "Now go to your master," she said, "and say I desire to see him." I gave him the message, and he accompanied me to this room, where my lady was waiting to receive him, with as much ceremony as if he had been a stranger guest. "I am here at your bidding," he said, and turning to me, "You can go, Denise." "You will stay, Denise," said my lady. The manner of both was stern, but there was more decision in my lady's voice than in his. I hesitated, not knowing which of them to obey. "Stay, then, Denise," said my master, "as your mistress desires it." I retreated to a corner of the room, as far away from them as I could get. I was really afraid of what was coming. Within the hearts of husband and wife a storm was raging, all the more terrible because of the outward calm with which they confronted each other. "You know," said my lady, "for what reason I desire to see you." "I know," he replied, "that I expected you would send for me. If you had not, I should not have presented myself." "You have in your mind," she said, "matters which concern us both, of which it is necessary you should speak." "It is more than necessary. It is imperative that I should speak of the matters you refer to." "The opportunity is yours. I also have something to say when you have finished. The sooner our minds are unburdened, the better it will be, for you and me. It were preferable," he added, "that what we say to each other should be said without witnesses. Consider whether it will not be best that Denise should retire." "There is no best or worst for me," she rejoined. "My course is decided, and no arguments of yours can alter it. Denise will remain, as I bade her, and what you have to say must be spoken in her presence." "Be it so. Denise is the most trusted servant of my house. I have every confidence in her. Otherwise I should insist upon her leaving the room." "It is right," said my lady, "that you should be made acquainted with the resolution I have come to within the last few hours. After this night I will never open my lips to you, nor, willingly, will I ever listen to your voice. I swear most solemnly that I am in earnest, as truly in earnest as if I were on my death-bed." I shuddered. Her voice and manner carried conviction with them. My master turned to me and said, "What you hear must never pass your lips while your mistress and I are alive." "It never shall," I said, shaking like a leaf. "When we are dead, Denise, you can please yourself." He stood again, face to face with his wife. "Madam, it is necessary that I should recall the past. When I spoke to your lady mother on the subject of my love for you, being encouraged, and in a measure urged to do so by herself, I was frank and open with her. There was nothing in my life which I concealed, which I had occasion to conceal. I had grave doubts as to the suitability of a marriage with you, doubts which did not place you at a disadvantage. I had not the grace of youth to recommend me. There was a serious difference in our ages. My habits of life were staid and serious. You were fit to be the wife of a prince. Your youth, your beauty, your accomplishments entitled you to more than I could offer, which was simply a life of ease and the homage of a faithful heart. Only in one respect were we equal, in respect of birth. Had I not been encouraged by your mother, I should not have had the temerity to give expression to my feelings. But I spoke, and for me there was no retreating. I begged your lady mother not to encourage me with false hopes, but to be as frank with me as I was with her. Of the doubts which disturbed me, one was paramount. You had moved in the world. You had been idolized in society, and it scarcely seemed possible that your heart could be disengaged. In that case, I informed your lady mother that no earthly consideration could induce me to step between you and your affections. Nay, with all the force which earnestness could convey, I offered to do all in my power, if it were possible that my services could avail, to aid in bringing your life to its happiest pass. At such a moment as this, a solemn one, madame, which shall never be forgotten by you or by me, I may throw aside false delicacy, and may explain the meaning of these last words to your mother. Having had in my hands the settlement of your father's affairs, I knew that you were poor, and my meaning was, that if any money of mine could assist in bringing about a union between you and the object of your affections, did any such exist, it was ready, cheerfully offered, and cheerfully given for such a purpose. I made but one stipulation in the matter, that it should never, directly or indirectly, be brought to your knowledge. He paused in the expectation that his wife would speak, and she said coldly, "You are doubtless stating the truth." "The simple truth, madame, neither more nor less. And believe it or not, as you will, it was your welfare, not mine, that was uppermost in my mind. Your lady mother assured me that before you came to the villa your heart was entirely free, but that since you honored me by becoming my guest, you had fixed your affections upon myself. My astonishment was great. I could scarcely believe the evidence of my senses. I entreated your lady mother not to mislead me, and she proved to me, to whom the workings of a woman's heart were as a sealed book, in 100 different ways, which she said I might have discovered for myself if I had had the wit, that you most truly loved me. She professed to be honored by my proposal, which she accepted for you, and which she said you would joyfully accept for yourself. But she warned me not to be disappointed in the manner in which you would receive me, that your pride and shame might impel you to appear reluctant instead of joyful, and that it behooved me, as a wise man, heaven help me, to put a right and sensible construction on the natural maidenly reserve of a young girl. The rest you know. The wise man, madame, has been sadly at fault. It has been fatally proved to him that he knows little of the workings of the human heart." She held up her hand as a sign that she wished to speak, and he paused. A little thing struck me at the time, which has never passed out of my mind. She held up her hand in front of the lamp, and the light shone through the thin, delicate fingers. Seldom do I think of my lady without seeing that slight, beautiful hand, with the pink light shining through it. "My mother," she said, "did not speak the truth. Monsieur Gabriel and I were affianced before I became your guest." "Your information comes too late," said my master. "You should have told me so much when I offered you my name. It would have been sufficient. I should not have forced myself upon you, and shame and sin would have been avoided." "There has been no sin," said my lady, "and who links me with shame brings shame upon himself. I have been wronged beyond the hope of reparation in this life. Before you spoke to me of marriage, I wrote to Monsieur Gabriel frequently from this villa. My letters were intercepted." He interrupted her. "To my knowledge, no letters were intercepted. I had no suspicion of such a proceeding." "I do not say you had. I am making you acquainted with a fact. Hurt and vexed at receiving no reply to my letters, and being able to account for it only on the supposition that they had not come into his possession, I wrote one and gave it to Denise to post for me. That also, as I learnt after my mother's death, was intercepted, and never reached its destination. In the meantime, false information was given to me respecting Monsieur Gabriel. Shameful stories were related to me, in which he was the principal actor. He was vile and false, as I was led to believe, and you were held up to me as his very opposite, as noble, chivalrous, generous, disinterested. In all of which you will bear in mind I was in no way inculpated, being entirely ignorant of what was going on under my roof. And I was, besides, led to believe by my mother that you had laid us under such obligations that there was but one repayment of them. Plainly speaking," he interposed, "that in any kindness I had shown, I was deliberately making a purchase, that in every friendly office I performed, I had but one cowardly end in view. It needed this to complete the story. My heart was almost broken," she continued, making no comment on his bitter interruption. "But it was pointed out to me that I could at least answer the call of gratitude and duty. Doubly did my mother deceive me." "And doubly," said my master, "did you deceive me." "When, some time after our unhappy marriage, you introduced Monsieur Gabriel into this house, I was both angry and humiliated. It looked as though you intended to insult me, and Denise was a witness of my agitation. It was not unnatural that, remaining here, your guest, bidden by you, not by me, for so long a time explanations should pass between Monsieur Gabriel and myself. Then it was that my eyes were really opened to the pit into which I had been deliberately dragged." "Not by me were you dragged into this pit." "Let it pass for a moment," she said, in a disdainful voice. "When my eyes were opened to the truth, how was I to know that you had not shared in the plot against me? How am I to know it now?" "By my denial. Doubt me if you will, and believe that I tricked to obtain you. I shall not attempt to undeceive you. No good purpose would be served by a successful endeavor to soften your feelings toward me. I do not, indeed, desire that they should be softened, for no link of love can ever unite us. It never did, and never can, and I am not a man to live upon shams. If I tricked to obtain you, you will not deny that I have my reward, a rich reward, the rank fruit of which will cling to me and abide with me till the last moment of my life." "I went into the summer-house this afternoon," she said. "I know it. It was your intention that I should visit it." It was not exactly my intention. I left it to chance. You have made it a memorial of shame, of a cruel declaration against me. I have made it a memorial of my own deep unhappiness. That studio will never again be opened during your life and mine. Madam, in all that you have said, and I have followed you attentively, you have not succeeded in making me believe that I have anything to reproach myself for. My blindness was deplorable, but it is not a reproach. My actions were distinguished at least by absolute candor and frankness. Can you assert the same? You loved Monsieur Gabriel before you met me. Was I to blame for that? You were made to believe he was false to you. Was I to blame for that? You revenged yourself upon him by accepting my hand, and I, unversed in woman's ways, believed that no pure-minded woman would marry a man unless she loved him. I still believe so. When we stood before the altar, I was happy in the belief that your heart was mine, and certainly from that moment your faith, your honor, were pledged to me, as mine was pledged to you. Monsieur Gabriel was my friend. I was a man when he was a boy, and I became interested in him and assisted him in his career. We had not met for years. He knew that I had married. But he did not know, interrupted my lady, that you had married me. Granted. Was I to blame for that? After our marriage you fell into melancholy moods, for which I at first ascribed to the tragic fate of your parents. Most sincerely did I sympathize with you. Day after day, night after night, did I ponder and consider how I could bring the smile to your lips, how I could gladden your young heart. Reflect upon this, madam, in the days that are before you, and reflect upon the manner in which you received my attentions. At one time, when I had invited to the villa a number of joyous spirits in the hope that their liveliness and gaiety would have a beneficial effect upon you, I received a letter from Monsieur Gabriel with reference to a picture he was painting. I invited him here, and he came. What was his duty, what was yours, when you and he met in my presence, when I introduced you to each other, for the first time, as I thought? Madam, if not before him, at least before you, there was but one honest course. Did you pursue it? No. You received Monsieur Gabriel as a stranger, and you permitted me to rest in the belief that until that day you had been unconscious of his existence. Without referring to my previous sufferings, which, madam, were very great, in what position did I, the husband, stand in relation to my wife and friend, who, in that moment of introduction, tacitly conspired against my honor, and who, after explanations had passed between them, met and conversed as lovers? Their guilt was the more heinous because of its secrecy, and utterly, utterly unpardonable because of their treachery towards him who trusted in them both. A double betrayal. But at length the husband's suspicions were aroused. In a conversation which he accidentally overheard between two ladies who were visiting him, the name of his wife, your name, madame, was mentioned in connection with that of Monsieur Gabriel, and from their conversation he learnt that their too friendly intimacy had become a subject for common talk. Jealous of his honor and of his name, upon which there had hitherto been no blot, he silenced the scandal-mongers, but from that day he more carefully observed his wife and his friend until the truth was revealed. Then came retribution, and a black chapter in the lives of 3 human beings was closed, though the book itself is not yet completed. He paused a long time, as it seemed to me, before he spoke again. The silence was awful, and in the faces of the husband and the wife there were no signs of relenting. They bore themselves as 2 persons might have done who had inflicted upon each other a mortal wrong for which there was no earthly forgiveness. From my heart I pitied them both. End of section 13. Section 14 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 14. Book 3, Chapters 8 and 9. Chapter 8. The Compact. "You sent for me, madam," he said presently, "because it was necessary that some explanation should be given of the occurrences that have taken place in my family, of which you are a member. Each of us has reason to regret an alliance which has caused us so much suffering. Unfortunately for our happiness and our peace of mind, the truth has been spoken too late. But it were idle now to waste time in lamentations. There are in life certain bitter trials which must be accepted. In that light I accept the calamity which has fallen upon us, and which, had I known before our marriage what I know now, would most surely have been averted. It was in your power to avert it. You did not do so, but led me blindly into the whirlpool. You have informed me that after this night you will never open your lips to me, nor ever again listen to my voice. Nor will I, she said, from the rising of tomorrow's sun. I shall do nothing to woo you from that resolve, but you bear my name, and to some extent my honor is still in your keeping. Have you, then, she asked, any commands to give me? It will depend, he replied, upon what I hear from you. So far as my honor is concerned, I intend to exercise control over you, no farther. Your honor is safe with me, as it has always been. I will not debate the point with you. You say that you have decided on your course, and that no arguments of mine will turn you from it. Yes, my course is decided. Am I free to go from your house? You are not free to go. Only one thing shall part us, death. We have a child, she said, and her voice, for that moment, insensibly softened. Is he asleep? Yes. He went into the inner room and remained there for several minutes, and my lady, with a white and tearless face, waited for his return. I thought I heard the sound of kisses in the bedroom, but I could not be sure. There was, however, a tender light in my master's eyes when he came back, a light which showed that his heart was touched. Our child shall remain with you, he said to my lady, if you wish. I do wish it, she said. I will not take him from you, only that I must sometimes see him. He shall be brought to you every day. I am content. Let him grow up to love me or hate me, as the prompting of his nature and your teaching shall direct. From my lips he shall never hear a disparaging word of his mother. Nor shall he from my lips of his father. He bowed to her as he would have bowed to a princess, and said, I thank you. But little then remains to be said. We are bound to each other irrevocably, and we cannot part without disgrace. We have brought our griefs upon ourselves, and we must bear them in silence. The currents of my life are changed, and these gates shall never again be opened to friends. I have done with friendship as I have done with love. I ask you what course you have determined upon? I propose, said my lady, to make these rooms my home, if you will give them to me to live in. They are yours, he replied, unless I am compelled by duty or by circumstances which I do not at present foresee. I will never enter them during your lifetime. It is as I would have it, she said. In daylight I shall not leave them. If I walk in the grounds, it shall be at nightfall. Outside your gates I will never more be seen, nor will I allow a friend or an acquaintance to visit me. Will you allow Denise to wait upon me? She is your servant, and yours only, from this moment. I am pleased that you have selected her. Denise, said my lady to me, are you willing to serve me? Yes, my lady, I answered. I was almost choked with sobs, while they were outwardly calm and unmoved. Then there is nothing more to be said, except farewell. And my lady looked towards the door. He did not linger a moment. He bowed to her ceremoniously and left the room. When he was gone, I felt as if some sudden and fearful shock must surely take place, as if a thunderbolt would fall and destroy us, or as if my lady would fall dead at my feet. The silence that ensued was so unearthly. But nothing occurred, and when I had courage to look up, I saw my lady sitting in a chair, white and still, with a resigned and determined expression on her face. It would have been a great relief to me if she had cried, but there was not a tear in her eyes. "Do you believe me guilty, Denise?" she asked. "The saints forbid," I cried, "that such a wicked thought should enter my mind. I know you to be an innocent, suffering lady. You will do as you have been bidden to do, Denise. While my husband and I are living, you will not speak of what has passed within this room." "I will not, my lady." And never again was the subject referred to by either of us. She did not make the slightest allusion to it, and I did not dare to do so. Chapter 9. Mother Denise has strange fancies in the night. A new life now commenced for us, a new and dreadful life. Mr. Almer gave orders that no person was to be admitted to the villa without his express permission. He denied himself to every chance visitor, and from that time until you came, my lady, no friend of the family, except a great banker, and occasionally Master Pierre Lamont, both of whom came upon business, ever entered the gates. The doctor, of course, when he was needed, but no one else. Mr. Almer passed most of his time in his study, writing and reading, and pacing to and fro, as he used to do in times gone by. He did not make any inquiries about my lady, nor did she about him. She lived in these rooms, and, in my remembrance, did not stir out of them during the day. Master Christian slept in the inner room there, and was free to roam about as he pleased. Every morning I took the child to his father, who sometimes would kiss him and send him back to my lady, and sometimes would say, "You can leave him with me, Denise, for an hour." Then he would take the child into the study, and lock the door, and nurse and sing to him. I was in the habit of seeing him thus engaged, as I walked backwards and forwards in the grounds in front of the study, waiting for his summons to carry Master Christian to his mother. His was not a happy childhood, for when he began to speak and think, the estrangement between his parents puzzled him deeply, and made him sad. He was continually asking questions, to which he received replies which perplexed him more and more. With childlike innocent cunning, he strove to draw them to each other. When he was with my lady, it was, "Mamma, why do you not go and speak to Papa? There he is walking in the garden. Come out with me, Mamma. Come quickly, or Papa will be gone." And when he was with his father, he would say, "Papa, I have a message for you." "Yes, Christian," my master would say. "You are to take hold of my hand, and come with me immediately to Mamma." "Yes, Papa, indeed, immediately. She wants to speak to you." Mr. Almer knew that this was nothing but invention on the child's part. What they learnt of each other's health and doings came through Master Christian. It is very hard, my lady, to stop a child's innocent prattle. "Papa, I wish to tell you something." "Tell me, Christian." "Mamma has a bad headache, such a bad, bad headache. I have been smoothing her forehead with my hand, but it will not go away for me. You cured my headache last week. Come and cure Mamma." And at another time, "Papa, is not this beautiful?" "Yes, Christian, it is very pretty." "Mamma painted it for me. Do you know, Papa, she has painted me, yes, my portrait, and has put it in a book. It is exactly like, you could not tell it from me myself. Shall I ask her to give it to you, or will you come and ask for it yourself?" With my lady it was the same. "Mamma, Papa has been writing all day long. I peeped through the window, and he looked so tired, just as you look sometimes. Now, Mamma, tell me, do you think Papa is happy?" "Mamma, see what Papa has given me, a musical box. Only because I said to him I should like a musical box. Is he not good?" And so it went on day after day, week after week, but the child's eager, anxious love brought them no nearer to each other. In the dark nights, when the weather permitted, my lady walked in the grounds. At first I offered to accompany her, but she refused my company. "I will walk alone, Denise." The servants used to say, as the moonlight fell on her white dress, "She looks like a white ghost." And at other times, "She is like a white shadow moving in the moon's light." Her husband was careful to keep out of her sight when she indulged in these lonely rambles. They would not make the slightest advance to each other. I must not forget to tell you what occurred about a month after this estrangement. The duties of my attendance on my lady did not keep me with her during the night, unless she was ill, and was likely to require my services. Generally I waited till I saw her abed and asleep. She retired early, and this afforded me an opportunity of looking after the room occupied by my husband and myself. I remember that on this night I drew the blind aside after I was undressed, and looked toward my master's study. There were lights in the windows, as usual. I was not surprised, for Mr. Almer frequently sat up the whole night through. I went to bed, and soon fell asleep. Quite contrary to my usual habit, I woke up while it was dark, and heard the sound of the clock striking the hour. I counted the strokes, from 1 to 12. It was midnight. I was such a good sleeper, seldom waking till the morning, when it was time to get up, that I wondered to myself what it was that awoke me. The striking of the clock? Hardly, for that was no new sound. What then? Gusts of wind were sweeping round the walls of the villa. Ah, I thought, it was the wind that disturbed me, and I settled myself for sleep again, when suddenly another sound, an unusual one this time, made me jump up in bed. The sound was like that of a heavy object jumping or falling from a height within the grounds. Can it be robbers, I thought, who have climbed the gates and missed their footing? The thought alarmed me, and I woke my husband and told him what I had heard. He rose and looked out of the window. "Mr. Almer is up and awake," said he. "If there were any cause for alarm, he would not be sitting quietly in his study, poring over his books. What you heard is the wind. Robbers, indeed! I pity the thief who tries to pass our dogs. He would be torn to pieces. There, let me get to sleep, and don't disturb me again with your foolish fancies. And get to sleep yourself as quick as you can. Now your head is stirring, you'll be imagining all sorts of things." That was all the satisfaction I could get out of him. The next moment he was fast asleep again. It was no easy thing for me to follow his example. I lay thinking and thinking for an hour or more. I was glad my husband had mentioned the dogs. In my alarm I had forgotten them. Martin was quite right. Any stranger who attempted to pass them would have been torn to pieces. Well, but there was somebody walking on the grave paths. I heard soft footsteps crunching the stones, stepping cautiously, as though fearful of disturbing the people in the house. These sounds came to my ears between the gusts of wind, which were growing stronger and stronger. I was on the point of rousing my husband again, when it occurred to me that it might be my master, who, restless as usual, was walking about the grounds. This explanation quieted me, and I was soon asleep. For how long, I cannot say, for suddenly I found myself sitting up in bed, wide awake, listening to the wind, which was shaking the house to its foundations. And yet the impression was so strong upon me that it was not the storm that had frightened me, that I went to the window and looked out, expecting to see heaven only knows what. Nothing was to be seen, and presently I reasoned myself out of my fears, and was not again disturbed during the night. In the morning a strange discovery was made. A servant came running to me before I was dressed, with the information that our 2 dogs were dead. I hurried to the kennel and saw their bodies stretched out, cold and stiff. Mr. Almer was very fond of these dogs, and I went to him and told him what had occurred. There was a strange, wild look in his eyes, which I attributed to want of sleep. But stranger than this weary, wild expression was the smile on his lips when he heard the news. He followed me to the kennel and stooped down. "They are quite dead, Denise," he said. "Yes, sir," I said, "but who could have done such a cruel thing?" "The dogs have been poisoned," he said. "Here is the meat that was thrown to them. There is still some white powder upon it." "Poisoned!" I cried. "The wretches!" "Whoever did this deed," said my master, "deserved to die. It is as bad as killing a human creature in cold blood." "Are you sure, sir," I said, "there has been nothing stolen from the house?" "You can go and see, Denise." I made an examination of the rooms. Nothing had been taken from them. I tried the door of my master's study to examine that room also, but it was locked. When I returned, my master was still kneeling by the dogs. "It does not appear that anything has been taken," I said, "but the sounds I heard in the night prove that there have been robbers here." "What sounds did you hear?" asked my master, looking up. I told him of my alarm, and of my waking my husband, and of my fancies. "Fancies," he said. "Yes, it could have been nothing but imagination. I have been up the whole night, and had there been an attempt at robbery, I must surely have known it. Were any of the other servants disturbed?" "No, sir." I had already questioned them, but they had all slept soundly, and had heard nothing. I had been also with my lady for a few moments, but she had not been disturbed during the night by anything but the howling of the wind. "Let the matter rest," said my master. "It will be best. It is my wish that you should not speak of it. The dogs are dead, and nothing can restore them to life. Evil deeds carry their own punishment with them. The next time you are frightened by fancies in the night, and see a light in my study, you may be satisfied that all is well." So the dogs were buried, and no action was taken to punish their murderers, and in a little while the whole affair was forgotten. End of section 14. Section 15 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 15. Book 3, Chapters 10 and 11. Chapter 10. Christian Almer's Child Life. The years went by in the lonely villa without any change, except that my lady grew into the habit of taking her walks in the grounds later in the night. Not a word was exchanged between her and her husband. Had seas divided them, they could not have been further apart from each other. A dreadful, dreary monotony of days. The direction and control of the house was left entirely to me. My master took not the slightest interest in what was going on. I should have asked to be relieved from the service, had it not been for my affection for my mistress. To live with her, as I did for years, attending upon her daily, without loving her, was not possible. Her gentleness, her resignation, her resolution, her patience with those who were not constant witnesses of her lonely, blameless, suffering life. She never wrote or received a letter. She severed herself entirely from the world, and these rooms were her living grave. She loved her child, but she did not give way to any violent demonstration of feeling. I observed, as the lad grew up, that he became more and more perplexed by the relations which existed between his parents. Had one or the other been unkind to him, he might have been able to put a reasonable construction upon the estrangement, but they were equally affectionate, equally tender towards him. He continued to exercise the prettiest cunning to bring them together, but without avail. Without avail also the entreaties he used. "Mamma, the sun is shining beautifully. Do come out with me and speak to papa. Do, mamma, do. See, he is walking in the garden. Mamma, may I bring papa into your room? Say yes. I am sure he would be glad. Papa, mamma is really very ill. I do so wish you would see her and speak to her. There, papa, I have hold of your hand. Come, papa, come." It was heartbreaking to hear the lad, who loved both, who received love from both. "Mamma," he said, "are you rich?" "In what way, dear child?" she asked, I have no doubt wondering at his question. In money? Do you mean that? Yes, mamma, I mean that. We are not in want of money, Christian. Then you can buy whatever you want, mamma? I want very little, Christian. But if you wanted a great deal, he persisted, you have money to pay for it? Yes, Christian. And papa, too? Yes, and papa, too. I can't make it out, he said. Yesterday I saw a poor little girl crying. I asked her what she was crying for, and she said her mamma was in great trouble because they had no money. I asked her if money would make her mamma happy, and she said yes. Then why does it not make you happy? Would you like some money, Christian, said my lady, to give to this poor girl's mamma? Yes, mamma. Here is my purse. Denise will go with you at once. We went to the cottage and found that the family were in deep distress. The father was in arrears with his rent, having been unable to work, through illness, for a good many weeks. He was now strong enough to return to his employment, but he was plunged into such difficulties that all his courage had deserted him. The mother was weak with overpowering anxiety, and the children were in want of food. I saw that the family were deserving of assistance, and I directed Master Christian what to give them. He visited them daily for a week and more, and the roses came back to the children's cheeks, and the hearts of the father and mother were filled with hope and gladness. "Mamma," said Master Christian, "you have no idea how happy they are, and all because I gave them a little money. They play and sing together. Yes, mamma, all of them. It is beautiful to see them. They call me their good angel." "I am very glad you have made them happy, my dear," said my lady. "Mamma, they are happy because they love each other, and because they laugh and sing together. Let me be your good angel, mamma, and papa's. Tell me what to do, so that we may live like those poor people." These were hard things for parents to hear, and harder because no answers could be given to them. We went out for a stroll every fine day for an hour or so, and when Master Christian saw a child walking between father and mother, who smiled at each other and their little one, and spoke pleasantly and kindly one to the other, his eyes would fill with tears. He would peep through cottage windows, nay, he would go into the cottages, where he was always welcome, and would furnish himself with proofs of domestic happiness which never gladdened his heart in his own home. With scanty food, with ragged clothes, the common peasant children were enjoying what was denied to him. He had one special friend, a delicate child, who at length was laid on a bed of sickness from which he never rose. Master Christian, for a few weeks before this child died, visited him daily in my company, and took the poor little fellow many comforting things, for which the humble family were very grateful. My young master would stand by the bedside of the sick child, and witness, in silent pain, the evidences of paternal love which lightened the load of the little sufferer. The day before the child died, we approached the cottage, and Master Christian peeped through the window. The child was dying, and by his bedside sat the sorrowing parents. The man's arm was around the woman's waist, and her head was resting on her husband's shoulder. We entered the cottage, and remained an hour, and as we walked home, Master Christian said, "If I were dying, would my mamma and papa sit like that?" I could find no words to answer this question, which showed what was passing in Master Christian's mind. "Cannot you tell me," said Master Christian, "whether my rich parents would do for me what that little boy's poor parents are doing for him? It is so very much, Denise, so very, very much. It is more than money, for money is no use in heaven, where he is going to. I wish my mamma and papa had been poor. Then they would have lived together and have loved each other. Denise, tell me what it all means." "Hush, Master Christian," I said, trying to soothe him, for his little bosom was swelling with grief. "When you are a man you will understand." "I want to understand now. I want to understand now," he cried. "There is something very wicked about our house. I hate it. I hate it." And he stamped his foot and broke into a fit of sobbing so charged with sorrow that I could not help sobbing with him. Something of this must have reached his parents' ears, and how they suffered only themselves could have known. My master grew thin and wan. Dark circles came round his eyes, and they often had a wild look in them which made me fear he was losing his senses. And my lady drooped and drooped, like a flower planted in unwholesome soil. Paler and quieter she grew every day, sweeter and more resigned, if that were possible, with every sitting of the sun, so weak at last that she could not take her walk in the grounds. Sitting by the window, looking at the lovely sky, she said to me one peaceful evening, "I shall soon be there, Denise." "Oh, my lady," was all I could say. "It rejoices me to think," she said, "that this long agony is coming to an end. I pray that the dear child I shall leave behind me will not suffer as I have suffered, that his life may be happy and his end be peaceful. Denise, my mother is in that invisible spirit land to which I am going. When she sees me coming, will she not be frightened to meet me? For if it had not been for her, all this misery would have been averted." "My lady," I said, so saint-like was her appearance that I could have knelt to her, "let me go to my master and bring him to you." "He would not come," she said, "at your bidding, Denise. Has he not been often entreated by our child?" Believing that this was a sign of relenting on her part, I said, "He knows that I dare not deceive him. He will come if I say you sent for him." "Perhaps, perhaps," she said, "but I would not have him come yet. When I summon him here, he will not refuse me. You will send for him one day, my lady?" "Yes, Denise, unless I die suddenly in my sleep, an end I have often prayed for. But this great blessing may be denied to me. Ah, how sad we were the days! It fills me with grief even now to speak of them. All kinds of strange notions entered my head during that time. I used to think it would be a mercy if a terrible flood were to come, or if someone would set fire to the villa. It would bring these two unhappy beings together for a few minutes at least. But nothing happened. The days were all alike, except that I saw very plainly that my lady could not live through another summer. She was fading away before my eyes. The end came at last, when Master Christian was nearly 9 years old. Chapter 11. Beatrice Almer gives a promise to her son. It was a spring morning, and my lady was alone. Master Christian was in the woods with his father. He was to be home at noon, and my lady was watching for him at her window. Exactly at noon the lad returned, beaming with delight. The hours he spent with his father were memorable hours in his life. "You have enjoyed yourself, Christian," said my lady, drawing her boy to her side and smoothing his hair. "It does you good to go out with papa." "Yes, mamma," said the lad, in his eager, excited voice. "There is no one in the world like papa. No man, I mean. He knows everything. Yes, mamma, everything. There isn't a thing you ask him that he can't tell you all about it. We have had such a beautiful walk. The forests are full of birds and squirrels. Papa knows the name of every bird and flower. See, mamma, all these are wild flowers. Papa helped me to gather them and showed me where some of the prettiest are to be found. You should hear him talk about the flowers. He has told me such wonderful, wonderful things about them. I believe they live, as we do, and that they have a language of their own. Papa smiled when I said I thought the flowers were alive, and he told me that the world was full of the loveliest mysteries, and that, although men thought themselves very wise, they really knew very little. Perhaps it is so, with all men but papa. It is because he isn't vain and proud that he doesn't set himself above other men. In the middle of the woods, papa stopped and said, as he waved his hand around, "This, Christian, is nature's book. Not all the wisdom of all the men in the world could write one line of it. That little bird flying in the air to the nest which it has built for its young, and which is so small that I could hold it in the palm of my hand, is in itself a greater and more marvelous work than the united wisdom of all mankind shall ever be able to produce. There, mamma, you would hardly believe that I should remember papa's words, but I repeated them to myself over and over again as we walked along. They sounded so wonderful. Mamma, are there flowers in heaven?" "Yes, my dear," she answered, gazing upwards, "forever blooming." "Then it is always summer there, mamma?" "Yes, dear child. It is the better land on which we dwell in hope. Peace is there, and love." "We shall all go there, mamma?" "Yes, dear child, one day." "And shall live there in peace and love?" "Yes, Christian." "Mamma," said the child, solemnly, "I shall be glad when the day comes on which you and papa and I shall be together there in peace and love. Mamma, you are crying. I have not hurt you, have I?" "No, dear child, no. To hear you speak gives me great joy." "Ah, but I can't speak like papa. He has told me of that better world, and though I can't understand all he says, I know it must be very beautiful. Papa is a good man. I love him more than any other man, and I love you, mamma, better than any other woman. Papa is a good man, is he not, mamma?" "Yes, my child," said my lady, "your father is a good and a just man." My heart leapt into my throat as I heard her speak these words of her husband. Was it possible that this dreadful estrangement was to end, and that my master and his wife would at length be reconciled after all these weary years? My lady was lying back in her chair, gazing now at her boy, now at the bright clouds which were floating in the heavens. Ah, my lady, if we were but to follow God's teaching, and learn the lessons he sends us every day and every hour, how much unhappiness should we be spared! But it seems as if there was a wicked spirit within us, which is continually dropping poison into the fairest things, for the mere pleasure of destroying their beauty and making us wretched. There was an angelic expression on my lady's face as she encouraged her boy to speak of his father. "I have often wished to tell you," said Master Christian, "that papa is not strong, not as strong as I am. He soon gets tired, while I can run about all day. This morning he often stopped to rest, and once he threw himself upon the ground and fell asleep. I sat by his side and listened to the birds, who were all so happy, while Papa's face was filled with pain. Yes, mamma, he was in great pain, and he sighed, oh, so heavily, as though sleep was hurting him instead of doing him good. And he spoke in his sleep, and his words made me tremble. I call God to witness, that was what he said, mamma. I call God to witness that there was in my mind no design to do wrong. And then he said something about sin and sorrow springing from the flower of innocence. A bird was flying near us, stopping to look at us, and not at all frightened, because I was so very, very quiet. Little bird, I whispered, that my father could hold in the palm of his hand, do you know what he is dreaming of? And will you, because he is my father and a good man, do something to make him happy? Oh, mamma, the bird at that very moment began to sing, and Papa smiled in his sleep, and all the pain in his face disappeared. That bird, mamma, was a fairy bird, and knew that Papa ought not to suffer. And presently Papa awoke and folded me tight in his arms, and we sat there quite still for a long, long time, listening to the singing of the bird. Oh, mamma, mamma, why will you not love Papa as I do? Who could resist such pleading? My lady could not. My child, she said, I will send for Papa tomorrow. You will, cried the child. Oh, how glad I am! Papa will be here tomorrow, and we shall live together as poor people do, and be happy as they are. He sprang from her side, ready to fly out of the room. Shall I go and tell Papa now? Yes, I may. Say that I may, mamma. Not till tomorrow, Christian. Come and sit quietly by me and talk to me. He obeyed her, though it was difficult for him to control himself, his joy was so great. He devised numberless schemes in which he and his parents were to take part. They were to go here and go there, always together. His friends were to be their friends, and they were to share each other's pleasures. Rambles in the woods, hunting for wild flowers, visits to poor cottages. He planned all these things in the delight of his heart. So they passed the day, the mother and child, and when night came, he begged again to be allowed to go to his father and tell him what was in store for him. But my lady was firm. No, Christian, she said, you must wait yet for a few hours. They will soon pass away. You are tired, dear child. Go to bed and sleep well. Good mamma, beautiful mamma, said the lad, caressing his mother and stroking her face. I shall dream all night long of tomorrow. She never kissed her child with deeper tenderness than she did on this night. He knelt at her knees and said his prayers, and of his own accord ended with the words, "And make my papa and mamma love each other tomorrow." Good night, dear child. Good night, dear mamma. I want tomorrow to come quickly. Good night, Denise. Good night, Master Christian. In a few minutes he was asleep. Then my lady called me to her, and spoke gratefully of the manner in which I had performed my services to her. You have been a good and faithful servant to me, she said, and you have helped to comfort me. Your duties have been difficult, and you have performed them well. My lady, I said, sobbing, I could not keep back my tears, she was so gracious and sweet. I have done nothing to deserve such thanks. If what you have said to Master Christian comes true, I shall be very happy. Forgive me for asking, but is it really true that you will send for my master tomorrow?" "It will be so, Denise, unless God in his mercy takes me tonight. We are in his hands, and I wait for his summons. He will be done. Denise, wear this cross in remembrance of me. I kiss it before I give it to you, and I kiss you, Denise." And as she put her cross around my neck, which she took from her own, she kissed me on the lips. Her touch was like an angel's touch. Then she said, pointing to the posy which had been gathered in the woods by her husband and her child, "Give me those flowers, you faithful woman." Do not think me vain or proud for repeating the words she spoke to me. They were very, very precious to me, and the sweetness has not died out of them, though she who uttered them is dust. I gave her the flowers, and she held them to her heart and encouraged me to sit with her later than usual. 2 or 3 times in the midst of our conversations, she asked me to go to Master Christian's room to see if he was asleep. And when I told her he was sleeping beautifully, and that he looked like an angel, she smiled and thanked me. "He will grow into a noble man," she said, "and will, I trust, think of me with tenderness. I often look forward and wonder what his life will be." "A happy one, I am sure," I said. "I pray that it may be so, and that he will meet with a woman who will truly and faithfully love him." Then she asked me if there was a light in her husband's study, and going out into the balcony to look, I said there was, and said, moreover, that my master often sat up the whole night through, reading and studying. "You have been in his service a long time, Denise," said my lady. "Yes, my lady. I was born in this house, and my mother lived and died here." "Was your master always a student, Denise?" "Always, my lady. Even when he was a boy, he would shut himself up with his books. He is not like other men. From his youngest days we used to speak of him with wonder." "He is very learned," said my lady. "How shall one be forgiven for breaking up his life?" "Ah, my lady," I said, "if I dared to speak—" "Speak freely, Denise." And then I described to her what a favorite my master was when he was a lad, and how everybody admired him, although he held himself aloof from people. I spoke of his gentleness, of his kindness, of his goodness to the poor, whom he used to visit and help in secret. I told her that never did woman have a more faithful and devoted lover than my master was to her, nor a man with a nobler heart, nor one who stood more highly in the world's esteem. She listened in silence, and did not chide me for my boldness, and when I was done, she said she would retire to rest. But she was so weak that she could scarcely rise from her chair. "I had best remain with you tonight, my lady," I said. "You may need my services." "It is not necessary," she said. "I shall require nothing, and I shall be better tomorrow." I considered it my duty to make my master acquainted with his wife's condition, but I did not tell him of her intention to ask him to come to her tomorrow, for fear that she should alter her mind. There had been disappointment and vexation enough in the house, and I would not add to it. I could not rest, I was so anxious about my lady, and an hour after I was abed, I rose and dressed myself and went to her room. She was on her knees, praying by the bedside of her child, and I stole softly away without disturbing her. Again, later in the night, I went to her room. She was sleeping calmly, but her breathing was so light that I could scarcely hear it. In the morning I helped her to dress, and afterwards assisted her to her favorite seat by the window. Master Christian was already up and about, and shortly after his mother was dressed, he came in loaded with flowers to make the room look beautiful, he said, on this happy day. It was a day he was never to forget. End of section 15. Section 16 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 16. Book 3, Chapters 12 and 13. Chapter 12. The Last Meeting Between Husband and Wife. The morning passed, and my lady made no sign. Master Christian, flitting restlessly in and out and about the room, waited impatiently for his mother's instructions to bring her husband to her. I offered her food, but she could not eat it. On the previous day, the doctor, who regularly attended her, had said that his services were required at a great distance from the villa, and that he should not be able to visit my lady on the morrow. She had replied, "Do not trouble, doctor, you can do nothing for me." And, indeed, there appeared to be no special necessity for his presence. My lady was not in pain. She looked happy and contented. But she was so quiet, so very, very quiet. Not a word of complaint or suffering, not a moan, not a sigh. Why, therefore, did my heart sink as I gazed at her? At length Master Christian was compelled to speak. He could no longer control his impatience. "Mamma, do you like the way I have arranged the flowers? The room looks pretty, does it not?" "Yes, my child." "I wanted it to look very bright today. So did you not, mamma? Papa will be pleased when he comes." "I hope so, my dear." "And I shall tell him that it is not so every day, and that it is done for him. Shall I go for him now?" "Presently, my dear. Wait yet a little while." "But, mamma, it was to be today, you know, and it is nearly afternoon. Just look at the clock, mamma. It is nearly 2. Ah, but you are tired, and I am worrying you. Now I will sit quite still, and when the clock strikes 2, you shall tell me to go for papa. Say yes, or look it, mamma." "Yes, my dear, at 2 o'clock you shall go. Denise will accompany you, for perhaps, Christian, your papa will think that the message comes from your affectionate heart, and not from me." "That," said Master Christian, "is because I have tried to bring papa to you before. But I did it out of love, mamma." "I know, my dear, I know. If, when you were a little baby, and could not speak or think of things, I had reflected, it might all have been different. Perhaps I have been to blame." "No, mamma, you shall not say that. I will not let you say that. You can't do anything wrong, and papa can't do anything wrong. Now I shall be quite still, and watch the clock, and I will not say another word till it strikes." He sat, as he had promised, quite still, with his eyes fixed on the clock, and I saw by the motion of his lips that he was counting the seconds. Slowly, oh, so slowly, the hands moved round till they reached the hour, and then the silver chimes were heard. First the 4 divisions of the hour, then the hour itself. 1, 2. In my ears it was like the chapel bell calling the people to prayer. "Now, mamma!" cried Master Christian, starting up. She took his pretty face between her hands and drew it close to hers. She kissed his lips and his forehead, and then her hands fell to her side. "May I go now, mamma?" He saw in her eyes that she was willing he should bring his father, and he embraced her joyfully and ran out of the room, crying, "Come, Denise, come! Papa, papa!" He did not wait for me, and when I arrived at the study door, the father and son were standing together, and Master Christian was trying to pull my master along. "This little fellow here," said my master, striving to speak cheerfully, but his lips trembled and his voice was husky, "has a strong imagination, and his heart is so full of love that it runs away with his tongue." "It does not, papa, it does not," cried Master Christian very earnestly. "And it is not imagination. Mamma wants you to come and love her." My master turned his inquiring eyes to my face. "My lady wishes you to come to her, sir," I said simply. I knew that the fewer words I spoke at such a time, the better it would be. He did not question me. He was satisfied that I spoke the truth. His agitation was great, and he walked a few steps from me, holding Master Christian by the hand, and then stood still for quite a minute. Then he stooped and kissed his son, and suffered himself to be led to my lady's room. I followed them at a little distance, and remained outside my lady's room while they entered and closed the door behind them. It was not right that any eyes but theirs should witness so sacred a meeting, but though I denied myself the pleasure of being present, my heart was in my ears. It was proper that I should be within call. In my lady's weak state, my services might be required. From where I stood, I heard Master Christian's eager, happy voice. "Mamma, mamma, here is papa. He is come at last, mamma. Speak to him, and love him, as I do. Papa, put your arm around mamma's neck and kiss her." Then all was quiet, so quiet, so quiet. Not a sound, not a breath. Ah, Holy Mother, I can hear the silence now. I can feel it about me. It was in this very room, and my lady was sitting in the chair in which you are seated. Suddenly the silence was broken. My master was calling loudly for me. "Denise! Denise, where are you? Come quickly, for God's sake!" Before the words were out of his lips, I was in the room. My master was looking wildly upon his wife and child. The lad, with his arms about his mother, was kissing her passionately and crying over her. "Mamma, mamma, why do you not speak? Here is papa waiting for you. Oh, mamma, say only one word." "Is it true," my master whispered to me, "that your lady sent you for me?" "It is true, sir," I replied in a low tone. "What, then, is the meaning of this?" he asked, still in the same unnatural whisper. "I have spoken to her. She will not answer me. She will not even look at me." A sudden fear smote my heart. I stepped softly to my lady's side. I gently unwound Master Christian's arms from his mother's neck. I took her hand in mine and pressed it. The pressure was not returned. Her fingers, though still warm, were motionless. "What is it, Denise?" my master asked hoarsely. "The truth, the truth!" He read the answer in my eyes. We were gazing at the face of a dead woman. Yes, she was dead, and no word had been exchanged between them, no look of affection, no token of forgiveness. How truly, how prophetically had she spoken to her husband in their last interview on this spot 8 years before. After this night I will never open my lips to you, nor willingly will I ever again listen to your voice. From that hour to this he had never heard the sound of her voice, and now that after their long agony, for there is no doubt that his sufferings were as great as hers, she had summoned him to her, she was dead. Ah, if she had only lived to say, "Mine was the fault. It was not only I who was betrayed. Let there be peace and forgiveness between us." Did she know, when she called him to her, that he would look upon her dead face? Could she so measure her moments upon earth as to be certain that her heart would cease to beat as he entered the room at her bidding? No, it could not have been, for this premeditation would have proclaimed her capable of vindictive passion. She was full of tender feeling and sweet compassion, and the influence of her child must have softened her heart towards the man who had loved and married her, and had done her no wrong. That she knew she was dying was certain, and she was willing, nay, more than willing, wishful to forgive and to ask forgiveness as she stood upon the brink of another world. The sight of his worn and wasted face may have shocked her and caused her sudden death, but it remained a mystery whether she had seen him, whether her spirit had not taken flight before her husband presented himself to her. It was a question none could answer. I am aware that there are people who would say that my lady deliberately designed this last bitter blow to her husband. My master did not think so. When the first shock of his grief was spent, his face expressed nothing but sorrow and compassion. He kissed her once on the forehead, not on her lips, and after her eyes were closed and she lay, white and beautiful, upon her bed, he sat by her side the whole of the day and night, for a great part of the time with Master Christian in his arms. There were those in the villa who declared that, on the night of her death, the white shadow of my lady was seen gliding about the grounds, and from that day the place was supposed to be haunted. For my own part, I knew that these were foolish fancies, but you cannot reason people out of them. The next day my master made preparations for the funeral. His strange manner of conducting it strengthened the superstition. He would not have any of his old friends at the funeral, although many wrote to him. Only himself and Master Christian and the servants followed my lady to her grave. He would not allow any black crape to be worn, and all the female servants of the house were dressed in white. It caused a great deal of talk, a good many people saying that it was a sinful proceeding on the part of my master, and that it was a sign of joy at his wife's death. They must have been blind to the grief in his face, so plainly written there that the tears came to my eyes as I looked at it, when they uttered this slander. And yet, if the truth were told, if it were deeply searched for among the ashes in his heart, it is not unlikely that my master was sorrowfully grateful that his wife's martyrdom was at an end. For her sake, not for his own, did he experience this sad feeling of gratitude. It was entirely in accordance with his stern sense of justice, in the exercise of which he was least likely to spare himself of all people in the world, that, while he was bowed down to the earth in grief, he should be glad that his wife was dead. All kinds of rumors were afloat concerning the house and the family. The gossips declared that on certain nights the grounds were filled with white shadows, mournfully following each other in a long funeral train. That is how the villa grew to be called the House of Shadows. It was like a tomb. Not a person was permitted to pass the gates. Not a servant could be prevailed upon to stop. All of them left, with the exception of Martin and myself and my daughter, Dionetta's mother. Dionetta was not born at the time. We were glad to take Fritz the Fool into the place, to run of errands and do odd jobs. He was a young lad then, an orphan, and has been hanging around ever since. But for all the good he is, he might as well be at the other end of the world. The rumors spread into distant quarters, and one day a priest, who had traveled scores of miles for the purpose of seeing my master, presented himself at the gates, which were always kept locked by my master's orders. I asked the priest what he wanted, and he said he must speak to Mr. Almer. I told him that no person was admitted, and that my master would see none, but he insisted that I should give his errand. I did so, and my master accompanied me to the gates. "You have received your answer from my servant," said my master. "Why do you persist in your attempts to force yourself upon me?" "My errand is a solemn one," said the priest. "I am bidden by heaven to come to you." My master smiled scornfully. "What deeds in my life," he said, "I shall be called upon to answer for before a divine tribunal concern me and me only. Were you an officer of justice, you should be admitted. But you are a priest, and I do not need you. I am my own priest. Begone!" He was importunate, and was not so easily got rid of. Day after day, for 2 weeks, he made his appearance at the gates, but he could not obtain admittance, and at length he was compelled to forego his mission, whatever it might have been, and to leave without having any further speech with my master. Soon after he left, my master took Master Christian to school at a great distance from the village, and returning home, resumed his solitary habits. How well do I remember the evening on which he desired me not to disturb him on any account whatever, and to come to his study at 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the following day. At that hour I knocked at the door, and received no answer. I knocked several times, and, becoming alarmed, tried the handle of the door. It was unlocked, and I stepped into the study, and said, "It is I, sir, Denise. You bade me come at this hour." I spoke to deaf ears. On the floor lay my master, stone dead. He had not killed himself. He died a natural death, and must have been forewarned that his moments on earth were numbered. That is all I have to tell, my lady. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Christian Almer. "And you have really told it very well, Mother Denise," said the advocate's wife, "with such sentiment and in such beautiful language. It is a great talent. I don't know when I have been so interested. Why, in some parts, you actually gave me the creeps. And here is Dionetta, as white as a lily. What a comfort it must have been to the poor lady to have had a good soul like you about her. If such a misfortune happened to me, I should like to have just such a servant as you were to her." "Heaven forbid, my lady," said Mother Denise, raising her hands, "that such an unhappy lot should be yours." "Well, to tell you the truth," said Adelaide, with a bright smile, "I do not think it at all likely to happen. Of course, there is no telling what one might have to go through. Men are such strange creatures, and lead such strange lives. They may do anything, absolutely anything, fight, gamble, make love without the least sincerity, deceive poor women and forsake them. Yes, they may do all that, and the world will smile indulgently upon them. But if one of us, Mother Denise, makes the slightest trip, dear me, what a fuss is made about it! How shocked everybody is! A perfect carnival for the scandal-mongers. Isn't it altogether too dreadful? Did you ever hear of such a thing? Would you have believed it of her? That is what is said by all sorts of people. But if I happened to be treated badly, I should not submit to it tamely. Nor, between you and me, Mother Denise, in my opinion, did the lady whose story you have just related. Everything occurred, said Mother Denise stiffly, exactly as I have described it. With a small allowance, said Adelaide archly, for exaggeration, and with here and there a chapter left out. Come, you must admit that. I have omitted nothing, my lady. I am angry with myself for having told so much. I doubt whether I have not done wrong. Mr. Christian Almer, whom I expect every minute, and Adelaide looked at her watch, would have been seriously annoyed with you if you had not satisfied my curiosity. Where is the harm? To be living here, with such an interesting tale untold, would have been inexcusable, perfectly inexcusable. But I am certain that you have purposely passed over more than one chapter, and I admire you for it. It is highly to your credit not to have told all you know, though it could hurt no one at this distance of time. What do you think I have concealed, my lady? There was a certain Monsieur Gabriel, said Adelaide, who played a most important part in the story. A good many people would say the most important part. If it had not been for him, there would have been no story to tell worth the hearing. There would have been no quarrel between husband and wife, and the foolish young lady would not have died, and I should not be here listening to her story and ready to cry my eyes out in pity for her. Monsieur Gabriel must have been a very handsome young fellow, or there would not have been such a fuss made about him. There! I declare you have never even given me a description of him. Of course he was handsome. She was full of vivacity, and as she leaned forward towards the old housekeeper, it appeared as if, in her estimation, nothing connected with the story she had heard was of so much importance as this question, which she repeated anxiously. Tell me, Mother Denise, was he handsome? He was exceedingly good-looking, Mother Denise was constrained to reply, but not so distinguished in his bearing as my unhappy master. Tall? Yes, tall, my lady. Dark or fair? But I think you gave me the impression that he was dark. Yes, my lady, he was dark, replied Mother Denise, coldly, more and more displeased at the frivolity of the questions. And young, of course, much younger than Mr. Almer? Much younger, my lady. There would be no sense in the matter otherwise. Anyone might guess that he was young and handsome and fascinating. Well, as I was about to say, I hope you will forgive me for flying off as I do. My head gets so full of ideas that they tumble over one another. All at once this Monsieur Gabriel drops clean out of the story, and we hear nothing more of him. If there is one thing more inexplicable than another in the affair, it is that nothing more should be heard of Monsieur Gabriel. We live out of the gay world, my lady, far removed from it, I am happy to think. It is not at all strange that in this quiet village we should not know what became of him. That is assuming that Monsieur Gabriel went back into the gay world, as you call it, which is not such a bad place, I assure you, Mother Denise. He could not have stopped in the village, my lady, without its being known. Probably not, but, you dear old soul, said Adelaide, her manner becoming more animated, as that of Mother Denise became more frigid, you dear old soul, they always come back. When lovers are dismissed, as Monsieur Gabriel was, they always come back. They think they never will, they vow they never will, but they cannot help themselves. They are not their own masters. It is the story of the moth and the candle over again. You mean, my lady, said Mother Denise very gravely, that Monsieur Gabriel returned to the villa? That is my meaning, exactly. What else could he do? I will not say whether I am glad or sorry to disappoint you, my lady, but Monsieur Gabriel, after the summer-house was barred up, never made his appearance again in the village. Of course, under the circumstances, he could not show himself to everybody. It was necessary that he should be cautious. He had to come quietly, secretly, if you like. He never came, my lady, said Mother Denise, with determination. But he wrote and sent his letters by a confidential messenger. He did that, at least. I told you, my lady, that while my poor mistress lived in these rooms, she never received or wrote a letter. If that is so, his letters to her must have been intercepted. There were no letters, said Mother Denise, stubbornly. There were, said Adelaide, smiling a reproof to Mother Denise. I know the ways of men better than you do. By whom, my lady, do you suppose these imaginary letters were intercepted? By her husband, of course, you dear simple soul. Mr. Almer could not have been guilty of such an act. The advocate's wife gazed admiringly at the housekeeper. Dionetta, she exclaimed, never be tempted to betray your mistress's secrets. Take pattern by your grandmother. She might do worse, my lady, said Mother Denise, still unbending. Indeed, she might. I am thinking of something. On the night you were aroused from your sleep, and heard the sound of a man falling to the ground, I only fancied it was a man, my lady. We never learnt the truth. It was a man, and he climbed the wall, and he chose a dark and stormy night for his adventure. He was a brave fellow. I quite admire him. Admire a thief? Exclaimed Mother Denise in horror. My dear old soul, you must know it was not a thief. The house was not robbed, was it? No, my lady, nothing was taken. But what is the use of speaking of it? When once I get an idea into my head, said Adelaide, it carries me along, whether I like it or not. So then, some time after you heard a man falling or jumping from the wall, you heard the sound of someone walking in the paths outside. He was fearful of disturbing anyone in the house, and he trod very, very softly. I should have done just the same. Now, can't you guess the name of that man? No, my lady, it was never discovered. He was a villain, whoever he was, to poison our dogs. That was a small matter. What is the life of a dog, of 1,000 dogs, when a man is in love? My lady, cried Mother Denise, what is it you are saying? Nothing will deter him, continued Adelaide, with an intense enjoyment of the old woman's uneasiness. Nothing will frighten him if he is brave and earnest, as Monsieur Gabriel was. You dear old soul, the man you heard in the grounds that night was Monsieur Gabriel, and he came to see your mistress, perhaps to carry her off. This window is not very high. I could almost jump from it myself." Mother Denise pressed her hand to her side, as though to relieve a sudden pain. Her face was white with a newly born apprehension. "Do you really believe, my lady," she asked in trembling tones, "that Monsieur Gabriel would have dared to enter the grounds in the dead of night, like a thief, after what had occurred?" "I certainly believe it. It was the daring of a lover, not of a thief. Were any traces of blood discovered in the grounds?" "None were discovered, but if blood was spilt, the rain would have washed it away." "Or it could have been wiped away in the dark night." "Is it possible," said Mother Denise under her breath, "that you can be right, and that my master and Monsieur Gabriel met on that night?" "The most probable occurrence in the world," said Adelaide, with a pleasant smile. "What should have made your old master so anxious that you should not speak of the sounds you heard? He had a motive, depend upon it." Mother Denise, who had sunk into a chair in great agitation, suddenly rose, and said abruptly, "My lady, this is very painful to me. Will you allow me to go?" "Certainly. Do not let me detain you a moment. I cannot express to you the obligations that you have laid me under by relating the history of this house and family. There is nothing more to do in these rooms, I believe. How very, very pretty they look! We must do everything in our power to make the place pleasant to the young master who is coming. But I think I can promise he will be happy here." Not even Adelaide's smiles and good humor could smooth Mother Denise's temper for the rest of the day. "Mark my words, Martin," she said to her husband. "Something wrong will happen before the advocate and his fine lady leave the villa. She has put such horrible ideas into my head. Ah, but I will not think of them. It is treason, rank treason. We shall rue the day she came among us." "Ha, ha!" chuckled the old man slyly. "You're jealous, Denise, you're jealous. She is the pleasantest lady, and the sweetest spoken, and the most generous, and the handsomest for 20 miles around. The whole village is in love with her." "And you as well as the rest, I suppose," snapped Mother Denise. "I don't say that, I don't say that," piped Martin with a childish laugh. "Never kiss and tell, Denise, never kiss and tell. If I was young and straight—" "But you're old and crooked," retorted Mother Denise, "and your mind's going, if it hasn't gone already. You grow sillier and sillier every day." A reproach the old man received with gleeful laughs and tiresome coughs. His worship of the beautiful lady was not to be lightly disturbed. "The sweetest and the handsomest," he chuckled, as he hobbled away at the rate of half a mile an hour. "I'd walk 20 mile to serve her, 20 mile, 20 mile." "And this is actually the room," said Adelaide, walking about it, "in which that poor lady spent so many unhappy years. Her prison, her grave. Dionetta, my pretty one, when the chance of happiness is offered to you, do not throw it away. Life is short. Enjoy it. A great many people moralize and preach, but if you were to see what they do, and put it by the side of what they say, you would understand what fools those people must be who believe in their moralizing and preaching. The persecuted lady whose story your grandmother has told us, what happiness did she enjoy in her life? None. Do you know why, Dionetta? Because it was life without love. Love is life's sunshine. Better to be dead than to live without it. Hark, is not that a carriage driving up at the gates? She ran swiftly from the room, down the stairs, into the grounds. The gates were thrown open. A young man, just alighted, came towards her. She ran forward to meet him, with outstretched hands, with face beaming with joy. He took her hands in his. "Welcome, Mr. Almer," she said aloud, so that those around her could hear her. "You have had a pleasant journey, I hope." And then, in a whisper, "Christian!" "Adelaide," he said, in a tone as low as hers. "Now I am the happiest woman," she murmured. "It is an eternity since I saw you. How could you have kept away from me so long?" End of section 16. End of book 3.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.